Well, welcome everyone. It is more than a pleasure to bring you the very first day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are very happy to be back in Mali. Good morning, Jay.
Thank you so much, Bego. Yeah, we are back for the third year of this event, and I've mentioned it a few times already. The bar just raises every year, and some of that's out of the control of the contest director. We're talking about the wave conditions, but I'll tell you what, this is going to knock it out of the park here. We have incredible surf conditions today, sunny skies, glassy conditions, peaky surf, and it is pumping out there, right?
He's actually very good. Yesterday was a bit bigger, and today it's a super beautiful A-frames all over the place, rights, lefts. So it's going to be a great show. We're going to start with the men division for the trial round of only one heat, and then that's going to be only 20 minutes. And then we are going to continue with the men for round number 2, which is 8 heats, and coming up will be the women.
Yeah, so of course we have some of the best riders in the world here to compete in this event. A lot of the best guys and girls will be seeded into later rounds, but you're going to see some high-flying talent from all over the world. We have riders that have traveled from Europe, Central America, South America, North America, Australia, South Africa, so it is truly an international competition here.
That's right, and a big number of Maldivian riders, which is very comforting. And we are going to check out the highlights from yesterday, where we had the opening ceremony of this event, and it was really beautiful. So let's check that out, and we'll come back for, the start of the action.
So an incredible opening ceremony we got to enjoy yesterday. It was phenomenal local culture. All the riders from the event and some of the local riders were there cheering everyone on. And in the background, some insane waves happening as well. So a great kickoff to this event.
That's something really special about Barunula Realugando, which is the name of this place. I hope I said it properly. But you know what, Jay? I heard the horn, so let's hit the water and see the very first heat of this very first day of the Visit Maldives Pro. And we are more than excited to check that out. It has always called my attention how populated this island is, but everything is properly organized. And I have to tell you, it's it's a very beautiful place to visit. Of course, it's no secret for anyone that the Maldives has very impressive islands and atolls and full of beautiful resorts and good waves. But I mean, Male, you know, the capital city, it's a very special place and it's worth, you know, come here. And of course, if you're a bodyboarder, I have to tell you, look at those triangles showing that, the foam forming those triangles. It shows that the waves quality is really good.
Yeah, it is a crossroads of the world here in Maldives, and this spot in particular, as you look at this beautiful drone shot on the southeast corner of the island of Male, the capital city island, and that white tent that's just gone out of screen, the competitors area. Speaking of competitors, this opening trials round, we have two brothers competing. That's New Mohammed Irashad against New Mohammed Irashad, and another local rider, Mohammed Jalil Jihad. All three of these riders, young, up-and-coming rippers here in the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. And the two brothers, man, this has got to be an interesting heat. It's not, of course, the first time we've had siblings competing on the World Tour. Of course, we got a set of twins that compete on the tour, so it is not unprecedented, but it's certainly bragging rights in the home when you're two brothers competing against each other, I would have to think.
Yeah, most of the people might think that that's a mistake, but no, they have the same name. I mean, almost the same name, as if you can. I don't know if you guys noticed, but None has an N at the end, and Nu has an H. So they are brothers, and yeah, we do have our first score, which is a 2.35, and I'm just loving that heat presentation.
Yeah, for sure. And, these three local riders have 16 and a half minutes remaining. This is a 20-minute heat, probably the shortest heat of the event, and a rider up and riding. It looks like New Mohammed Irashad on that right-hander as he works his way to the inside section here. Foamy section on the inside, catches the nose of his board on that spin, but he will get his first points on the board. And look how little that guy is, man. He's making the surf look even bigger than it actually is, which, by the way, is pretty solid. There's some overhead sets.
And we're getting that left that we love. As you can see, that one rolling there. I remember previous years ago we had compared, and actually Tanner had compared that one with pipe. It's got its moments. So yeah, Varunula realugando here in Male, the capital city of the Maldives. Showing the best of it, and we are going to have a lot of action. This is only the beginning for an event that is hosting 3 divisions, and we'll see this wave here for, it looks like Mohammed, blue, Mohammed Jarish, and yeah, he was not able to complete that one, but yeah, good effort. And yeah, this is the 3rd edition of this event, and is the biggest bodyboarding event in Asia continent.
Taking another look at this wave, he works his way to the inside. This young rider hits that section, goes for the roll, gets a little bit behind it there, and comes unstuck. Interestingly, all of these riders sticking to that right-hand peak coming in under the bridge, whereas traditionally in this event, we see most of the riders hanging on that left-hander that's on the left side of your screen. So an interesting take on how to approach this wave by these 3 local riders. And certainly things change from day to day. The locals tell me the southeasterly swell direction is better. I believe from what I'm seeing, it appears to be more southeasterly today, which brings it a little more straight in and splits up that peak into the right and left, and a couple different left options along those lines. Beautiful view there from the drone shot. You can see just beautiful water color here. The water temperature about 84 degrees Fahrenheit. That's around 28 Celsius, I believe, and just beautiful tropical conditions. And, here in Maldives, it's well known for the vast wealth of epic surf up and down the chain of islands, which number, I think, in the thousands here. So many islands in this chain. And here we go. Red is going to pick up this wave right now, Bego.
That's right. It's a nice looking left for Nu. And, not able to perform or anything. But actually, Jay, what I have to say, this is our third time as well here, and for us, it's really refreshing to see how bodyboarding has grown here, and the importance of course, of bringing an event, a world tour event, to a country. That plants this seed in the people, in the young people, and show them, and what the sport is about.
Well, here we go. Rider up and riding. Forward spin as he drives his way across to the inside of this right-hander, looking for something there. He kicks out, and you can see the glare right now, folks. A lot of people probably wondering, why didn't this thing start earlier today? Well, it's really because of that glare. The judges have trouble seeing the colors and so forth. So now as the sun gets higher in the sky, they're able to see the colors of the jerseys of these riders. Currently, we're looking at the lead being held down by Mohammed Jarish Jihad, and here goes a little left-hander on the inside for the rider in yellow, New Mohammed Irashad, and that a quick in and out for him. So all of these riders kind of posting scores in that lower range at the moment, leaving room for the high-flying move that could boost one of these riders forward into the next round.
That's right, and I really would like to say thanks to all of our sponsors and partners. Remember, this event is brought to you by Visit Maldives. Is our title sponsor, the official destination partners. And they have been with us the 3 editions. So thank you so much, Visit Maldives, once again for making this possible. And of course, this is made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We also have a long list of partners. We have Diragu once again as digital partner, Mukai Hotel, we're staying there. As accommodation partner, we have Burusu Catering. How good was that breakfast that we just had?
I know, we really packed it in. There's too much good food, but I'll tell you what, that's, I mentioned this is a crossroads. There really is an interesting mix of cuisines here and so much good food. Rider up on the outside, Bego. This looks like, I believe it's blue. Goes up for the lip, but can't quite get there. It looks like his fin came off, and you can see his fin dangling. He has fin tethers, fortunately. So he's going to be wrangling that fin back onto his foot on the inside. So a bit of potential disaster there.
But such a good effort. Look at that beautiful wave. He tried to go for the roll. Lost some momentum there. Maybe he lost the fin right in that moment. Let's check that out. I believe here in this look. Yes, actually, I think that's where right there, the fin. Thanks God he was wearing the fin tethers. But yeah, good effort there for rider in yellow, no? And just going back to our sponsors list, we would like to thank also One Sports as an online media partner. We have official events as event partner, King Sports as a apparel partner, and Print Lab as printing partner, and Mujes Art Box as merchandise partner. And of course, we do have the more supporting partners.
Yeah, so the Wellness Club, DTEC, Malay City Council, MNDF, and the local police. Thanks to all of them for keeping the athletes and officials safe here at this event, and they all make it happen, folks. By the way, Muja's Art Box, I was looking up their Instagram, really cool artwork that they make. Actually, it's one gentleman that does all the these cool sculptures, so check those out, all of those sponsors, and find out what they got going on.
That's right. One more try here for rider in yellow. That's pretty cool to watch. A couple spins. That's gonna put some numbers under his belt. Right now holding a small score of a 2.5. But yeah, this is a trial heat, as you said. And yeah, this is the replay of not the previous wave. This was one before. So
yeah, so the fin loss there, he went up to the lip to hit that roll, and the wave just flattened out right when he got to the lip. Right there, see, it just stopped pitching. So he kind of abandoned ship on the rollo, but the force of the wave and the water rushing over his foot just sucked his fin off right there, and he did well to pull that back on, get back out there for some more. So far, New Mohammed Ida Shad holding down bragging rights in the Ida Shad household here by virtue of a 4.5 heat score, and New Mohammed Ida Shad the younger brother, 3.45, so just right on his heels there. And Mohammed Jarish Jihad with a 3.3. So things really tight in this heat. And who will be ousted in this round and who will move on, folks? It is a nail-biter here with 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Well, that's right, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, and anyone that is tuning in. If you want to check the scores and the heats, you can jump at the IBC World Tour official website. You'll find a specific section that says heats and results, and you can follow everything through there. So once again, I was super happy to be here in the Asian continent for the single event, the single bodyboarding professional event here in this continent. And it's just so good to be back. And if you, right there, thank you so much, Director. That's our typical link tree.
Yeah, so if you want to grab more information about the event and the IBC in general, just scan that QR code on your screen right there. And to get all the information, all the links are there, the link tree. And tons of info, folks. So, yeah, definitely take advantage of that. And, of course, you know, we mentioned our social media. There's so much info on there, the Instagram page as well. You can see photos from the athletes briefing, the welcoming ceremony that happened yesterday, and, of course, all the action that's going down today. There's some cameramen in great positions out there. And we did have a rider just catch a wave there. It looked like New Mohammed Idashad picked off a wave. We kind of missed the beginning of that one, but down here under the 7-minute mark, things are going to get kind of critical. These guys got to hustle back out after each wave.
Well, that's right. I mean, 6 minutes and, well, almost 7 actually. And remember, this is the men division. We're going to continue with this one. The round number 2, we have good names. I mean, a lot of different names. I love that. This is one of the things about the IBC. We're going to get back to that idea after this wave. We'll see. All right. So a nice looking roll is fortunately not complete there for one of the Irashad brothers, like you said. And yes, guys, these two riders are different persons, and they're not the same guy. They're brothers, and they have almost the same name, but there's a difference in the last letter of each name. So yes, the two brothers are advancing. Remember, in this heat, first and second will continue in competition, and the last one will leave competition.
So one more look at this right-hander. He drops down to the bottom, looking for a lip section. Got a little seam in the wave right there that slows him down just a bit, and that was just the difference that made him land a little bit behind the lip on that roll attempt and get shoved out the back. So that's a non-complete. And meanwhile, Red, you see him picking off this left. We haven't seen too many left-handers in this heat, and he works his way across the inside, but that wave just flattens out on him. So a couple of great beginnings with not so great endings for some of these young riders. And, you know, you mentioned the wealth of talent among the local riders has increased, and it certainly has. That influence of the first year that we were here for the 2022 event, I think that really boosted the local bodyboarding stoke, the level of riding, all of that, and made it to the point where we have a lot of local riders in this event coming up. And you got to keep your eye out for these guys. It's their local spot after all.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how good is to have a World Tour event in your local spot? It's really something special. And definitely just getting back to that idea that I was saying a couple of minutes ago, you know, the effect of a World Tour event in the country, so it's way more than what we can imagine. You know, it's not just only, you know, it brings a lot of, you know, a lot to the country and a lot to the population, because they get to know the sport. They get this urge of wanting to be part of it. So, you know, it creates an opportunity of, you know, bringing the, just, you know, getting more people to practice a sport. So that the Maldives is a clear example of that. Remember the first year that we came here, we only have a few riders, and every year that number has been raising, and in this year we have a huge number of competitors from the Maldives.
Yeah, and you know, that aspiration, when you see the best riders in the world at your local break, it makes you aspire to be one of them. And as you pointed out, the level of riding has gone through the roof here. There's so many good bodyboarders in this area. The locals are so welcoming to the international bodyboarding community. They've really rolled out the red carpet for the IBC World Tour here again for the third year in a row. We're so glad to be back here in this, tropical paradise. And, earlier I mentioned there's so many good waves in the Maldives, including this one, but there's over 1,000 islands in this chain, so tons and tons of good surf, folks. And if you're ever going to make a holiday down here, you should take a couple of days, in my opinion, to stop here in Male and actually get some waves out here at Varuna La Rolagandu.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I don't know if you have done it. We're going to get back to that. All right, so a spin here for the hit leader. And I don't know if you have done it, but it's so beautiful to open your eyes when you dog dive.
Yep,
It's so clear. It's not so good for your eyes, though.
Okay, forward spin here. Kind of a flatter shoulder, and he kind of, tried to maintain that speed, and the flat section there just didn't allow that. But look at this little left-hand wedge on the inside, and we got no takers on this. Riders in the next heat already moving into the lineup here with about 2 minutes 20 to go in this heat. So the last waves of this heat are going to be ridden right here.
All right, so if you're just getting here, first day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We are super excited to be back to Mali and super grateful for all the supporters and everyone, and of course the hard work of the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. What a great group of people, it's that we have more than 80 people working at this event, of course counting the IBC officials. It's really impressive. Everyone is super excited for the event, and I would like to thank Rush, Hassan Rashid, firstly, because he has been these 3 years with us. He's the general secretary of the Maldivian Bodyboard Association, and all the staff. It's been doing a great job. Thank you so much, guys. It's a pleasure to be back here in your paradise, and everyone is so excited about it.
No doubt about that. I mean, it's a long journey for a lot of people to get here, but nobody hesitates. There's a reason for that. It's because of the great hospitality, the fun surf. I mean, this is like bodyboard heaven out here. And as we progress in the rounds, you're going to see, the top riders really tackling it. And speaking of riders, Noon Mohammed takes off on that wave way too late. He's a little buried in the whitewater, but he knows time's running out, 40 seconds to go. Maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself taking off on that one. And here we go, another rider taking off on this one. This is kind of a short left-hand shoulder. Goes for that reverse spin, trying to drive over this inside double up. Maybe get one more move off, gets the forward, but gets pushed out the back, and that'll probably wrap things up for his campaign in this heat. Kind of hard to see the jersey color, to be quite honest.
All right, so this heat, it's over. I can hear the countdown, and official results will be what you see in your screen. The new Mohammed Irashad, and Mohammed Rarish are advancing. And congratulations to Noon for his performance. We are going to hit a quick commercial break, and we're going to come back with more of the first day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Well, welcome everyone to the very first day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And next to me, I have the pleasure of welcoming for the very first time also Rob Barber from the UK. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Bego. It's great to be here. Yeah, good to leave the chilly UK behind and come to the tropical paradise that is the Maldives. Heavenly. I've been loving every minute of it, and this wave is just phenomenal, you know. It's been so much fun. So thanks for having me on board. I'm stoked to be invited.
Now, that's amazing to have you. So let's hit the water and see the first heat of the round number 2 of the men division. It's going to be great to watch. And yeah,
Here we go. So yeah, some peaky conditions. That first heat was super fun to watch. It looks as though, yeah, similar setup. So the first rider that we've got up, that looks like blue. So we've got Drake Kinghorn. He's from the USA, blasted a nice roll on takeoff there. So then he managed to push over that lump and get a final roll in the closeout. So he's opened his account nice and early. That'll steady his nerves and certainly get the judges' attention. So fair play to him. A solid effort.
yeah, no, he's so happy to be on the World Tour again. You know, I remember him going to Antofagasta, loving it. And right now, you know, super motivated to have the chance to be in the Maldives. So it's really good to have a rider from the USA. We don't get too many of them. Usually it's more Hawaiians. But yeah, from mainland, it's only a few that we have had the pleasure of having in the World Tour. And we also have a very important rider and special one, I will say. I mean, everyone's important, but I'm going to get back to that. Yassine Eigao from Morocco. And Etan Perez, he's from the Basque country, and he won last year in the junior event that we had in France. So it's good to see him on tour.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, there we go. Nice power roll. So coming out of the pocket there and just opening his account. Everybody wanting to get a score on the board early on. So it's kind of a critical heat strategy to A, get the judges' attention, but to B, steady your nerves, and C, it's really important to start building that house, as they say. So really getting the score so that you can then consider where to move from there with the rest of the heat. So you know that you've got a reasonable score. You can then look to build on that with another score, and then when you've got the 2 scores on the board, you're looking to better both of those scores. So to do that early on, these competitors are surfing very wisely, and it's really good to see such a good standard of riding, and it's only going to get hotter throughout the day, you know, temperature-wise and bodyboard standard-wise. I was surfing with Drake Kinghorn yesterday, and he was really impressive for a young Grom. I mean, I know there's some fantastic bodyboarders from the Californian coast, but he was certainly a hot young talent to focus on for the future. He looks very much like Tristan, you know. He's a very similar looking dude, like a smaller, skinnier version. But he's a hot talent for the future. Have you checked him out, Begum?
Yeah, for sure. Great. I mean, I have to say that the juniors are amazing in the World Tour. Definitely, it's very refreshing to see that we have a great future, a bright future. And I have to stand corrected. Ethan Perez is from Cantabria. He is not from the Basque country. I'm so sorry. So yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're just waiting for Yassine score to appear now, but we look as though we've got Etan leading the heat with a 5. So yeah, he's got a nice solid score to start, and now we've got paddling, looking at the right-hander. I decided to go left onto the bowley section. Impressive roll through the lip. So an awesome approach to the lip by Drake. He's got a very solid style for a young guy. He's a pretty young, slight guy, but clearly surfing with power and commitment. Through the lip there, came with a really, really impressive launch. It's hard to do when you hit the lip a little late and you've got to punch through the lip. He's got that wedge that he pushes through, so he's going left through the wedge, and then he gets back on his rail and bottom turns through it. So yeah, nice start to the heat. Good angle here, so see the airport in the background there.
Whoa.
Launches it, nice extension with his arms, very technical. And I think the judges are going to like that. You know, he's got 2 scores on the board now. Impressive. That will set him up on now. More action from the replay. So that was yellow, pushing a nice roll. So that will back his second score up. So nice. Yeah, I'm loving the fact that we've got 2 competitors that are really making the most of this first sort of third of the heat with some good scores on the board. Looks as though there's a little bit of a lull now, so they'll get a chance to paddle back out. Oh, wait a second, over on the left-hand side there, I can see through the glare, a nice left-hand bowl. And we've got what looked like, that was hard to distinguish the colour on there. That looked like a white colour. It's a bit tricky in the morning here. We have the sun come up behind the peaks and being able to see the colours. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's happy with that. Lovely claim. He's buzzing. Okay, so he launched, he hit the lip a little earlier. He managed to project into a nice ARS.
And Yassine from Morocco there. So yeah, actually, again, I have to stand corrected. It's, I got a little confused with a couple riders, but Ethan is from the Basque country. So I did have it right on the first one. So, this is life and these kind of things happens. But yeah, Ethan Perez took in the win in France last year, and, he didn't compete anymore. So it was really good to see him when coming back in this event and competing in the men division. And I know for a fact he will be competing also on the junior men division, and Drake as well. So it's pretty cool to see that.
It is, yeah. So we've got a little lull in the action now, but just sort of reflecting on the beginning of the heat, these guys have spotted that it appears to be the lefts, I think, that are delivering the best waves, and that was definitely what I saw when I was watching this morning. I surfed here yesterday and found those left bowls were really fun. So Red punches through the lip nicely there, and yeah, really claiming a solid performance from that first wave that he's going to be waiting for the judges to score that and see where he settles in this race. Okay, so up to White, nice high line, hit the lip early, projected with a nice roll, so he'll be happy with that. I think that the left-hander now, here we go, drawing off the bottom. So this is Drake again. Turned frothy, unfortunately. A bit of a frothy coffee for him. He's going to pull out. I think he recognised quite early that as soon as you've got that foam on the face, you're never going to generate much speed, and you're going to kind of bog down and slow up. So Drake making a wise move, paddling back out. So interestingly, the riders generally will paddle out round to the right-hand corner, and then sort of sneak around the back of the peaks to get out. So next to the bridge is the easiest paddle out. So over to Yellow, he just punched a roll and unfortunately didn't make the landing there. Got pushed back. So these riders are judging a few different things. They're trying to spot where these wedges are coming, and there's left and right wedges. They're trying to adjust their riding in regards to some of the backwash and cross waves that they've got to deal with, and they're trying to maximize every wave with as many moves as they can, obviously. So here they are. Over to you, Bego. What are you saying?
Well, I think these three riders are definitely showing off, and it was just so beautiful to watch, and super well performed roll. And right now, another look of the last wave of Drake, and it looks like we have Jay ready with the interview. So let's throw it away to the beach.
Brothers rivalry fed here in
I'm 13 years old.
I hadn't even I was 13 years old. So you took the win out there, and this is your local break. How was it competing against your brother?
Fun. It's good,
So how old is your brother?
My brother is 17.
Oh no, so you beat your older brother. How are things going to be at your house now? Difficult?
No, not really.
I love it. Lots of support. How did you find the waves out there today?
It was a bit big, not really that big though. It was a bit heavy, I think.
Okay, so moving forward, do you have anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Like my family and all my coaches that helped me out.
Awesome. So this local rider did really well out there. He's moving forward against the world's best. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back in the studio.
All right, how excited that kid was. That was amazing to watch, so congratulations to him. And yeah, so far so good for Ethan Perez. And Drake Kinghorn doing a great job there.
Yeah, there's been a slight lull in the action, but looks as though there's a set coming in now, so Who's that paddling there? Try and identify that. So that's white. So we've got Ahmed Nazmin, whose name isn't appearing on the screen right now, but he's had a couple of rides. Pushing into the ARS there, so it looked like a nice bowly roll section, but he went for the ARS, got a little bit tangled up, so didn't quite land it, unfortunately. He's looking to sort of challenge for the lead now, and we're waiting for a few scores for him to drop and see how he's fixed up. I think that it's really clear to see that the left-handers are definitely the best, and here we go, paddling, red, unfortunately Yassin's missed that one. So all the way from Morocco, Yassin's one of 9 riders that have entered this event. It's fantastic to see the Moroccan contingent led by Brahim Adouche. Obviously, he's become an icon in that country and they're all following suit. So back to the replay here. We've got White again. So he just lines it up. His timing's good, comes off the bottom, but just gets tangled up on the landing. And when you get tangled up on the landing in the foam engulfs you, there's going to be no way to go but out the back. So as soon as you pop out the back on a wave like that, it's just time to paddle at speed back out back and try and hunt down another wave. There's, you know, we're looking at halfway through the heat now, and each of the rides is settled. It's very nervy at the beginning of a competition. You know, they want to impress, they want to prove themselves. They've travelled a long way. They've committed a lot of finance, time, and commitment. And steadying those nerves in the first half of the heat isn't always easy. I can speak from experience. It's a challenge when you get out there in these foreign waters and you want to prove yourself. But it looks as though, I think for the final part of the heat, we're going to have a pretty close run thing. We're just waiting for some scores to drop. Over to you, Bego.
Yeah, that's right. So there you can see how what each rider needs. You know, Drake only looking for a 2-point ride, and that's Yassin right there. And I believe Yassin might get some scores. I think we are having a problem with the scores right now because we're not watching all of them. And that was a very good wave for Yassin. Very complete, 3 maneuvers. So let's see what happens. But he might take the first place.
Yes, it's a really good international contingent in this event. We've got 16 riders from the Maldives. So, as you guys were saying last heat, the Maldivian contingent is getting more and more competitive each year, driven by this competition, and the involvement that they take within it is fantastic. Nice yellow off the bottom. We've got goes into an ARS attempt, doesn't quite make it, so reverts back to a roll. So that's Ethan Perez from the Basque Country. He'll get a reasonable score for that regardless. It wasn't what he intended. He was thinking about the ARS and then pulled it back into a roll. Nonetheless, nailed it, got back on his rail and sort of showed some control towards the end of his ride. So, yeah, here we go, peeking out the back. Look at this towering right-hander. So the locals call that right-hander backdoor. Oh, here we go, back to the action.
That's right. One more look to this last wave of red, Yassin. Oh, I remember this one. I did a live, so you should do this replay.
Cool, yeah. So Yassin has got very, very gymnastic movements there. He's using the backwash to his advantage so that he's pumping off the backwash, launching a power roll, and then launches a nice extended arm roll at the end there. So, yeah, he's got some energy, some power. He's got a nice line on that one. Busted 3 moves. It'll be interesting to see the judges' take on that. He's obviously hunting down that first or second place to progress. We're into the final 10 minutes of the heat, so 9 minutes 30 to go. And looking through the bridge there to the right-hand side of the screen, you can see some movement. Looks as though we've got some swell lines about to push through. And when you're surfing this beach, you can kind of keep eyeing through the bridge, and that's your indicator of the set coming. And you can see it's lining up for a nice right-hander. I know that Jay Reel loves those drop knee right-handers. I personally have been surfing the left-hand wedges and loving them. Home from home for me. A little bit more tropical than home, perhaps. But here we go. Looking over on the left-hand side there, who've we got paddling? So, he's in a perfect position. The glare's stopping me identifying, but he's come off the bottom, tucked into the barrel. It spits. Will he come out? Unfortunately, it looks as though he got engulfed and has been left behind. But what do we have on the next wave of the set?
We'll see. I don't know if it's a taker. There's no takers on that one, but you see some of these waves are not really the best ones. It's we have been saying that for all the editions that we have in here. This is a very good wave, but it takes a little knowledge in order to ride it properly. You have to study it and you have to know which one. I mean, choosing it's key thing in here. It's in all competitions, of course, but in this wave specifically. This is a nice looking one for the Moroccan and goes for a very good ARS there. And yes, that's going to be a good score for him because that's a completed maneuver. And you know, people, we are a little far behind with the scores. We haven't seen last wave of, you know, the two last waves of Yassine. I'm pretty sure Yassine, it's he has to be in the first position for sure. Check this out.
Lovely wave. So comes off the bottom, punches it nicely, holds on tight, and then very flexible in his approach there. He manages to turn that ARS very quickly, bends himself almost double, and then pops out the front. Who could blame him for the claim? You know, he's stoked. He's got 7 minutes to go, and he's probably aware that that would most likely be one of the highest scores of the heat, and he's done it just in the nick of time in this last third of the heat. So, yeah, I think Yassine's going to be happy with that one. He'll be paddling out with a spring in his stride, looking for his next ride. Who is that paddling there? So we've got a little set approaching there, more of a sort of lumpy. You see the kind of a little bit of bump on the face that these riders are dealing with. So that's something that I can reflect on from my time surfing here yesterday. Is that the waves are super fun. They're super wedgy. It isn't always as easy as it looks. You know, you've got a bit to negotiate. So over on the left hand side, we've got the rider in yellow, Ethan Perez, who's bottom turned, lovely roll, lands at the top of the wave, and then bottom turns out of it. So a lovely glassy one. So that's the difference. I was saying, so perhaps over on the right of the beach, it's a little bit more choppy. We're getting a better wind on these lefts, and they are barreling and bowling, and they've got that translucent watercolor that we know and love about the Maldives. That's what keeps us coming back here. You know, it's just phenomenally beautiful. Paddling, red, a foamy one. So it's Yassine. Unfortunately, that just bends out to sea. So, yeah, over to you, Bego.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't have the scores, people, so what you're seeing there is definitely not the final situation. It's getting fixed, of course. But yeah, we have a lot going on. And check this last one from the, you know, yellow.
Yeah. See, Essen Perez. So, yeah, he crushed that one. I think he was thinking about going for the ARS again, but maybe after his previous wave where he didn't have the success on the ARS and he decided to pull it back round to the roll, he played it safe. And sometimes that's the best thing to do if you are confident that you're going to nail something nice and clean. The judges are looking for a few different things from the maneuvers. They want to see you hit the lip, have projection, land cleanly, come out of it with style and flow. They don't want to see you getting bogged down, going half underwater for half the ride. You know, they want to see you smoothly progressing onto the next section and doing it all with, you know, speed and style, as I said. So he's moving on nicely, and it'll be interesting to see when these scores come through later on, how these riders end up. So, yeah, without further ado, let's reflect on the rides in the event. You know, we've got Morocco, like I said, 9 riders, and the Maldives have got 16 riders. We've got Drake in this heat, representing the USA. We've got Portugal with 2 riders in the men's division. This is Venezuela are represented with a rider, and then Australia. 2 riders from Spain, including Ethan. And then we've got Brazil, who have got 4 riders in the event. Chile, who have got 1, or Chile, as we call it in the UK. And then we've got France with 5 riders, and then Peru with 2 riders. So, yeah, a truly international melting pot. Now, dropping into this left-hander, we've got, that would be blue. So that's Drake. Lovely roll. Another nice roll. So he punched that first roll and came out of it with speed, which the judges are like. Oh, tweaking it there. Moving on to red. Sorry. So quickly moving on to red. We have got a guy who's taken it to the next level here. So Yassine has found his feet, so to speak, launching an invert, then a power roll, and then finishing off nice and clean. He's happy. He's trying to find out his scores from his colleagues on the beach, and he is definitely, for me, the rider in form at the moment. Out the back, we've got another rider taking off.
Yeah, that's a nice looking one for Ethan. I'm sorry. It's just that it so calls my attention because that name is saying in different ways. You know, we have Ethan Capdeville, and we have Ethan Perez, and we have how in English will be Ethan.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's called an Ethan. So he is a very good rider, and people, as I said, the scores are being adjusted. Of course, what you see on your screen, it's nothing close to being the final scores. You are only seeing 2 scores, and there's a lot more coming up.
Totally. So here we go on the rerun. So this is Blake, all the way from the US of A. So he punches out, comes out of it with loads of speed, bottom turns, hits that second foamy section. So it's really interesting to see the difference between hitting the lip crisply, as he did on the pitching lip on his first roll, getting above the lip line, which the judges like to see. So it's nice extension on that roll, and then the second roll he hits the foam. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the power to push him in front, and off the back he goes. But now high action, we will look at the replay of Yasin punching that invert, makes the use of the backwash, and now back to yellow with the ARS that we saw a little earlier in the heat. Impressive that he could bust out on a section which wasn't too perfect for it, but he manages to spin out of it in style and claims it. Yeah, some claims going down in this heat. The crew are happy with their performance. They're buzzing to be starting their mission through this event and getting some nice waves.
I mean, claiming it's a thing, we actually had a couple riders commentating about that during the Itacoachara Pro, and most of the riders said that it's, that it's good to do it, that they are entitled to, because it's a way to release the excitement that you just did an amazing thing, and probably you're going to get to pass. So one more wave here. This was rider in, the glare is a little difficult. Oh, rider in white. That's Ahmed Nasmin from Maldives.
Yeah, just a quick in and out. So some of these waves offer very short, intense rides due to the wedgy nature of these peaks coming together, and some of them can bowl and offer you longer rides with multiple sections, and that's what the riders are looking for. So quite rightly, Ahmed pulled out quite quickly then. He used his local knowledge to identify that didn't hold much scoring potential. In and outs are part of the sport, up and down, and off you go. You've got to make that decision not to waste your time. So nice set pushing through. Doesn't have the shape that perhaps the other sets had, so the riders decide not to go on that one. But down into the last 40 seconds, where many heats are won and lost, the riders are furiously looking for a final wave. Always a nice move to be coming in on a wave at the end of the heat. I mean, why not, is what I always say. Finish the heat riding the wave towards the shore. You'll get a score for it regardless, and you're going to come in seconds after the buzzer anyway, so you may as well be riding in and getting a score.
All right, so this one is counting. Look at that, a nice barrel, the first one that we see in this event so far. So Yassine El Ghazal, I think he's showing off in this one. And that last wave is also counting. What a great exchange. Remember, the scores that you see on your screen are not the finals. We're going to hit a quick heat recap, and then we're going to go to a commercial break, and we're going to be back with a lot of this first day of competition. Don't go anywhere.
Great to have Jay Reel back with us in the booth, and now we're on to heat number 2. So we're going to jump straight to the water and see what action we have going down.
All right, so heat number 2 already underway. We don't want to miss a minute of the action out there. 3 riders in the water. We have Zidante Ait El Hachemi, as well as Brahmi Tariq, both from Morocco. Ahmed Nazmeen, our local rider, all out there to do battle here in the water. And we also have Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal. So, man, a stacked heat. A lot of these riders, a couple of these riders, veterans of the World Tour, and a couple veterans of this specific event. Of course, the opening event on this year's World Tour back in February was in Morocco. Finished off at Anchor Point. I don't know, Rob, if you caught any of that event. Pretty amazing finish.
Yeah, it was insane. I loved seeing that. It's a wave that I've visited a few times myself, or many times, and I've often thought what an epic location it would be for an event. So for the IBC to pull that off was awesome. Yeah, high octane bodyboard in a kind of barreling, ledgy point break environment. You know, they really pushed the limits there, and it was good to see that type of wave being used. But back to this type of wave, we've got wedgie conditions. We've got some sets appearing on the horizon. So what do I see over on the left-hand side there? So just choosing not to take this one. The guys are paddling over it. They're going to chill and wait for the next set.
So, yeah, this spot, just so you know, definitely better on the lower tide. We did have a low tide somewhere around dawn this morning, right around 6 a.m. The high tide, it kind of pushes in, and there's these cement, let's call them, they look like jacks, which isn't, I don't know, it's a game that you play, little spiked cement pieces that line the shoreline. They call them tetrapods here. That creates a massive amount of backwash. So definitely the best heats are going to be on the lower end of the tide scale. So we're going to have a midday high tide somewhere around 1 p.m., and that will certainly be reflected in the quality of the surf. You're going to see a lot more backwash. You can already see a little bit there in the foreground of your screen. And check out the rankings, Rob Barber. Check it out.
Yeah, I see there. So, yeah, the race to the title is on, you know, for the guys that are in the top section there. So we've got Amit Solives, the Canary Islands. It's great to see someone from Europe, you know, at the top of the rankings, followed by Gabriel Braga, so hot on his heels, Brazil's stylish rider. Then Tristan Roberts, he was surfing yesterday and shredding as always, so solid. Uri Valadao in 4th, so he's followed by Dave Hubbard. So Uri's always been such a hard guy to beat. But then Dave won this, you know, prone and drop knee, didn't he?
Well, yeah, of course he did. The first year of this event, 2022, won both divisions, just absolutely slaying it. And, of course, last year won the drop knee division. And you saw that top 5. We have some world champions in there, of course. We mentioned Dave Hubbard, 10-time drop knee world champion, the winningest professional bodyboarder in terms of world titles by far in the history of the sport, taking down Mike Stewart's 9 world titles. Last year when he actually won this event, he gained that title. This year, however, he could not recapture the drop knee title. It was just a one-event affair where there were 3 heats between he and fellow Kauai rider Sammy Moratino. Hopefully you saw that, the Antofagasta event. And, of course, if you didn't, you can watch it on the IBC YouTube channel and pick up all those heats again, relive them. And no drop knee division here at this event, but I'll tell you what, Rob Barber, I'm seeing some fun-looking drop knee waves out there. Those right-handers coming under the bridge look super fun.
Just catching the light on the top there as they come through. A few riders having a little look at them. Somebody paddling. Who've we got? So let's have a look. I think that colour is white. Comes off the bottom. We'll decide against it. Actually, I think that was blue. Frederico Castelo Branco, all the way from Portugal. Took a nice bottom turn. Decided it was wrapping away from them. So these riders are looking for waves that are wrapping towards them. So it's giving them bowls. They can bottom turn, flip out of them, roll out of them, ARS out of them, or pull into the barrel, or maybe a spin or a move in or around the barrel. So the benefit of these cross waves coming through the lineup are that they give you these bowling conditions, but then occasionally you'll get a wave that wraps away from you. So wave selection with these events is everything. Going back to what Jay was saying earlier on about the backwash situation. So Jay and I surfed at high tide yesterday just to see how the backwash was and how the waves were. And whilst for mere mortals like Jay and I, it can create challenging conditions, it was amazing to see Pierre-Louis Koch, Tristan, Joanna Schenker, all the other riders still blowing up, Brahim Adouche. Just, it's all about the timing. Bodyboarding is all about that core fitness, the wave selection and the timing, and these riders have that in spades, and they can make all conditions look incredible because they've got those skills in spades. So okay, look, we've got a little rerun here. So that was yellow, jamming a quick reverse, pushing a roll through the foam there. That is Brakmi Tariq from Morocco, wanting to get a score on the board early. Over to you, Jay.
Yeah, so another rider picking off a left-hander. The rider in red out there, that was Zidane Ait El Hachemi. And look at this, fanging around this section here. Bowley looking left, gets up to the lip nicely, throws the roll, back in the pocket, and goes for the ARS, but gets hung up there as the wave flattens out on that inside section. But doing well to link those maneuvers. You know, we always talk about speed, power, flow, SPF. Doesn't just mean sun protection factor. It means speed, power, flow. That's what the judges look for in an event like this, linking the maneuvers smoothly.
Yeah, linking maneuvers smoothly, and also good selection of different maneuvers, you know. So, yeah, good point, Jay. It's essential that this looks pleasing to the eye, and these riders know that. So, nice bottom turn on a frothy one from White, just comes on unstuck. Again, I think he fell victim to a bit of backwash as well as perhaps wave selection that could have been improved. He struggled a little bit to make that one look good. So he's going to paddle back out and hunt for another peak.
Yeah, you know, that wave, I had a couple waves like that yesterday. You take off, it looks great, and you start driving for the lip, and it just flattens out. And you have all this speed momentum. You got your body in the right position to go up and bash that lip, and the lip just doesn't pitch and just makes you look like you've timed it wrong. So it certainly happens. We're down to the 20-minute mark just about in this heat. Of course, a 25-minute heat. Sorry about by the way, the graphics. I mean, I know that's showing our riders from the last heat. We are still getting things sorted out with the graphics on the screen, so please bear with us, folks. You can always follow the heat on the IBCWorldTour.com website, and you can check the heat standings there as those are updated more frequently. So, again, our riders in this heat, we have two Moroccans, and scratching, clawing into this one, Zidane from Morocco, boosting up into the lip. Can he hang on with that turbulent landing, and he gets jammed out the back in the V. So not quite enough projection to get in front of it. Zidane Ait El Hachimi. And I'm working hard on these names, folks. But I think I'm doing all right.
Doing good, Jay. Doing good. Well, for what I can hear, looks good to me. That was unfortunate. He did everything right, and it was strange to see him not pop out. I think he just landed in the V, so that's where the lip explodes into the flats. And then we're just getting out of screen there. We had a rider jamming a flat reverse there. But yeah, just reflecting back on that move. So sometimes if you hit the lip, you can get projection, but then when you come down, you land in that V. So I'll just jump into the replay here. That is blue. Nice roll, landing it on at the top of the wave, dropping back down, and this was the reverse that just went out of screen. So a good couple of moves there for Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal. He'll be happy to have some scores on the board and paddling back out looking for another one.
Yeah, so it looks like a little set approaching line stacking up here. This left, really bowly. Some of these have like sort of a section in front of them, and some just bowl out, kind of over bowl, I guess you could say, and have no shoulder on them. And that one kind of a good example, really short section where it's hollow and it just flattens out, as you can see right there. But different conditions than we experienced out here yesterday, Rob. We had, I think, much bigger surf yesterday, lots more current, and a more southwesterly direction as we take a look at some of the international crew out there. Oh, spinning the hat around. Look out. Throwing shakas to the screen there. Some of our guys from South America up there enjoying the action, waiting for their turn to get a crack at Varunala Rarugandu.
Fantastic pronunciation, Jay. So, yeah, the guys are hanging out at the event central there. There's some cool staging there where they can chill and watch the event out of the sun. Here we go. We've got yellow paddling. So decided to take this one right, which is over near the bridge, the right-handed are the best. Bottom turns sharply, pushes up through the lip, and just doesn't maintain it. So had a solid effort there, but got left behind. Perhaps just was too much of a sharp angle with his bottom turn, therefore hit the lip and went through the back of the wave, so got left behind.
One more look at this one. You see a little bumpy face across the midsection. This thing's steeping up. He goes hard off the bottom and scrubbed a little bit too much speed. You got to get that finish. You got to get in front of the whitewater to count as having completed the maneuver. And if you can't show that you are still under the power of the wave, you're going to get the low scores on that one. We're still working on getting those graphics updated and scores updated as well. But for now, our 4 riders really having a strong go at it. Plenty of waves ridden in this heat. And, yeah, it's anybody's guess as to who is going to take that victory.
Yeah, so I think that the riders are finding themselves in a tricky situation in regards to where to sit at the moment. There's good lefts and good rights. Speaking of good lefts, here we go. So we've got a nice bottom turn there. Hits the lip, busts a roll, gets a little bit unstuck, but makes it. Looking to now build on that score. So that was Ahmed Nazmin. Landed the roll, so we'll get some points for that. Perhaps wants to hunt down something else to back that one up.
So one more look at that one. Nice bowly left-hander, little hollow section that ends quickly, and he goes up at a kind of a strange angle, really comes off the tail of the board. Meanwhile, out the back, we have a rider live action there with the roll, trying to hang with it, that shoulder just flattening out. He's going to get this little slingshot bowl on the inside and connects up with that little wedging left-hander. And, yeah, we saw some riders last year do really well to make that inside connection and get those couple extra points that could just mean the difference between advancement and elimination, which is really the name of the game here today. You do not want to be on the wrong end of that, those two words, right? You want to be on the advancement end, not the elimination end.
Cool, totally agree. So that's Zidane 8 El Hakmi, bringing the energy. You know, you've got to find a wave that's going to allow you to get some scores, but then you've got to make the next section. If that means paddling through a flat section, then so be it. You need to have the energy and the commitment and then the vision to see what that next section can offer you, and that is what's going to bring the scores today. You know, if you don't have that perfect running wall, then make section to section, bust a couple of moves.
So this bowly section here flattens out really quick on the shoulder. He just finds the crease there and fights to get back into that. He can see that little slingshotting left-hand wedge on the inside, really trying to plane the board, and now he's going to have to claw into it. But, wow, excellent effort there as he gets off another roll on the inside. And the benefit there, he pushes right over into that current, which sucks you right back out to the peak. So well-utilized wave there, not only in the ride, but getting in position to make it back out quickly.
Yeah, totally. Straight back in the conveyor belt. That's the beauty of this wave. You can just jump in on the right-hand side as you look at the screen. The current's going to take you from left to right over towards the bridge. You paddle out, dry hair paddle out, and then you can paddle down the beach and, you know, sit where this rider is right here. It's just taken off. Can't quite see the color because the glare looks like it's blue. Nice bottom turn. Here we go. There's the money. So hits the foamy section. The judges see the bottom of his board. Nice roll, lands it, and then looking for the closeout roll. So these final rolls, the opening maneuver is what the judges are looking to reward highest. So they call it the halo maneuver. They're looking for riders to get above the lip so that they can, you know, fly essentially. So here we go. We'll see it up and over. And then he gets control of his rail again, and then looking to conclude that ride. Unfortunately, doesn't quite make the landing, so it doesn't quite come out in front. And that was Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal again, who will receive a reasonable score for that, and we'll be looking to build on it.
China Maldives Friendship Bridge in the background. Of course, the iconic bridge that opened back, I believe it was at 2018. So this is kind of a new thing. It connects over to the airport island, which is called Huhule. And that bridge about 1.4 kilometers long, 0.8 of a mile. Opened in August of 2018. Took 4 years to build. I beat you to the stat there, Rob. Rob really wanted to share that, but I think he stole it from me.
Damn you, Jay.
Yes, I got you.
But it always makes me feel a little sad to see the buses going over that bridge, because I know that they're ferrying people back to the airport who will be leaving this tropical paradise, and that's exactly what it is. And even though we are residing on Malé, there are literally there's over 1,000 other islands in this chain, and I think that there was a perception that these islands had waves that were good for surfing but mainly not good for bodyboarding, and that is completely incorrect. The Maldivian Bodyboarding Association is growing in strength each year. This event's getting stronger and stronger, and it's as a result of that bodyboarders the world over are recognizing the Maldives as a paradise to visit. You know, that really interests me to know where these waves are, and how to get to them. And as soon as you fly here, everything becomes super simple. There's boats that go out to different waves. You can surf here right in front of, just a short walk from the accommodation that we're staying in. Or you can, of course, go to the southern atolls, which is somewhere I've been fortunate enough to visit, where there's Indo-like perfection. You know, it's an amazing part of the world. And other than that, say if you were to visit with your family, you know, there's snorkeling and incredible things to do. So back to live action. Red pulling up under the lip of that one, so just seemed to catch a rail as he pulled into the barrel. It was a hollow one, no doubt, but unfortunately just closed out, and he ducked through the back of the wave.
So, you mentioned, the surf here. It's sometimes referred to in the wave riding world as Indo-Light. The Maldives, there's so many different waves. Not a ton in my experience of super heavy waves, but I'm sure they exist somewhere. Speaking of heavy waves, nice roll on and out the back there for a rider in white, Ahmed Nazmeen. Quick wave for him, unfortunately. And coming down to that 10-minute mark, so we're past the halfway point in this heat. And again, we are in replay mode here, Rob. Yeah,
up he goes. Gets some bowly air out of that little end of that refracting wedge. Unfortunately goes off the back. And now we've got Yellow, who pushes through the lip and makes this one. So a foamy one. I generally say if it's covered in froth, pull off. But on that one, he maintained his speed. And then that was Blue. Oh, nice. So that was almost a carbon copy of the wave earlier on, where he did a roll through the lip and didn't make it, but this time did make it. So perhaps easing into the heat and getting more comfortable. Just chilling there now, about to paddle back out. But I think that we've got another nice left over on the left-hand side now, pulling in. Rider just gets clamped on. See that one spit? And I mean, I know you called it Indo-Light there, Jay. But I got my fin ripped off yesterday. There was a rider in the heat number 1 who got their fin ripped off. I had a couple of crunching duck dives yesterday. I don't know about you.
Yeah, this place packs a punch, folks, and it is a reef on the bottom, so no joke out here. This is, one of the better bodyboarding waves in this region for sure. You think of what's a good bodyboarding wave. Well, we all love wedgy peaks. We all love hollow sections, and this one has both of those in spades. And plenty of waves ridden in this heat. Yet another wave for another competitor here as we get down under 9 minutes. And lots of waves ridden out here in this heat. And again, sorry for the scoring situation. We're going to get this updated shortly. We're working on that technical issue to get things in the graphics sorted out. But certainly the waves not taking a break at all out here. A lot of consistency in this heat, in my estimation.
Yeah, moving into the final quarter of the heat. these riders will be thinking about what they've achieved so far and what they can do to better it. So they are now looking for waves that are only going to deliver scores better than what they've had. And talking of that, here's Yellow, punching through that lip. It looked as though he was going too far out the back of the wave, but managed to pull it round and come out the front and then just ducks out. So he'll be happy with that, and he'll be wanting to keep building on that score, you know. Oh, paddling. Here we go. Lovely left-hander. So this one just doesn't barrel like the others have done over on that peak, but perhaps offer a little bit more of a wall. High line, stalling, setting up, looking to hit it. And there we go. Nice ARS. So, yeah, well-worked wave, well-read, and then delivered the ARS that he was looking for in a tricky section. You know, when they bend away from you like that, it's not always easy to hit the lip and get any projection, but did it and came out of it with speed. The judges will like that, I feel.
Flexibility key here for Ahmed Nazmeen to pull that off. One more look from a different angle here. Little flat spot here. He's trying to plane up, body far forward on the board, trying to keep the feet from dragging in the water too much. And he gets around it and does well to get that ARS off, because I'll tell you what, that section did not pitch that well. And it looks to me like his board was backward. And he did sort of like what do you call that in skateboarding?
It's like that's a finger flip, I think, isn't
finger
it?
flip, yeah. It's a tray flip. I don't know what you call it.
Boards ridden fakie.
Yeah. So pretty amazing stuff there from Ahmed Nazmeen. And, so we have good news, though, folks. Our fellow commentator, Begonia Martinez, is down with the heat winner from the last heat. Bego, take it away.
Thank you so much. Well, Yassin El Hazel from Morocco. That was so good. You served so good. You looked very comfortable. So tell us a little bit about the wave.
I'm very happy, and this is my first time here in Maldives, so everything is perfect, wave, weather, people, and I go to my heat, so I'm very happy. I stressed like a little bit, but it's okay, so I do it.
So tell us a little bit about, do you have an event in there? You know, we started the tour in Morocco this year, so it was an extra motivation for you, right, to have a World Tour event in your country?
Yeah, I want to say to thank you for my federation, my association. The first one, my sponsor is my father. Yeah, thank you so much, my father, Ibrahim El Ghazal, and my sponsor is Atlantic. Central Atlantic in my surf stay in Morocco. My dream is close.
You want to say some words in Moroccan?
Yeah, شكرا لكم بزاف إن شاء الله البوديوم. Yeah, ديما مغرب.
Well, congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
All right, congratulations back to you guys.
Thank you, Bego. Thank you, Bego. Great to hear that chap is sponsored by his father. I know all about sponsoring young people, 2 children myself. So, no, that's awesome to hear. He was frothing hard and well-deserved win. So, whilst that was going down, we had a couple of nice rides. One of the nicest rolls that I've seen of the event so far. So, it's good to see the action getting hotter as the heats go on.
Yeah, so take one more look at this wave here. Glides into this wave, sort of a chip-in wave, a little crumbly section. He has to get around there. Gets right up to the lip, a nice rollo. Gets a little projection there. Follows that up with that flowing forward spin up into the lip one more time for another roll. So well-pieced together wave there with several maneuvers. And that was Zidane Ait El Hakimi from Morocco putting it together on that wave here in the closing moments. We're down just about 4 minutes remaining in this heat, and he does lead the heat. Rob, let's take it through this one more time.
Yeah, here we go. So Stalling can see the ramp coming his way. Jams a nice reverse, tight legs. Just decides to pull off, so gives up on that one. So, yeah, as you said, Jay, coming into the final minutes, these riders are looking to make the difference, you know. So many heats at this stage are won and lost, so you've got to keep your concentration until the horn, and you've got to keep your focus on where you believe your position is in the heat. So here we go, Yellow. A nice reverse spin, keeps flat, so maintains speed throughout it, bottom turns, rolls, and then just unfortunately doesn't quite maintain it. So that was Brakmi Tariq from Morocco, heading back out for another one now. That score I don't think will affect his position at the moment, but let's see.
Yeah, he gets that flat reverse right there and finds the lip, and he just really cranks it hard off the bottom as that thing was pitching quick. And again, scrubbed a little bit too much speed, couldn't get the projection out in front. He is holding down second position in the heat at the moment. Zidane Ait El Hakimi, his fellow countryman, leading the heat. And again, we're working on getting a grip on the total scoring here. We're still working on that, folks. So bear with us here as we get down to the 2-minute and 30-second mark. And, yeah, I mean, it's 2 Moroccans, and we have our local rider, Ahmed Nazmin, and Federico Castelabranco from Portugal. So, you know, we mentioned the international nature of this heat. And these early rounds, you know, these are riders that maybe you don't normally see at every IBC event. Maybe they have that dream. They want to be one of the top pro bodyboarders in the world. This is where it starts, folks, in these early rounds. And making it through a heat is a big deal. A lot of these riders spend a ton of money. They work hard, you know, maybe in some cases, you know, working a job to save money to come on these trips, unless they have dad as a sponsor, of course, as our last interviewee did. And there you can see all the social media right there, folks. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, of course, where you're watching the live stream, and the IBCWorldTour.com website. We can get live scoring and all kinds of information, including ranking.
Cool. So yellow. Tight line. So just tucks into the barrel there, gets a little head dip, bit of coverage. And now trying to work it all the way through. He knows it's probably not going to get back. So that was Brakmi Tariq all the way from Morocco. A little cover up followed by kind of slowish ride through to the inside. Yeah, it's for the judges to be picking out the nuances in these maneuvers. So there's lots of very similar maneuvers for the untrained eye. But these judges are really looking for the specific technique differences, which really comes down to the experience of knowing what's more difficult in which section. And the ability for the riders to display this is super important. And speak of the devil, we have a rider wanting to do exactly that thing now. So that's White. A little bit of a hassle battle there. They both wanted that left-hander. Jammed the roll just before the closeout. Came out of it with speed and power. Right on the buzzer. And will that be enough? Just about to go on the horn, we got red. So the wave that he didn't get before, he managed to get a wave just in time, up to the lip, projected the roll, got his board above the lip line, nice and loopy. So going back to what I was saying there, it's the difference in the roll technique, you know, the ability to roll with flow, with power, it to be smooth. I think the judges will reward that.
Well, another heat complete. We're going to go straight to the heat recap, and we'll be back with more. Check it out.
Hello, everyone.
Back in the booth with Begonia Martinez. And Begonia, a lot of action already happening, but we're going to take a little break, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, we wanted to tell you that we're going to take a break of between 15 to 20 minutes because they're fixing a couple things in the system. So we're going to leave you with a on hold, a stay tuned screen. So make sure to, stay there and keep connected. And we're going to come back real soon. So approx, 15 minutes to 20 approx. And we're going to come back with a lot of action for this very first day of competition in the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. So don't go anywhere.
Stay tuned.
Mavestave Jassalamunda. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala nattala puvalwa. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala nattala puvalwa. Hillaka kumacha. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala nattala puvalwa. 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 Hillaka kumacha Malufati matida Rapperavi Mavestave Jassalamunda. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala nattala puvalwa. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala nattala puvalwa. Hillaka kumacha. Hillaka kumacha amrala aduwala olwala jassala matida Rabberavi ma vestave già la munda Hillaka kuma chapala haduwala orwala jasala nattala puwadwa Hillaka kuma chapala haduwala orwala jasala nattala puwadwa Hillaka kuma chapala Hillaka kuma chapala haduwala orwala jasala nattala puwadwa Hillaka kuma chapala haduwala orwala jasala nattala puwadwa Hillaka kuma chapala
Well, hopefully you took advantage of that little break to make yourself a little bit of food, maybe some popcorn, so you can be ready for all the action. Back in the booth with me on the call is the voice of the IBC, Bego Martinez. Welcome back, Bego.
Thank you so much, Jay. I'm more than excited to keep with the event. We are resuming on the heat number 5. So let's hit the water and check who do we have in that next heat of the men division, heat number 5, round number 2. So in yellow, we're going to get that beautiful presentation that, the Maldives Bodyboarding Association prepared for us with all the riders and their faces. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, there you have it. Thank you so much, Director. Well, we're missing a picture there, but those things happen. Jorge Hernandez, defending junior champion of this event from last year. He's coming from the Canary Islands. We have Abdi Mohamed from Morocco. We have Dawood Fasid from the Maldives and Ami Musa from here from the Maldives.
Yeah, so Ami Musa doing really well in last year's event. And, of course, Jorge Hernandez as well did both divisions last year, men's and juniors, and went super far in both divisions. And, of course, took out that junior men's world title last year. Certainly one of the top young riders in the world, just 18 years old, and his career is just getting off the ground.
Yeah, we have, Pirpo, Michael Janse, for the first time present in this event. As you said, he took the title last year in the junior men division. Okay, so first blood here, Jorge Hernandez. Not really finding anything there. The thing with Jorge is that he is facing a shoulder injury, and he has he had to withdraw from competition in Fronton last year. That was really unfortunate because he was doing an amazing campaign during that event, and he got his shoulder dislocated. And after that happened a couple times more. He was, he was in rehab for a number of weeks. And he thought it was all good. He took a trip to Indonesia, and he surfed a lot. And one of those days, he, had the accident again. So, I ran into him the first day that I got here. I was surfing, and I saw him in the water. And I said, "What are you doing here? You shouldn't be practicing. It's not like you're going to learn something new. You are carrying an injury, and you have to be careful." He said, "You know what? You're right. I'm gonna leave the water now, and just gonna focus on competition."
Coach Bego coming to the rescue there. And Jorge Hernandez out there in this heat right now. But Abdi Muhammad catches this right-hander, boost that Rolo. And look at that bouncy landing. I thought he was coming off, but he hangs on for dear life. And Abdi Muhammad from Morocco making it happen out there. Big contingent of Moroccan riders. We talked earlier, we alluded to the fact that when there's a World Tour event, it really sparks the stoke for international competition. Of course, the opening event on this year's tour in Morocco, and now we have this big contingent of Moroccan riders in this event here in Maldives.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful to see. I was actually asking that to Yassine. I think he didn't get that question when I asked him, but I wanted to know what was the effect of having a World Tour event in your country for the first time in your community, and because that's been the topic that we have been speaking with, at least with Rob, we were speaking about that, and I think with you too, of the effect of bringing a World Tour event to a certain country. So, all right, so getting ready for the interview is still not ready. Rob Barber out there with the winner of the last heat. And we'll see, we're waiting for the cue of our director, but so far it's Abdi Mohamed with a 3.75 in the first position. You can tell the riders are trying to select properly, and here comes Jorge.
All right, here's the man from the Canaries, bottom turning on this glassy left-hander, punches up through the roof, that one not really offering any down-the-line prospects, and he gets out of that one quickly as this bowly left-hander on the outside hits the reef, and no one in position for that one. And looks like more out the back. We're going to hold off on our interview until this little set comes through, and it looks like no one's going to take this one. So let's go down to Mr. Rob Barber down with our winner of the last heat. Take it away, Rob.
Try that again. Okay, so big congratulations, Federico. You won the heat in style. Talk to me about the conditions.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy. The conditions were very nice. In the beginning, I was a little bit nervous. I think it was normal, but with the time passing it, I do some nice waves.
It was tidy surfing, very impressive. So, yeah, are you going to think about maybe moving on to Sintra, the next event, the IBC Tour?
Yes, I'm thinking about it. It's a nice event.
Good man. And is there anyone out there that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank to my mom, to my dad, to my brother, to my grandmother, and João Rodriguez.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Good luck for the following rounds.
Thank you.
Right, going to pass back to Jay and Bago in the studio.
All right, thank you so much. And yeah, how happy this guy was. But check this out. This is a replay of what happened while we were in the interview, and that's the Jorge Hernandez we were expecting. Beautiful, super projected invert, and I'm going to love this view.
Well, this was next level right here. Look at that, completely out of the water, got the fin flare, and that is not just an invert, that is a full-blown invert, folks, and that's what we would expect from a world champion like Jorge Hernandez. And this young man not showing any signs of that shoulder injury. And, you mentioned that. It's really, a lot of people that get that injury, it's recurring, and sometimes they have to get surgery. But Jorge Hernandez really showing no signs of that.
All right, and rider in blue, last wave. I think it happened while we were in a replay. So, yeah, nice roll. You got to start doing a couple maneuvers. The basics are important in order to put some points under your board. You want to do that, otherwise you're going to left without time. So I think that was actually smart from Dawood Fasid. So we'll see. We're missing one rider there. But, yeah, what an exciting moment for Jorge Hernandez. With that huge invert, he gets, of course, the first position and a beautiful 7 for his account.
Solid score and well warranted, really. As I mentioned, he got the fin flare. I always talk about that. And watch this, up into the air, boom, flares out those fins, and really, really getting a lofty air on not that big of a wave. So a true champion. One more angle on this one. Bottom turns, punchy section, boom, out into the flats. And really, really textbook invert on that smaller wave for Jorge Hernandez. So kudos to him, and he is, of course, in the lead position in this heat at the moment. So congratulations to him so far. But, this heat is very young. Plenty of time left.
All right, now really, Jay, I would like to thank everyone that made this event possible. Remember, this event is brought to you by our title sponsor, Visit Maldives. It's our official destination partner, and it's made in association with, we're going to get back to that after this wave of Abdi Mohammed. Oh, nice, very beautiful. I will call it the ARF. But that was really, really well projected and well performed. I have to say, all the Moroccans are very radical in their maneuvers, and they tend to fly a lot.
One more look at this one. Look at this. Straight up into the lip and gets the backflip, sort of, as you mentioned, ARF, like an air roll flip, and finishes with a spin. Nice little touch there on the finish of that one. And this Moroccan rider putting his stamp on this heat as we wait for scores to come through on that one. So far dominating this heat, Jorge Hernandez with that 7.0. Nobody even close to him as of yet as we wind it down to the 14-minute and 20-second mark remaining in this heat.
That's right, and just coming back to the list of our sponsors, remember this event is also, presented by Visit Maldives. but it's made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. And we have Diragu, Mukai Hotel, Burusu Catering, One Sports, Official Events, King Sports, Print Lab, Mujas Art Box as supporters. And we also have the Wellness Club, DTEC, Male City Council, and NDF, and the police. Thank you so much, everyone. Without you, this wouldn't be possible, so we are truly grateful.
All right, White up and riding, finds the crease there, hits the roll, dropping down over these steps on the inside. A little wedgy section for him to do that foam roll on the end of the wave. So that's Amin Musa finally picking off a wave, and immediately behind him on the next wave, Jorge Hernandez can't quite find the ramp he's looking for and cuts his losses on that one. So Hernandez, currently leading the heat, will look for something bigger and better.
And I don't know if we have mentioned it. I think we haven't. But Jorge Hernandez, he's got the wild card, but not in this division. He's got the wild card for this event in the junior man division. And check this beautiful gem there. Is he gonna find a section? No, he is not. So there you go. The two Maldivians with fairly low scores. They will have to try to put something on their board, because under the belt, I'm sorry, because we only have 12 minutes and 30 seconds. It's important to try to, with 4 people in the water, you need to put some scores under your belt.
So one more look at this one from White. Just barely found that little pitching section here as he drops over the inside. Amin Musa, one of the top local riders here, and piecing it together with another move. And meanwhile, out the back, one more look at this one from Jorge Hernandez. And you can see, did not get that crispy vault section that he likes. And he ducks out in the third wave in that set for Dawood Fazeh. Goes up to the lip, and the lip just meets him halfway and really stuffs him down into the trough.
All right, if you're just getting here, we have a full day of action. We're going to continue to finish this round number 2. Actually, it says 1, but it's going to be review for sure. But this is round number 2 of the men. The round number 1 only had 1 hit. Let's see this one. Oh no, went over the falls. Abdi.
Well, that was a rough one, man. I mean, he went up to the lip and saw that the lip was about to clock him in the head and sort of redirected his board. Hernandez quickly in and out of that one. So Jorge, 2 divisions here. This is his last year in the juniors, I believe. Am I correct on that, Bego?
Jorge, yes.
Yep. So he's aged up, as they say, but still getting to put the effort out there in 2 divisions, as he did in this event last year. And that's one thing. You can always go in an older division. In other words, the juniors can also do the men's. The junior women can do the women's division. In fact, we see our current junior women's world champ is here to do the women's division. That's Luna Hardman. And she will battle against her own mother, Neymara Carvalho, one of the winningest female bodyboarders in the history of the sport. So we got that coming up later, the women's division I'm talking about, and that will be exciting as well.
And we also have Luana Dourado, who is, the wild card in the women's division, and she's only with 14 years of age. And she has been a huge revelation this year, so she's only competing. She will continue competing in the women's division for whatever is left of the tour. Remember, this is the second to last event for the women's division. We are crowning our world champion. Well, depending on what happened here, because we have a number of possibilities. Maida Viana has a chance, but we're going to tell you about that when we get the official information from our technical team. But yeah, Maida, she has a chance to become world champion if she takes this event, and Sari does not advance to the semifinal. That's what I've been told. And we have a number of different possibilities depending on the scenarios that we have. That's the rankings for the women division, but we're going to show you that later on when we show the women. But yeah, this is the second to last event for the women, and we are closing the year for them at Sintra. We have had a very cool calendar that we have been showing. This is the 6th event for the IBC World Tour. Actually, I'm sorry, the 5th event for the IBC World Tour. And we are only missing 2 events after this one. Which events we did have?
Yeah, so we were in Morocco to start off the tour. We had the women's only event in Brazil, a couple events in Chile, in both Iquique and Antofagasta. And then we moved on to Brazil for Itacoatiara, which was phenomenal, by the way. It was a men's only event, but wow, incredibly huge, powerful waves there. And then about a 7-week break, and here we are in Maldives as the rider takes off outside. This is Jorge Hernandez, and wow, no surprise, he finds the opening of that barrel and throws the roll. So a great tube ride for the young Canarian here as he continues his domination in this heat. And I'll tell you what, he's been very busy in this heat, that being his 6th wave, and his nearest competitor has 3 waves. That being Abdi Mohammed. So the 2 local riders really going to have to dig out of this hole at this point. One more look at this.
Yeah, look at that. He actually got the little shade and then went for the safe maneuver, the beautiful round roll. So he's going to take back the first position, I dare to say. And, Jorge, I was actually missing this beautiful surfing that he has. Has a very clean style. Canary Islands have a tradition of bodyboarding. More than 3 generations of bodyboarders in Canary Islands there is. I know countries like, for example, this one right here, super new to bodyboarding.
Yeah, so we're going to have, the same conversation 2 decades from now as a rider takes off on this inside wave. This is blue Dawood Fazeh. Unfortunately, that wave not panning out, but out the back, White taking off on a rapidly shouldering left, little flat spot. Will he get that slingshot bowl? Hits it up into the lip, and wow, goes for the backflip, but cannot complete. That's Amin Musa. So Musa and Fazi are local riders struggling to put a high score on the board, and you don't see that too often. Local riders seem to have a little edge at their local spot, of course, but you know what? The ocean is always the boss. The ocean decides who's getting what waves, and sometimes there's just no controlling what goes on in a heat. You're just at the mercy of the sea, as they say.
I definitely agree with you. So, yeah. All right, so great job there for Jorge at 6.50, and of course he's winning with a huge score for what we have seen so far in this event, a total of 13.5, and look at this beautiful right.
And so bottom turning in this wave, Abdi Mohammed goes up into the lip, gets the roll off in a backwashy section, and he's heading out towards the end of the beach, actually the north end of the beach here. As this beach faces to the east, we saw the sun rising literally just behind the surf, which caused that glare earlier today. So a big, broad lineup here. And one more look at this left, Bego.
Yeah, no, sometimes these lefts, they look very good when you take off, but they actually fade away a little bit, and that's what happened to the rider in blue, but it's okay. He will get another chance. And one more here for Amin Musa. Local hero.
Amin up into the lip with the backflip attempt and just can't hang on to that energy and does not make the move. But look at this screaming right. Oh, he gets his edge blasted out from under him and does well to regain and hit the roll, but the backwash wreaking havoc over there at the north end of the beach there.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good for that rider. So, well, if you just got here, first day of competition, we are looking to do 3 days in a row and full days. We will be working till it's possible. Yeah, that's what. Wait a second, I'm going to get back to that idea after this nice looking wave for Jorge Hernandez. We'll see if we can find a section. Yeah, that's happened what we were talking about. It's probably the tide variation, right?
Yeah, I love the board flip, though. Jorge having some fun out there. He is well and truly in the lead in this heat. Amin Musa has a look at that one. And more peaks coming throughout the back here as we see it looks like Blue Dawood Fazi going to pick off this left little hollow section there. Can he capitalize on that? He does. Punches through the roof, and he's going to have to fight hard to stay on that one, and unfortunately comes unstuck as the backwash takes him out. And that backwash will become more of a factor here as we approach the high tide around 2 hours from now. It is 11 a.m., just after 11 a.m. local time here in the Maldives.
I was actually searching for the tides. I was going to say that and you said it. All right, so one more look here to this wave. And that was, actually super smart of trying to do that roll. But, he got stuck on that last part. It's kind of tricky, that one. You need to really find those pocket sections, those, more critical sections. Let's see, this one is actually looking good for Amin Musa. And yes, it is. What a beautiful backflip. That was super impressive for the local hero. Amin Musa, remember the first year we saw him taking, wait a minute.
Jorge Hernandez on the outside, and wow, what an exchange here. Hernandez trying to find that reverse section, can't quite nail it. I don't think he's too worried at this point, but I'll tell you what, that ARS from Amin Musa, possibly the best one we've seen this morning. Really high-flying maneuver from the young Maldivian rider. And I'll tell you what, that could change things right now. Yellow Abdi Mohammed finding a left-hander, gets the roll off. Not really pitched with the lip here, but he's got this inside slingshot. Gets another roll, so he's really capitalizing on the wave as best he can. But that ARS from Amin Musa was, to me, it was next level. Even his hands came off the board on the landing, and he still recovered.
All right, so what a great hit. I don't know what's going to happen because Amin, he was looking for a six. Wait a second. We're going to get another look to this one, so take us through it.
Yeah, so beautiful bowling section. Watch this. Gets around it and really ramps it, and his hands come off on the landing, but he regains his speed, comes to the inside, gets the foam roll, and puts together a great finish on a fantastic wave. Meanwhile, the wave in the back, Jorge Hernandez really just hits a little jammer off the oncoming foam there, and that's going to be a non-event for him. And outside, we had that third wave in that set. This one giving a little slingshot section to our rider in yellow who hits the roll on that foam as it closes out. So quite an exchange from those three riders. In the current situation, Hernandez remains in first position. Amin Musa now in second place after a very slow start, and he's got to be stoked.
But, it's one of these riders that he gets the chance. What was that? That was Jorge. Oh, the backwash. Yeah, so it's one of those riders that if he gets the chance, he is going to use it. So that was pretty cool to see. He completely take all advantage about that section, and that was a very good maneuver. So now he is looking for a 6.51 to take the lead, but he is advancing. He is. It's all about the first and the second position in order to continue in competition, and the third and the fourth are going to leave competition.
Well, here we go. White Amin Musa, another wave here. He's really coming on strong here at the end of the heat with two rolls. And Musa really trying to solidify his second position in this heat and erase that 2.5 second highest score that he has. Jorge Hernandez had a wave earlier. We had a wide shot on a backflip that he pulled off, but Hernandez not really needing that, and he takes the win in that heat. So, wow, quite a high-powered ending to that heat. Amin Musa really coming on strong, folks. We're going to take a look at the recap, and we will be back right after this. Stay tuned.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. First day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you. Good to be back. The action's hotting up heat by heat. The conditions look better than ever.
Let's hit the let's hit the water and take who do we have?
So off we go, off to a flying start. We've got Alexander Montes in yellow. So he's got a little bit of a backwashy one now, drawing down the line, tidy spin. He's going to pull out of that one, head out for another one. So yeah, we know that there's better waves out there than that one, but obviously wanting to make an early start, which makes sense. Racing back out to the lineup. And I should imagine that we've got another little set that he's trying to get to really quickly now. So paddling over on the left-hand side, looking in white, just gets munched. So that lip, as well as the backwash combined, just kind of squashed that wave down. And that rider, who was Mohamed Jarish Jihad, pulls out. That's Morocco represented in this heat. So we've got the first scores coming in now, which is good to see. So Alexander Montes rewarded a 1. A 2, sorry. Here we go. We've got blue, Carl Munger from Australia. I see that he did a GoFundMe to get here, so good work to him. He's been supported from home, and he is, giving it his best shot. Nice roll effort. Unfortunately didn't land it, but he's off the mark. So that's the first few minutes gone, and we've already got position. So we've got Alexander Montes leading the heat with a 2, Ida Luciano with a 1. Carl Munger gets a 1.25 for that roll that we just saw. And then Mohamed Jarish Jihad from Morocco, who unfortunately got squashed by that backwash and lip combo, just on a 0.5.
That's right, but check that out. We still have a lot of waves, and I think we'll have 3 very good days of competition. You know, the swell is picking up, and actually it's going to stay for a little while, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of action, and I'm looking forward to see the woman. Let's see this one for Eder Luciano, coming from Santa Catarina, a rider with lots of experience in competition and super explosive, goes for a beautiful roll. And that's a complete move. We'll see how much he gets.
Yeah, has to be one of the most decorated riders in the event. He's such a beast. I mean, he powered that roll there, and we're expecting big things. But live action, so white just taking off. Mohamed Jarish Jihad just pulling out of that one. But back to Eder Luciano. He's 3 times ISA world champ, so he doesn't get that much better than that. Oh, paddling now. Just the waves just backing off. I think that's Carl Munger just jamming a quick spin and then just trying to make the most of that on the inside. But back to Eder Luciano. He's a winner of the global qualifying series as well, and then he's 2 times Latin American champ. So yeah, he is a rider to watch throughout this. He's always so solid. Combinations are so tight. He's so strong, big guy. He'll be matching power with power in these conditions, because there are some incredibly powerful bowls out there.
All right, so I was just checking on the information that Carl put on the survey that we hand to the riders, and he's 31 years of age, and he's coming from Margaret River, and yeah, where, you know, he said the community is it's a lot. It's not too big, but there's a lot of good breaks. And it looks like, I don't know if we have a taker on that set that's coming. If not, we know that we have Jay ready with the interview.
I am. Are you tossing to me for the interview, Becca?
Yes, go ahead.
I love it. I'm here with Jorge Hernandez, our Canarian rider, and the best tube of the day for you out there, yes?
Sí, pues la verdad que me cuadró un buen tubo. Desde fuera estuve mirando las olas y sobre todo me fijé en dónde estaban las buenas olas, entonces fui a ese sitio y pues tuve la suerte de coger esa olita, hacer un tubo y después un rolo.
And I know you had an injury on your shoulder. Does it feel okay?
Más o menos, en el agua estoy un poco inseguro y tengo un poquito de dolor, pero gracias a Dios estuve entrenando con Pablo, que le doy las gracias desde aquí, y ahora estoy un poquito mejor, pero no estoy del todo, no estoy al 100%, pero vamos con todo.
All right, palabras, shout-outs.
Pues sí, antes que nada darle las gracias a mis padres y a mis hermanos que han estado conmigo en este año, a todos mis amigos, a mis patrocinadores y a todos los canarios, y vamos con todo.
All right. Felicidades.
Gracias.
All right, guys, back to you.
Jorge Hernandez is a guy we're going to see a lot of in the future. Incredible style and flow, and to blow up that much in the last heat, he's just making his mark. You know, people are going to be looking and seeing and expecting big things from him throughout the heats to come and through the events for the future. He's such a young buck. Good luck to him, and let's hope that he overcomes that injury. Good to see Jay mixing it up, language styly there. Impressive. Who've we got paddling for this one? White, looking at this left-hander. So we've got Mohamed Jarish Jihad, unfortunately getting clipped by the lip. It's actually a little funnel that he could have got into there, unfortunate. Next set. Okay, next wave in this set. Just catches the riders out. So all deciding to leave that one go. So as I mentioned earlier on, these wedge waves can work perfectly for bodyboarders when they bowl, but occasionally they cross over and it makes the ride super short and intense, and that's not going to deliver the scoring potential that these riders are looking for. So they all know what they're after, and they've got 17 and a half minutes to go, so they're going to bide their time.
All right, so yeah, interesting heat here, super multicultural right there. And Alexander Montes is our wild card, the IBC wild card for this division. So, and he is also the leader of the junior men division right now. So it's pretty cool that he got the wild card for the men division. Makes a lot of sense. And yes, so a Brazilian, an Australian, a Canadian, and a Maldivian, facing each other here in this heat number 6 of round number 1 of the men. And remember, we will continue. Well, this is a junior man, but we are going to show you that later. Remember, the rankings are depending on the week. Maybe we want to show you the rankings of the men division, and you get to see who do we have ranked in this one. So, but we have Eder Luciano aiming for a good roll there to this right. Nice execution, and I think he's gonna back up that score and remain in the first position for a little while.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see the different approaches to these rolls. Perhaps some of the earlier heats, some of the riders were trying to go from the bottom of the wave and get up to the top to bust that roll. But then you get Eder Luciano here, who's taken a really high line and then just taken from the top third. He's just angled up and launched off, and it's got so much more air, and that's what the judges are looking for. And then we've got Alexander Montes now firing back. He just hit the lip a little bit lower and didn't get as much projection. So that's a differentiator in the scores from perhaps an average score to an above average score. And it's those small margins which are going to determine who progressed to the next round. So just looking at the rerun of this one again, lining it up, deals with a backwash. He's got a nice upright style, looking for the place to penetrate the lip, off the bottom, through the foam, and rides out of it. So yeah, that was a hard landing. There was a lot to sort of power through, bounce through it, and manage to maintain.
Pretty cool, yeah, for Alexander, who actually managed to get the second position after that last wave. And yeah, very good heat we have in our hands. And I was just going to tell you that when we finish this round, which is round number 1, and it's got 8 heats. When we finish, we're gonna go to the women division. That's gonna be pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see the ladies during the time that I've been here. Surfing yesterday, I was surfing with Joanna Shankar and a few of the Japanese girls, and their silky smooth styles, really, not holding back. These wedges are quite challenging at times, and they're really, yesterday was probably twice the size, and it was a level of women's bodyboarding that perhaps I haven't seen before. It was really great to see. And I can't wait for the ladies division to kick off later on, and it's very hotly contested for the world title this year. We've got a set coming through the bridge now, so that dark line, we're getting much more visibility now that the sun has moved. We've got that back glare disappeared. I'm sure the judges must have had a headache from that. They're going to be more grateful than anyone that that's passed by. But we've got just a bit of a closeout set. So what we're looking for is these sets to come through the bridge, and then this refraction to take place to deliver these wedgy peaks. And sometimes that does happen, and sometimes it doesn't. And these competitors are finely tuned enough to know the ones to pick. And here we go. red, Eder Luciano, currently leading the heat.
That's right. They're choosing a very beautiful left, and he's got a super clean style on those rolls. I have been admiring that for a number of years already. Like you said, he has been competing for a long time, and check that out. That was Mohamed trying to get into the barrel there, but not able to come out. But he had good effort, and Eder, he has been competing a lot and got those titles in the ISA. And of course, good results in the World Tour.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He's a big guy, strong guy, gymnastic guy, and that combination's quite rare, for him to be so finessed yet such a powerful guy is, kind of synonymous with that Brazilian way. Guilherme Tomega led that move, he was always super powerful, and Eder Luciano, he's got that same approach to the lip where he just kind of springs through the lip, and it's backflips, ARSs, rolls. They just seem to get that extra half a foot of air, and that's what the judges are looking for. If other riders knew what the secret to that was, I'm sure they'd pay millions for it.
Oh, wow. Let's see this one for Alexander. He's looking only for a 5.61 to take the lead, which is a doable thing for him. It's just going for a classic combo. Yes, one more roll there. He might get that score.
Yeah, it's tidy. I think the judges will be impressed by that. He links his moves very well, very tight technical approach. He's in this comp as a threat. Eder Luciano is a really, really strong competitor, and he's given him a run for his money here, and that says a lot, His wave selection so far has been great. He clearly likes his lefts. Lovely roll. This rerun deals with the backwash with the spin where many tail dig. Lines up this inside. There's usually not much to do on the inside. He still gets a bit of board extension and glide through that roll. So, the judges will like that one. Let's see what the score is when it comes up.
Yeah, well, looking if he's going to get the score he needs to climb to the first position. But Eder is there. He definitely wants to change one of those scores. The 4.35, it will be good so he can create more distance with the rest of the riders. Eder Luciano, who is currently sitting on the 22nd position of the World Tour rankings. And you know what, Rob? There's a thing that people sometimes forget, that riders are not coming to all the events only for, of course, all of them want to win an event. But it is always in their minds to try to get as far as possible, to try to get as many points as possible, and, grab a spot in the top 16. Finish the year within the top 16, because they will get that benefit of being seeded throughout the next year. So I think probably that's also in Eder's mind.
Every heat counts, no doubt, and they're pushing hard to make it as far as they can in the event. They've spent a lot of money to get here, and they're committed to really pushing their level. Now, who've we got here to going right?
He's Australian.
Wow. That was sick. I believe that was the rider in white.
Was it was it Mohamed?
Mohamed Jarish Jihad. Nice line on that wave, lined up the air bowl, launched in invert, so got the board inverted and got a good distance in the air travel, landed it cleanly with speed. So I think the judges would like that. Be interested to see the score that they give. So we're currently heat positions. Eder Luciano representing Brazil. He's got 9.6, so he's leading. He's got 5.25 and a 4.35. Then we've got Alexander Montes with an 8.35 and a 4, and his two wave scores are 4 and a 4.35. We've got Mohamed Jarish Jihad with a 2.6 heat total with a 1.10 and a 1.5. So he'll replace one of those scores, I'm sure. And then we've got Carl Munger. But back to live action, we've got yellow, Alexander Montes.
He's not giving up at all.
He's not. He's sitting in the same place. He's obviously got a good strategy to line up with a stationary object on the shore. He's identified where that peak is, and he's picking off those lefts one after another. That didn't go to plan. He got clipped by the lip just as he went for the roll, but he's heading straight back out to that magic spot, hunting the next left.
Well, the thing with the riders are double tasking in events. Competing in both divisions, is that And this is actually an advice that I usually give them, that it's good that they compete in both divisions, but they have to choose a side. They have to try to focus on one of the divisions. And I will say in the case of the juniors, and of course in the case of Alexander being the World Tour, junior man leader, he has to, put all his efforts, the biggest efforts on, trying to take the win in this event. Because in order to be world champion, and this is his last year in this division because he's turning 18 before, he can compete, so he cannot compete next year. So, I will say he needs to take this win. In order to become world champion in the junior man division, you have to have one win and your best result in the mandatory event for this division, which is the fronton king. And that's Alexander's house, he's from Gran Canaria, so he has a lot of advantage. He's not only leading the rankings, but he, it's looking, to have the last event in his backyard.
He's playing to his strengths. Yeah, everybody's coming to play on his ballpark. So, yeah, you'd be backing him, I think. But like you said, it's a tricky one. It's a bit like the... oh, here we go, live action, blue paddling. Carl Munger from Western Australia, fanging around this bottom turn. Oh, he's got a section. Just kind of gets caught between two moves. He's perhaps looking to hit the lip and then changes plan to go for a reverse. Just catches a lip in the side of the head there. It was one of the better waves of the heat for sure. He selected well and did a nice bottom turn, but unfortunately didn't quite make much of the closeout section there. So we'll see what the judges give that. But yeah, back to Alexander Montes. I think it's a decision exactly how much energy do you have and how much energy can you put into each division. And I think being of the age where you're under 18, maybe you've got the energy to surf both divisions well. But here we go. Red, Ida Luciano, smashing a roll. Very rare for him to get caught up in the lip like that.
Yeah, that was actually a late approach. I think he had second thoughts when he was, trying to approach that lip, and that didn't, allow him to complete the maneuver. You'll see it right here. See, he was in a perfect position, but right there, he was lacking some, maybe just a push or something from himself, and he would have, do a great roll. But yeah, going back to Carl, it's really good to have him here because, he is super excited to be in this event. It's his first World Tour event ever. 31-year-old from West Australia, local of Gas Bay, right there in Margaret River. And, he says his biggest dream is to start a business up on bodyboarding.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, many of us have that dream for sure. Yeah, it's
not many actually. Many. It's a tendency that the riders that want to compete in the World Tour, what they're seeking is to become world champions, which is the normal. But I don't get that very often. People that want to open a business in bodyboarding, and you know what, people, we do need more businesses. As much as you think, the market is not that big, and we are always welcoming new initiatives, new ideas, new businesses. And it's good. It helps the sport grow. So good luck on that one, Carl. Regardless on the results here, congratulations for being in your first World Tour. Everything adds up, regardless of what happened on the competition. And I think he is having a taste of what it feels to compete in the World Tour, and probably we're going to see him next year, or probably he goes to fronton, who knows?
Totally.
Or Sintra.
For sure. So paddling, white, Mohamed Jerish Jihad, Morocco, one of the 9 Moroccan riders in the event. Wow, launches a nice roll, gets above the lip line. So he seems like a nice light guy that's got a lot of projection every time he hits the lip. So the judges will like that for sure. Yeah, going back to Carl, it's great to see that he's basically put his efforts into getting here and getting involved in the event. And I think that's something that so many riders could do. Whites up, replay. So here we go, nice high line, looking to hit the lip with a nice connection. So you see, he manages to time the hit to the lip at the same time as there's a bit of backwash coming up the face. Takes a lot of skill to do that, and he gets the benefits with some projection and a bit of air, lands cleanly. But yeah, going back to Carl, so he's got off his backside, he's got stuck in to enter an event. And are you a rider sat watching this around the world thinking, I wonder if I'm good enough, I wonder if I should give it a go? Because my message to you is do it, Get here, experience how phenomenal these events are, these tropical locations. You're getting to ride fantastic waves with not many other riders out, and you're getting to meet bodyboarders from every corner of the planet and make networks of places you can travel and connect to. Is super cool, it's a real eye-opener, as well as seeing the best bodyboarders on the planet displaying their wares right in front of you, which definitely has the effect of upping your own bodyboarding skills. So do it.
Yeah, I mean, when you get that taste of what it's like to be surrounded by people that love the same thing that you do, and wait a minute, we're gonna get back to that idea. This is Eder Luciano looking to get the best backup, and I don't know if that's gonna be more than a 4.35, but good effort. And we only have 2 minutes and 20 seconds on a multinational heat right here, where the Brazilian Eder Luciano is taking the win so far, and he's followed by the Maldivian Mohamed Jarish Jihad with a very good performance so far, only looking for a 4.61. And if you see the needs, they're very tight.
Cool. Eder Luciano hits this one clean and crisp. So the wave before that he had, where he went for the roll and didn't make it, which was very uncharacteristic. I think he fell victim to the backwash. It sort of mutated the lip, and he got uncharacteristically bogged in the lip and didn't make it. But on that one, he learned from his initial error and nailed it. So Alex Montez, a really important wave, hits the lip in a roll, lovely and clean. And this is so important to the heat position. Nice tidy spin. This is textbook work from him. Another reverse. The judges are going to like this combination. And will that be enough? So he is looking to remove his 4.0 wave score and replace it with a higher score. And he just needs to get a a slightly higher score. So somewhere near a 5, and that will take him back into second place. And as we come into the dying minutes here, it's going to be super important what this score is, which will determine whether it's him or the Moroccan that go through. So judges have got a lot to think about here. I certainly liked it. I think it was a tidy move, very well put together.
When I tell you what, Mohamed Jarish, he is actually second on the Maldivians rankings, the Maldives National Bodyboarding League. I sent you guys on the chat that was pretty cool roll there for Eder Luciano. Eder, just goes for a very nice and projected double roll, and I think that's gonna solidify him in the first position. We'll see. But yeah, I think it's a sealed deal for Eder Luciano keeping that first position, and Mohamed, I believe, we're waiting for that last wave of Alexander, right? We're waiting for that one, I think. Well, the heat is over, and unofficial results, I think we are waiting for one more wave of Alexander, but we will hit the heat recap and the commercial break, and then we'll tell you the official results right after this.
Good to be back. Jay Reel back in the studio with me, ready to call Heat 5. So we've got another high action heat ahead of us. Conditions are still looking super fun out there. What'd you say, Jay?
I'm ready to get straight to the water, so let's, with no further ado, get right out there. Already some action happening. We just picked up the end of that ride, and our 4 riders in this heat are ready to do battle. We have a couple of Maldivian riders. We have Joel Rodriguez from Portugal. And one more look at this wave that we missed while we were introducing the heat. Look at this bowling left-hander vaulting into that roll. Nice extension on the arms. And works his way to the inside here for the finish there. One more move to cap things off there. And already action happening out there.
Yeah, I think that was Edwin Aldana from Venezuela. So, yeah, that's so cool to have Venezuela represented in the event. So the sole rider traveled here under his own speed and now is blowing up and putting Venezuela on the world bodyboarding maps. Great to see. I think there's a little bit of chatter on the face there that we can see, but the riders, as proved by Edwin's performance on that first wave, there's plenty out there to blow up on. So here we are. These are the guys competing in this heat. We've got Joel Rodriguez from Portugal, got top local Ali Kushran from the Maldives, Edwin Aldana, who blew up with that nice roll from Venezuela, and then new Mohamed Irashad from the Maldives, who progressed from the first round today. So yeah, highly contested heat. Looking forward to seeing the action.
Yeah, so the little 13-year-old out there going to do battle with the big boys out here. And of course, we mentioned Ali Kushwaran, Kudaya, his nickname. That means, basically, it means Little Ali. This guy in the event all 3 years really blew minds, specifically in the first year, man. He had some incredible waves and incredible success in this event. And I think kind of shepherds the young riders here from the Maldives into this international field. He's actually competed in Australia before. He's traveled around a bit. So he would be sort of the most, I'll call it, cosmopolitan rider amongst the local crew and really paving the way for these youngsters. And great to see that little 13-year-old new Mohamed Irashad out there. He took out his 17-year-old brother in that first trials heat, and I'm sure wants to do proud by his family.
Wow, that's so cool. There's definitely going to be bragging rights for days and years ahead for that achievement. So respect. So yeah, it's great to see that the Moroccan Bodyboard Association is doing such great things. They've got the riders like Ali Kushran leading the way for the youngsters like new Mohamed Irashad, and that's what we need to see in the bodyboarding world, you know, these generations. Here we go. Speak of the devil, White, here we go. So up, nice roll. Unfortunately doesn't make it, but he's so light, he's taken a line where he's getting pinballed a little bit by the chops on the wave surface, which infringed his ability to be able to hit the lip cleanly. Now onto the red, we've got bottom turn, heading up, launches that roll. Wow, great to see. Joel Rodriguez smashing it, doing Portugal proud. Another roll, so that's 3-roll combo, all of which were in the pocket, rolling out of the bowl, back into the barrel section. And that's what the judges love to see, the critical section being maximized with speed and flow. A great eye for the detail there with hitting the lip perfectly. Here we go, fades on the takeoff, just goes out of screen there, up and over, extends his arm, lands cleanly, lines up another one. This wave just works perfectly for him. And then up he goes again and just puts the cherry on top.
Yeah, he really crammed it in on that wave. Joel Rodriguez, no stranger to international competition. He's been on the tour for a bit and certainly showing right there on that wave with an amazing performance. You know, we saw earlier new Mohamed Irashad. There he is again. He looks like an RC bodyboarder. He's so small and tiny. And it's so cool to see this little guy out there having a stab at it. You know, he said, I asked him how he found the conditions, and if you saw the interview, he said, it was big, but not really that big. So kid's got a lot of guts. I like him.
Respect. Well, you've got to start them early, and once you start them early, in my experience, they overcome the fear of waves because you know, they don't know any different. This is what he's proving here. He's just getting stuck into these chunky peaks and not caring. But, oh, here we go. Blue taking off, bottom turning. He's looking good. Edwin just gets it a little bit badly timed on the end section there and ends up getting bogged, unfortunately. So, yeah, he'll paddle out for another one. Oh, out back, we've got a little bit more action. Paddling now over on the left-hand side. Ali Kushran, top local, lining it up. He's been here many times before on this section. Unfortunately, it falls away from him. It just backs off and bends away. So he's got enough local knowledge to know there's better ways for him out there. So he's going to power his way back out back.
Yeah, no doubt the most potentially, competitively speaking, experienced rider from the local crew. One more look at this wave from Blue earlier. He drops down the section, punches up through the roof, and really kind of gets smothered in the whitewater. The young Venezuelan here having a bit of struggle on that wave, so we'll see if that ends up counting. Right now, Joel Rodriguez in the lead in this heat, but not far behind him is Edwin Aldana, and Kuda Aya has some ground to make up, as does New Muhammad Irashad, both of the local riders. And, you know, anything can happen. We saw Amin Musa in an earlier heat really start out slow, kind of nothing on the board for the first, 10 minutes of the heat, and then he just powered through the last, say, 12, 14 minutes and moved into second position.
And talking about powering, we've got Joel Rodriguez powering over onto the left-hand peak and blowing up with a nice roll, hitting the lip lovely and cleanly. He knows what he's after. He's after these bowling left-handers because that's clearly working to his strengths. With his 6-point lead now, he's going to build on that. And the judges like those big opening moves, you know, that fast bottom turn, powering off the lip and getting plenty of projection, landing it cleanly and looking for the next section. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything to offer there. But the judges will take consideration in the size of the wave, in the size of the maneuver, and the projection that he got.
So Rodriguez leading the heat, 16 minutes to go in this heat number 7 of round number 1 as we progress through this men's division. And lots of action to come, folks. Stay close. I know there's a huge gap in time differences between a lot of the countries that are watching here today. Of course, where I live, it's literally flip-flop, 12-hour time difference. How about the UK? What are we talking about? How much time difference?
4-hour time difference, so yeah.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, I'm just getting people that I know just tuning in now and sharing their various thoughts about the competition so far. All buzzing about the Maldives, the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro kicking off in style. It's something that we all wait for on the contest calendar. It's so great to see riders performing in these tropical conditions, and these wedgie waves are something that a lot of us can relate to. You know, it's not always absolutely huge here. It's something. It's somewhere that riders can display their technical ability, which bodyboarders riding waves in their hometown are looking to replicate. You know, that's something of real interest. I think the left-hander that's just rising up on the horizon here. Oh, the guys are paddling over it. Yeah, so wedgie bowls are something that bodyboarders look for the world over, and this is somewhere that has them plentiful on the doorstep of Malé. You know, just over the road from where we're staying. So yellow up, bottom turning. He's lining up the inside section. Up he goes. Lovely air roll, lands it, and comes out cleanly. So a lovely ride. So looks as though we're going to hand over to go to a post-heat interview now. So we'll just watch this replay. So we've got a nice bottom turn, sinks his leg, stalls it because you can see that end bowl. Up he goes off the bottom, and then nice roll, gets a little bit of projection, and then pulls out. So what are you saying, Jay?
Yeah, let's take it away. Bego, how about the interview?
Thank you so much, guys. Well, I have to tell you how excited Eder is because, you know, you already told me that this is your first win this year. I mean, you didn't get any in the South American leg, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, so happy to be here with you, Bego. A lot of pressure on my shoulder. After Morocco, the South America leg was really bad for me. And I stay a lot of pressure on my mind and came here. The last minute I came to Maldives to change the situation and advance to top 16 now. I'm so happy to be with the top 16 now.
Yeah, because he was holding a 22nd position, so every point count right now in this stage. So how are you feeling in Maldives? What do you think about this event?
Maldives is crazy. Last year was a dream come true to be here. My first time, and this year is the second time. It's beautiful, this place. It's amazing to be here, make part of this event. And I really want to do my good job in this event, and my best result is going to be here for sure.
Oh, you want to say some words in Brazilian? I know for a fact a lot of people supporting you.
Agora de madrugada a galera deve estar dormindo, mas quem estiver assistindo aí amarradão, ter avançado. Estava com uma pressão gigante no circuito mundial, nos meus ombros. E agora avancei essa fase, então tipo, agora me libertei, né? Vamos para cima, vamos com tudo. Chegamos nos top 16 e com certeza vou dar meu máximo aí para conseguir um bom resultado e levar a bandeira do Brasil no lugar mais alto do pódio. Tamo junto e obrigado. Bora!
Parabéns, best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Kibego. So back to the action. Yeah, we had a small exchange whilst you were gone, but the positions stay the same. So we've got Joel Rodriguez leading the heat still, local legend Ali Kushran in second place, Edwin Aldana from Venezuela in third place, and new Mohamed Irashad in fourth place. So Joel Rodriguez cementing his lead now, and it's looking close for that second. You know, Ali and Edwin just literally half a point away from each other. So as we move into the last 10 minutes, 11 minutes to go, we will be looking for potential battle for second now. It isn't achievable for any of them to go first. I mean, if we think about the last heat, there are big scores out there. You know, we know that those positions can change with those big boosting air moves. So let's see what these final 10 minutes offer up.
Yeah, it's all about, maintaining momentum. Obviously, when you're in a heat situation, it's always advantageous to really start out the heat on a strong note. You want to get a good wave to get off the ground and put your competitors in catch-up mode. It makes you feel a little bit more confident, them a little bit more anxious. So starting the heat strong is always good. There is some, school of thought that thinks waiting for the best waves is good. If you can handle that, great. As we see our young rider, new Mohamed Irashad, getting a couple of moves off on that small insider. But yeah, some riders can handle that patience game. But, for me, it's like getting the good ones right off the bat.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think every sensible school of thought says to me, as soon as the heat starts, start scoring. Unless it's super setty and you need to wait for a set. I think it's a matter of getting your nerves settled, getting a wave so that the judges recognize that you're there and you mean business, and learning the waves. You know what I mean? Even though you may have surfed this wave before. Oh, nice replay here. We've got a lovely roll. Just gets embedded in the lip. Just makes it still. So yeah, I think that the early wave is going to settle you. It's going to improve your chances of getting through the heat generally, because you're going to be able to build on it and you're going to learn from it, and you're going to be able to recognize what you need to do better in order to get those improved scores that are going to see you progress.
No doubt. We mentioned, a couple times Kuda Aya, our local ripper in this heat. He is claiming Pipeline Tahiti and, of course, Varuna Radogandu as his favorite spots. So, certainly some travel in his resume there. Hanging out with family and friends is, his things to do when he's not bodyboarding. And he really appreciates that they have a growing community of riders and, try to really foster competitive bodyboarding. And he's also really into training at the gym, which is, it's a good thing. Back in my day, Rob, there was no training. Maybe Guilherme Tamaga, he would do some training. The rest of us, you just go bodyboarding every day, right? So now, if you want to stay on top of your game, be like Ali Kushwaran and get to the gym and get out there and lift some weights, get some cardio going. Always helps.
I totally agree. It's changed so much. These guys really, we go into the athletes area, and once upon a time that would have been a joke to call it an athletes area. It was just a bodyboarders area, people that bodyboard a lot. But now they are athletes. They're living this healthy lifestyle. They're sat there stretching, they're drinking loads of fluids, you know, they're eating well, they're thinking about their heat preparation. Things have changed, you know. It's awesome to see. These guys are shredded, you know.
Yeah, well, that's no fun, is it? Just kidding. No, it has to be done. I mean, it's the progression of sport. If you want to be at the top of your game, man, you got to be prepared in every way possible. We caught that drone shot of the China-Maldives Friendship Bridge. You saw everyone driving on the left here. No stranger to driving on the left, Rob Barber over there in the UK. In fact, Maldives became independent from the UK back in the 60s. The British colonial system slowly crumbling away there.
Yeah, definitely a little loss to us, that one. I mean, it's an amazing island chain. Here we go. Blue taking off, getting bogged a little bit. He's lining up. We've got this inside section. Just goes out of frame, but looks as though he's looking for a roll. Now heading back out. So we've got a pretty decent sized set, one of the biggest sets of the heat, but it just didn't really have any wedge running through it. It kind of shut down, had a bit of backwash running through it, and therefore the riders decided not to go on the first few waves. But Yellow's taken a look. Oh, nice jammed reverse off the lip there. Now they're harder to do than you think, you know, coming off the bottom and then nailing the spin and not going off the back, doing it tidily. It would have been nice for Ali Kouchouran to get another move at the end of that. That would have really solidified the score. But nonetheless, look at it from that angle. Yeah, up there, nailed it, background, but then the wave just backed off. And that is synonymous with this stage of tide. They're quite peaky and then they back off as it gets to the inside.
Yeah, so Ali did well to pull that reverse. You mentioned kind of a difficult maneuver. It certainly is. You know, you angle the reverse based on the steepness of the wave. You know, you want to cut really hard into that reverse if the wave is steep. But on a flatter section like that, you got to lay a little less pressure on that rail so you maintain your speed in a flat spot like that. Really subtle difference there in the reverses. And Ali, being this is his home spot, certainly textbook maneuver there for him. And we're down to the 6-minute mark here. Kouchouran needs a 4.76 wave score, but meanwhile, the RC bodyboarder himself, New Mohammed Ida Shad, getting a couple spins off on this right. Will he get the finish? Oh, gets one more spin out the back, unfortunately, and he's chasing down a 4.76. But look at that move from Joel Rodriguez, Rob Barber.
Totally. We just caught the end of it. It looked like he blasted an ARS and was just twisting through the final stages at the end. So we'll look for that in a minute. Followed by Edwin Aldana in blue. Venezuela really nailing a roll there. He really punctured through the lip. He's happy with it. He's laying a claim. 5 minutes to go. These guys are going head to head. So let's see what the judges think of that. But it suggests to me that Joe Rodriguez has nailed enough air rollos this heat, and now he wanted to change things up, show the judges what he can do, and push it to the air with an ARS.
Well, the Venezuelan, of course, Bego Martinez, our voice of the IBC, fellow countryman there from Venezuela originally, and our one and only Venezuelan in this event. A hotbed, actually, of bodyboarding. In fact, there was a World Tour event in Venezuela at Isla Margarita many years ago. A lot of the top riders went there. There's some good surf over there, tropical sort of a vacation zone over there at Isla Margarita. Hopefully I'm getting that right. And I got the thumbs up from Begonia, so that's always a good sign there. And we're down to the 4-minute mark remaining in this heat. Joao Rodriguez has dominated the heat from start to finish, much like we saw Jorge Hernandez do. And this Portuguese rider really not giving any room to these other riders to take him over. In fact, our second position rider looking for a 6.01 wave to take over the lead spot right now.
Here we are. This is the replay we were hoping for. So Joe Rodriguez lining it up. Here he goes. He's got the section he was looking for, and he blasts that. And the judges would like to see that it was a nice, clean aerial move. He got a little bit caught up on the landing and then got back up to the lip for another roll. I don't think he made that, got a little bit left behind. But the peak and blue, the replay for blue coming up here. Nice bottom turn. and really through the lip. He just projected out, landed with speed, and the judges will like that one. So yeah, those boys are sat on the section that the locals here call padang. They have a food which is a bit like a nacho that they call papadang, and that's why they have called that wave after that food. So yeah, it's a cool left-hand bowl, and it's somewhere that the locals are loving, and these guys have picked up that that's the spot to hang out.
You stole more trivia from me, Rob Barber. Dang it. But you're absolutely right. We did discuss that in prior years, how everyone thought, oh, it must be talking about Padang Padang, the famous Indonesian spot. But no, you pulled out the factoid that everyone needs to know. That is a need-to-know piece of information.
How would people go on without knowing that?
They wouldn't.
I know what he's saying. So then they've got the right hand, which is called backdoor. They call it backdoor, of course, after backdoor. Unfortunately, no trivia relating to a door that's at the back of someone's house on that one. But yeah, on the subject of backdoor, we can see that there's a right-hander coming through the bridge. Joel Rodriguez is paddling to it. Oh no, he's going to take this left. It was the drone angle was confusing me a little bit there, but yeah, just feathers and goes that. So this takeoff position absolutely. Oh, here we go. Super Grom. Nur Mohammed Irashad, sorry.
Yes.
Lines it up and just comes off the back on that one. So yeah, he's paddling back out for another one. It's been great to see him growing throughout the heat. He's got plenty of confidence. He hasn't sort of backed off in the face of these adults, international competitors. He has got stuck in, and I tip my hat to him.
Yeah, no doubt. It's, this is a big deal for him. He makes it through the first heat, beats his big brother. That's already a big deal. And now he's in the international playing field here. And at this point, with about 1:20 to go, he's going to need a pretty incredible score of 8.11 to have a shot at getting through. But, even if he doesn't, I mean, he's probably gone further than he could have possibly hoped. That's a big deal for him. And just 13, I was telling him in the interview, I didn't even start bodyboarding until I was 16. So good on him for having a crack out here.
This is a name to look out for in the future. Anybody that starts this early, gets this good by this stage, and is at a position where they're competing internationally, respect to them. They're going to go a long way. He's refining his riding. But there's no better way to refine your riding than riding with bodyboarders who are better than you. It will soon rub off on you. Well,
I was watching some early footage of Tanner McDaniel, who is our current reigning world champion, and the footage was from when he was about 13 years old, and he looked similar, just a tiny body doing amazing stuff on a bodyboard. So, start him young, folks. That's how you do it.
Yeah, Blue, up and riding. So. Nice. The wave didn't offer much, but with 10 seconds to go, it has to be worth going for. So I don't think that will replace either of his scoring waves, but nonetheless, perhaps he's kept a competitor off it, or he's going to be coming anyway, so why doesn't he finish on a ride? So this one isn't going to count. Joel Rodriguez, just after the horn. He's already won the heat anyway, and we'll be catching up with him for a post-heat interview. But that's all she wrote for this heat.
All right, so let's take it away with the highlights from that heat. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, back in studio here on the call with the multilingual maven of the mic, Bego Martinez. Welcome back, Bego.
Thank you so much. You always have to do that.
I love
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jay. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This is the very first day of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Let's hit the water. We are about to finish the men division and jump to the women. But check that out, the China Maldives Friendship Bridge.
Very good. Do you remember how long that bridge is?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. There's actually a wave breaking on the other side of the bridge.
All right, our heat lineup. Irwan Cloarec, he's been at this event in the past from France. Sami Labi from Morocco. Sham Rafiu, our Maldivian rider, along with another fellow countryman, Mohamed Kaif from the Maldives. So again, these Maldivian riders present throughout this men's round and really showing the depth of talent here in this country as we look at this epic drone view of this island. Small island, actually, one of the most densely populated cities on the planet. There is 500,000 people in this country. Most of them, I think, live on this island or near this island. Of course, this is the center of commerce, the seat of the national government. In fact, we even had the prime minister here the first year, or the president of the Maldives. He was here for the opening ceremony. So certainly a big deal in this country. And year one, I remember we went out to Lustu, one of the islands to the northeast of here, and people were watching the webcast. They were watching it. They were, hey, we saw you in the webcast, because we had a lay day. So it is really a big deal in this country, and we're stoked to be a part of it. And again, thanks to the association and the Maldives Bodyboarders for hosting us yet again.
Well, just referring to that, yes, definitely it's a super populated island, like you said. I was checking here on our friends in the internet, and it's 580,000 people in the Maldives and 150,000 here in Maldives. First blood here is Mohamed Kaif. I'm sorry, not for blood, because we do have some scores, with a very nice looking roll to the right. Rights are tricky, people. Some of them, they might look really perfect, and you might think that it's super easy to find those sections, but the rights are not that I will say easy to read. What do you think?
Easy to read or easy to ride, of course. And we do have a little bit of crumble out there. Looking at an earlier wave here, beautiful roll into that nice slow-mo forward spin. Meanwhile, right for this rider in white with a roll. Kind of a weird board angle on that one, and he pulls it off nicely, kind of taking a look at the beach saying, hey, what did you think of that? Mohamed Kaif. And he sits in first position right now as we take a look at the athlete zone and check it out. That looks pretty comfortable, huh?
Well, that's the Wellness Club. It's one of our supporters, and we didn't have this in the previous years. These guys are helping recovery for all these athletes, and for me, that's one of the most important things to have in an athlete zone in each event. I will say it's equally as important as water and food. There's not all the times there, but to have a place where you can recover and managed by professionals is really important. So kudos to the Maldivian Bodyboarding Association for making that possible, for bringing that new stuff for this year event, and of course for them to support this event. Maybe we can just shout out to all of our sponsors.
Yes, indeed. We have so many sponsors supporting this event, and a huge thank you to Diragu, our digital partner, Mukai Hotel, and of course our title sponsor, Visit Maldives, the official destination partner. Check them out at Visit Maldives on Instagram. And that is in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness, and Recreation. Mukai Hotel, that's where we're staying. Great place. Baruzu Catering, we've already enjoyed the food. One Sports, our online media partner. Official events, the event partner, King Sports, apparel partner, Print Lab, printing partner, and Muja's Art Box, our merchandise partner. We'll round that out. We already saw the Wellness Club out there providing services for the athletes, DTEC, Malay City Council, MNDF, and the police, all supporting this great event.
All right, and we have Rob waiting for the interview, so go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Bego. So here I am with Joel Rodriguez from Portugal. Absolutely killed it in that heat, buddy. Do you want to talk to me about what you thought of the conditions?
Yeah, I really love this wave. It's a left and it's very when I train more. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult to find the right spot in the wave, but with a little bit of training, you can help a lot. And I think I did a good hit with some mistakes, but I think it was a good work.
Fun. It was a real good heat. I was really impressed with the rolls and particularly that ARS towards the end of the heat. Talk me through that.
I think I should hit the lip a little bit earlier, but it was a good maneuver and a way to my score, so it was good.
Well, you've trained hard and you're clearly tough on yourself, but I think that you've got more to come in this contest, so I'm going to wish you all the best of luck. But before we leave, I want to ask you if you've got anyone you'd like to thank.
I want to thank you, my parents. They at home and always supporting me, and the people and the sponsors who made this possible, and all my friends who are supporting me. Thank you.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to Bego in the studio.
Oh, what about me, Rob? Jeez.
Denied.
Well, I know I'm here in spirit, right, Rob? Okay, so we're back. And a lot of action happened during that interview, but great to hear from Joel Rodriguez, really on point in that last heat. Let's take a look at a couple of the waves we missed. Nice carving reverse there. Bowling inside section for the rider in yellow. Look at that roll, man. The board almost came out from under him on the landing. That was insane.
Yeah.
And what a wave for Sami Labi. And he's leading the heat at this point as we get down to the 16.5-minute mark.
That was really impressive. And I have to say, I was really impressed also by Joel Rodriguez. English, he's speaking super well. So congratulations, Joel. I think it's so important to, for these athletes that are traveling the world to learn, the most popular language, which is English. And he is doing a great job. Actually, it's the first time that I hear him so fluent. So beautiful. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, it is kind of the lingua franca, right? Most people speak a little bit of it or understand it at least, and but it's always impressive to me on these events and traveling around how many of these riders speak multiple languages. I mean, you're the queen of that, of course, with your amazing command of like 4 languages, or at least as far as I can tell, better than me for sure. But yeah, I think it's a great skill to have. Some people seem to have an easier time learning multiple languages than others. But yeah, it's pretty impressive how many riders know at least a couple of languages. So good skill to have.
Well, thank you, Jay. I believe everyone has different skills, so you have others. So all right, 15 seconds on the clock, and this is the last heat of the round number 1 for the men division, and we are jumping to the women for the round number 1. And if you are curious about knowing who is going to compete in that one, you can just go to the live section of the IBC World Tour, and you'll find the scoring system and the live, or you can also click on the heats and results new button that we have on the IBC World Tour website, and it gives you all the information. So pretty cool. You just have to select the division that you want to check, and it's there. So yeah, the women coming up. And today we're not going to see the junior men. Remember, the IBC World Tour this year already crowned 2 world champions, the Drobny division and the junior woman division.
Okay, White taking off Mohamed Kaif up into the lip, launches that roll with a clean landing. Just a kind of a one-move wave there for him. A little bit of cloud cover pushing over the lineup at the moment. No doubt a nice reprieve for the fans out there on the beach. It is steamy hot here, folks. We are in the tropics and very close to the equator here in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And heat and humidity are sort of the marquees of tropical weather, and we have that in spades here in Maldives. Water temperature hovering in the mid-80s Fahrenheit, about 29 degrees Celsius. So it is toasty out there in the water. It feels really good to get in the water, but when you paddle super hard, man, you can almost get overheated out there.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on what are you used to, because I ran into Guilherme Montenegro's father, and he said he loves the weather here. And I remember in an interview that I did to one of the Moroccan riders, he used to say that, he said in the interview that he loved the weather. So, it's depending on how you feel. Me, I'm a little bit more of a cold weather person, but that's pretty not too common. I think most of the people like, tropical weather. So this place is paradise. Okay, so one more wave here for Sami Labi. And he is leading this heat. And let's see if he can find a section there. He's fighting to get it. And this is the wheel that the judges want to see, to see a rider that never gives up and try to use every opportunity that's possible. So classic combo there on the last section of the wave for Sami. I don't know if he's going to be able to change the 4.75.
Yeah, so Sami, 10.75 heat score at the moment with that 6.0 and the 4.75. Mohamed Kaif in second position. He's going to be looking for a 7.31, so he's going to need a big score to take over the lead. It's really top two that's most important here, obviously. 3 and 4 will get eliminated. Sham Rafiou, some ground to make up, needs a 4.91. And Irwan Cloarec from France, chasing down a 5.71.
All right, so people, the third edition of the Visit Maldives Pro right here in Male. Let's see this one for Irvin Cloarec. And he loves this place. I remember since the very beginning he has been coming. Great rider from Bod. That's his local beach, and super good person. I remember last year he was enjoying this place a lot, and also he has been showing himself. Look at that replay for that last one.
Yeah, waits for this wave. He's kind of sitting there waiting for it to do something. It finally gets a little pitching section, so he connects with the lip for the roll, and really not finished here, but the backwash trying to knock him off there. Irwan Cloarec, and again, not really from the traditional place you think of.
Yeah, when you think about...
Yeah, you think of, southwest of France, like Anglet, Biarritz, Hossegor. He's not from there. He's from up north. Yeah, exactly. Cooler water temperatures, probably less crowds, and that's where he hails from.
That's right, but France, it's they have a pretty long coastline, and there are good riders all over the country. So Irwan Cloarec is one of those, right? So far so good for Sami, keeping that first position for more than half of the heat, not throughout the whole heat. And we'll see how that unfolds for him. And one more wave actually from Sham Rafiou, looking very sharp in that last maneuver. Nice looking invert. We'll see. And he is only looking for a 4.91 to take the second position, and I think that's going to be probably more than that.
Yeah, that was a weird warping wave, so he did nicely to time it to get up to that lip. Look at this wedging left-hander. This is Sami Labi, who has been doing very well in this heat. Gets the roll off, not super launched into the flats, and no more scoring options for him on that wave. He's trying to replace a 4.75. Not sure that will do it out here. The judges are certainly reserving those highest scores, for potentially barrels like we saw earlier. We saw Jorge Hernandez get a really good barrel. One more look at this wave here. Goes up into the lip, kind of a crumbly section there, and he looks down the line. No more opportunities for him, and he ditches out for another wave as we take one more look at this broad lineup here today. Certainly smaller surf today, and currently looking at the forecast, at least that I checked, we're looking at some really solid surf coming in Monday, Tuesday. And last year we had a giant swell for the beginning of the event. We may see something similar to that on Monday, Tuesday in particular. So we're going to run, probably 3 days in a row here, and then we'll see. Maybe could get overloaded out here at Bago.
Maybe. They say actually this wave can hold a big swell. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. I mean, we have seen some pretty decent swells here in the previous years. Remember, but the time that it got floated, it was because, I think it was a lot of rain. It was
True,
like
we had a
stormy.
king tide that during that swell. So big roll there, but off the back, Mohammed Kaif, one of our local riders, looking for that 3.36. But yeah, last year it was like the perfect storm. We had a giant swell and a king tide, the biggest king tide of the year, and that conspired to flood the contest area, flood the street in front of the break, throw chunks of coral up on the road, and we actually had to stop the competition because the electricity all went out. And, folks, sometimes people will say, well, why don't you, move to some of those other spots in the Maldives? Infrastructure is everything. When you're doing an event like this, you need, emergency services. You need electricity, catering, internet, and so forth. Split peak here, and we have a rider going each direction. White, gets a little late climb to the lip. Mohammed Kaif, he can't pull that one off. And the left, of course, we didn't see what happened there, but a nice exchange from those two riders. And the situation remains like this. Sami Labi and Sham Rafiu in the first two spots. They currently are looking at advancing. And Kaif and Klorek really got to get busy here with 6 minutes 40 to go in this heat.
All right, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so cool to see that, the Maldivians advancing. Maldives is the country with more with the biggest representations, 16 riders, and it's followed by Morocco. As you can see, we have been seeing almost a Moroccan rider in every heat, as well as a Maldivian. So that's pretty cool. The two countries that are fairly new to the tour. I mean, Morocco is the new country that we brought this year to the World Tour. So it's pretty cool to see that the riders are being motivated by that fact and they're competing in the World Tour. We'll see this one for heat leader.
Sami Labi, bottom turns on this wave. Nice ARS. Can he hang on through the turbulence? No, sir. So that is a no make for Sami. Unfortunate, too, because it really looked solid. But he is currently in the lead with a 10.75. I don't think he's got too much to worry about. One more look at this one as he climbs to the lip. Throws it, gets the rotation, but the bouncing just took him out there. And Sami Labi holding down the lead in this heat. That is not going to count as one of his top two at this point.
Right, so yeah, after this heat, we are jumping into the women division for the first time. We're going to see them here. I was, wait a second, the replay for the last of Shan. He is a great rider from Maldives, and he has a lot of experience. Actually, he joined us in the boat trip last year, and he speaks such a good English. He lived in Australia for a while. So yeah, a very good rider from Maldives.
Well, he's a surf guide and tour leader, and he says he has some other side hustles as well. That's what he does for a living. He enjoys going to the outer atolls. Of course, there's mountains of surf all over this archipelago, and he loves that there's a small, tight-knit community here in the Maldives, and certainly enjoys riding with his brothers out there. So good on him, Sham Rafiu.
That's right. No, I mean, it's good to see him. I'm actually checking the Maldives. I got the link for the Maldivian rankings, and I'm checking where he is located right now. But yeah, it's super big community of bodyboarders. I'm super proud of them. Definitely Sham, he ended up in an equal fifth position with Amin Musa in the men open division at the Maldives National Bodyboarding League. And you also have the yep, you also have this is this year. So yeah, good job there for him.
26 years old too, young, plenty of time ahead to climb his way up the ranks here if he chooses to pursue a career as a pro bodyboarder. Of course, that's always difficult for anyone, but he definitely has aspirations to do more of this kind of thing, you know, competing on the international scale. And great that there's an event right at his local spot. You always got to be loving that. Makes it nice and easy. Sleep in your own bed at night. And as we take a look at the stands, the local fans here to support their riders, Irwang Glorek gets a wave on the inside, kind of a soft roll on that one, not really pitching out, but he's going to try to get that extra point there on that inside section, but dips out. And the wave's kind of slowing down here in the middle of the day on the high tide.
And I was checking the rankings of this year after this replay. Yeah, you know, you just gotta do something, right? You just gotta. If you wait too long, you know, that's not good for anyone. And actually, the scores are not too crazy. They're not too big, you know, and they're probably, you know, all of them have chances. Mohamed Kaif from here from Maldives, nice projected roll, but yeah, he got stuck. And I was gonna say, Mohamed, he ended up 9th in the Maldivian 2024 rankings.
So a couple waves ridden here as we close out this heat. Just about 2 minutes to go in the heat. Sami Labi continues to dominate the heat. The young Moroccan edging out Sham Rafiou and Mohamed Kaif for the moment. Heat scores coming in for those, or wave scores, I should say, coming in for those last couple waves. Right now, Sami Labi, the busiest rider in the heat with several waves under his belt. Irwan trying to get something going here and move ahead here as he hangs in the 4th position here. And he's making his way across this wave and ducks out for more. He's trying to replace a low, hang on 1 second, Yellow gets a nice ARS and again almost kind of comes off the board. Sami Labi, look at that little chop hop roll low on the inside as well. So Labi really dominating this heat pretty well and truly. And it looks like we're going to wrap things up here in just about a minute. And yeah, a little bit of action here in the end of the heat.
That's right, last minute, and look at this beautiful wave. But yeah, not all of them, you know, show that section that you want.
Yeah, so Rolo off the lip there for Sham Rafiou, and Rafiou holding down 2nd spot right now. And right now he's just sitting out there going, hope another one doesn't come through, because he doesn't want to be bumped out of that 2nd position and have Mohamed Kaif move ahead of him, even though he's his fellow countryman. One more look at this one from Irwan. And really he's kind of stalling, looking for that lip section. Kind of goes up, and nice timing with the little bit of backwash there. But no more scoring opportunities across the middle section of the wave, and he has to duck out. Look at this big ARS. Look at this. Boom.
Nice.
Board comes out from under him, and he maintains. Hangs in there. Sami Labi with the chop hop roll to finish the wave. So a good wave for him towards the end of the heat, and yet another wave outside. This is Sham Rafiou. This one kind of slow across the center part of the wave, and he has a little steep section to get to the lip there and get one more roll. So a nice exchange between those 3 riders here as we close out that heat. And good heat there towards the end.
Very good. We'll see how that unfolds. And it looks like it's Sham, the 2nd position on official results is what you see on your screen. We're going to go to a heat recap and then commercials. And we're going to come back with the round number 1 of the women division. Don't go anywhere. right, welcome back, everyone. This is the very first day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we continue with the men division on the round number 1. 8 heats for this division, and we are in heat number 7, so let's hit the water. Welcome back, Robbie.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what unfolds here. We've got some riders that I've been keeping an eye on, so a little bit ruffled. There's a bit of texture on there for the riders to work with, but there's plenty of sets. It seems with this incoming tide, the swell rises a little bit, and as you can see it breaking over on the right hand side there, which sort of signifies that it's built a little bit and it's coming through the bridge. I would say that the rider's going to have plenty to play on. So starting with Aitor Ojeda from the Canary Islands. So we've also got Badruddin El Fajj from Morocco, and then we've got Ayan Ahmed from the Maldives representing his home nation, and then Ashraf Hassan also from the Maldives. So a big local contingent in this heat, locals versus the tourists, so to speak.
And I love that you put together how many riders of each division we have. Thank you for that. So yeah, the biggest community present in this event is, of course, the Maldivians with 16 riders, and it's followed by the Moroccans. So, you know, we are super happy to have that number. And we have one single rider from the USA, which is Drake, right?
Yeah.
We have, but this is, you saw this on the men divisions.
Yeah.
That's right. All
Yeah,
right. So, yeah, one single rider from Venezuela, one from Australia, 2 from Spain, 4 from Brazil, 1 from Chile, 5 from France, and 2 from Peru.
Yeah, so for me, it's a little bit disappointing that there's not a rider in there from the United Kingdom. That would be something that I'd be looking...
we never get
I know.
the British.
I know, it's bad. I need to...
What's happening there? How's the
Well,
community?
We've got a great community, you know. Since Ian Campbell moved over especially, he's really reignited the scene. As you might have seen from his Instagram, he's hunting waves hard. He's working with a guy called Chris Levi, who's shooting footage of him all the time. And they are really pushing the limits of what we thought was possible in the UK waves, and that is having a knock-on effect through the community to go, wow, this is doable, these waves are out there. We kind of knew they were out there, but Ian's putting in the hard yards to find them and surf them and document them, and so that is trickling down from the top through all levels of riders. I'm trying to do my bit. There's a guy called Danny Catton who runs a fun competition series. You know, serious. It's not fun. It is fun, but it's like, you know, we're looking to find the best riders. Which is, there's an event coming up in September, and yeah, there's plenty of riders there, and there's been a few, Darwin Taghome and Tom Catton, who have done some IBC comps. They did an event in Sintra last year, and Portugal as well, and so yeah, I need to push it, help this happen, come into an event like this, reminding me how sick it is. What you guys at the IBC are doing is awesome, you know. The other riders need to experience it. Cool.
All right, so come on, English riders. We want to see you in the World Tour. But while we're waiting for the English riders to join the World Tour, we have Jay Real ready with the interview of a winner of the last heat. So go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Bego and Rob. Speaking of English, Sami Labi from Morocco. His English is a little rough, so I'm going to be very gentle with him. Congratulations on the last heat. You had a huge ARS in that heat. You can answer in French or English, your choice.
Okay, I'm very, very happy today. It's good wave. Thank you for Federation Moroccan. Thank you for my father, my family. وكنشكر جميع ولاد مهدية. نتمنى ندير الكومبيت. دعيو معايا العز. شكرا.
All right, multilingual here. And what did you think of the waves here? Do you like the waves, the warm water?
Yes, it's the big IRS, good wave. Inshallah tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to thank your sponsors, your board company?
I am not sponsor. My dad is my sponsor. Okay.
Okay, well, congratulations. Bon chance. And folks, this seems to be an ongoing theme, sponsored by Dad. What do you think? Back to you guys in the booth.
it. I love it. It's so good to hear, you know, that's awesome. And I also love that you're speaking different languages, Jay, and using the medium of hand movement to communicate. So that's good. But back to the action. We are looking at the riders who are chilling at the moment. You know, there's not been an abundance of waves coming through. So I'm going to chat to you about Aitor Ojeda, who's one of the riders that's caught my eye in this heat. He's from Fuerteventura, the Canary Islands. Strong representation in the bodyboarding world from the Canaries, you know, some of the top riders. But he is a personal trainer, and he's sort of trained himself to live a healthy life, but also to charge the biggest waves. And you just have to look at some of the footage of him on the internet and see that he's cut out, built for solid conditions, but also a very gymnastic guy who can, you know, bust out in the sort of wedgy, pretty fun conditions that we've got today. This sort of stuff would be a walk in the park for him compared to some of the stuff that I've seen of him on the internet. But he's also into training hard, spearfishing. He likes to market his business. He loves to travel. He's been around the world to Hawaii, Chile, Europe, Sumatra and Sumbawa and Bali, and then the bodyboarder's paradise of Watu Karang, in Indonesia and Java. And then he loves to, you know, he loves to be part of the bodyboarding community in the Canaries. So it's not just Fronton. You know, we've got these hotbeds of talent in Lanzarote and Fuerteventura and the other islands. And it's a very close-knit community over there. And they tend to push the limits in the bigger stuff, the wedgy stuff, you know, those shallow slabs. He trains hard, you know. He works on strength and conditioning. He's high-intensity training and circuit workouts, and I think that's so relevant these days, you know, with the core strength that you need. But back to the action, we've got Badruddin Al-Faji from Morocco, so one of the Moroccan riders that have toured over here. There's 9 of them. As I mentioned earlier, he's led by Brahim Idouche, and he is hunting hard for a good score in the first quarter of this heat. So 16 minutes remaining. Time is going down quite quickly.
I just love that you put us up to date with what's happening in the UK with bodyboarding, you know, because we love to know what's going on in the world, and why not? Maybe in the future we have an event there. Maybe Rob Barber is going to pull a World Tour event there. Why not?
It would be sick. It would be sick, definitely, you know. I'd love to see it. We've had some World Surfing Tour events in England, and we've certainly had, I attended a European Bodyboard Tour event in Ireland as well. So it's, you know, it's not just England, it's all of our nations. So England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales and the Channel Islands. You know, we've got a lot of bodyboarders and a really nice community over there. Back to the action. Speak of the devil, we've got Aitor who's chiming in now. Nice stall, and then he hit the roll, and then he's hit a really nice roll. Will he land it? He's got the power to do it. Excellent work. He's waited, been patient, and now he's got off the mark. So it takes nerve to do that, to perform to a high level once you've had to wait for so long and you're kind of getting to the midway point of the heat. So yeah, he'll get a good reward from that from the judges. Looking from the angle here, we've got the bottom turn.
Yeah, that's right. One different look for Aitor Ojeda. Yeah, he is a very good rider from, you know, Fuerteventura, and, you know, he's got a number of achievements, including, you know, being second in El Quemao, which is, you know, one of the best waves in Canary Islands, and of course, you know, lots of experience. So good job there. He has, after that, he is with a score of 4.25. So we'll see how this one unfolds. All right, so the heats in your screen are wrong. We are in heat number 7. This is not heat number 9. We're gonna get that corrected. So 2 more heats, on this one and 1 more, and we're gonna jump to the women.
Okay, so Blue has taken off and he's trying to get a read on this wave. He's had to fade as those cross waves came through the face. So maybe he would, it looks as though he just wants to get some scores, but maybe that wasn't the wave of choice. But sometimes in these heats, you have to take what you can get. The best bodyboarder isn't necessarily always the guy that progresses. It's the bodyboarder that serves to the criteria. So you must prove that you can get the best 2 scores in the heat. And that might mean taking 10 waves that aren't great and then 2 waves that serve up some decent scores, and that's ultimately what will see you progress. So whilst these riders have been waiting and waiting, I know that a point will come where they have to just get some score, even if it's not the wave that they're looking for. And these riders will have been watching the heats prior to theirs really closely and seen some incredible riding, some big ARSs, some flips and some big projected rolls, and that's what they'll be expecting to deliver themselves. But if there's been a slight condition change, as it appears they have, then they have to change their strategy to enable them to get the best scores in the waves that are available to them.
I mean, it's look, I have to say I was watching at the conditions and got a bit distracted, thinking that the tide is getting higher, the wind is picking up a little bit. So right now, it's a bit of a difficult moments. But Rob, again, you never know how you're gonna get the conditions that you're gonna get when you come to an event, and that's why you have to train in all kinds of conditions. And of course, it's impossible that everyone gets the perfection, because that only lasts for a couple hours, usually in all the venues. So yeah, it's what happened when you're competing.
For sure. So blues up, bottom turning, pushing a spin through that foam section out onto the shoulder. It's kind of got a bit foamy and a bit backwashy, but it's got a true line running down to the closeout section, and then manages to bust a roll. So completes that wave, and for this heat, that is a wave that will gain an okay score. That's a sensible move. Get moving, get some scores, and you can build on those scores. It's the best competitors will recognize this change in conditions, and that it's time to just start building house and getting some waves under your belt, and trying to learn from those waves what you need to do on your next wave. So different to free surfing. So we've got the replay here. So it's a forward spin, a little carve, lining it up, eye in the section, trying to deal with the reverb, shall we call it, the backwash, and then busting through that foam at the end of the ride. Now, I think that he's now going to head to the right towards the bridge and make use of the channel and head back out and hunt himself another wave. But exactly what Vega was saying, I really agree with it. It's the best bodyboarders will bodyboard in all conditions. They don't just wait for the best days, It's really important that we're so lucky, aren't we? Training for us in bodyboarding is going bodyboarding. You can cross-train, which is super important, we talked about earlier on, but to surf in every condition isn't a hardship, is it?
It's really hard, but it's what it takes if you want to be a professional. All right, so 11 minutes to go, and this is actually heat number 7, people. We're going to get that fixed for you. It's not heat number 9. We are in heat number 7, and one more heat in this round, and we're going to jump to the ladies. And for the ladies, we have the round number 1, which is 2 heats of 3 ladies each only. So 2 heats in round number 1, and then that will be the trials. It's a trial round. It's not considered as round number 1. So 4 ladies will be advancing to the actual round number 1, where big names are already waiting for them.
Cool. So live action. We've got Ashraf Hassan wanting to build on his score of 1. So he's nice bottom turn. He's hit the lip, busted a roll, wanted to jam a reverse, but thought better of it. Back now to Aitor, who's doing Fuerteventura proud with a huge roll. That's a really nice connection. That will be probably, it looks to me to be the most impressive maneuver of the heat so far. He clearly likes his left-hand bowls, and he projected really cleanly off that. I think that his wave choice was great, but also his delivery. He really clearly has the skills to pay the bills, and I'm gonna say that he's going to be probably the man to beat in this heat now that he's got that score. With 10 minutes to go, the other riders are really going to have to step up their game. He's currently lying in second, but I think once his score drops, those things that might change. And yeah, I'm impressed by that maneuver. I think he's got a lot more in the locker.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So that was a little bit of a set, and yeah, director is working on those replays. You know, we have a pretty cool team, the Slow Tape team. Thank you for the good efforts. And one more look here to this last wave. Yeah, I would say complete roll, even though it was a very difficult one to pull out, actually. And he got stuck on that spin. I think he only did like a 180, half of a 360. So good job there. Either way, the first roll, it's where the points will be, I guess.
He got caught up, didn't he? He just changed his plan, which, you know, happens to the best of us, so fair play. The beauty of this area of the world is you get waves like this, they're delivering, maybe the conditions change, the tides change, maybe at home or so. Oh, here we go, live action, just pulled off. So maybe at home you'd be stuck for options. We're fortunate where I live, we've got a couple of coasts, so we can go from one side to the other. But in this place, you just jump on a boat. You know, you can go within an hour to some of the world's most incredible waves. Just imagine being able to surf this in the morning. Oh, here we go, little nice cover up into a carving reverse, and just capitalizing on his last wave. So he's got a backup score as well now, Aita from Fuerteventura. But we would, surf here in the morning and then maybe chill, then get on a boat, travel for an hour, go to, you know, Cokes or Chickens or one of the other world-class waves, and maybe come back and have a little sunset surf here again. I mean, does life get any better, Vega?
You've been here before, huh?
Yeah, loved it.
Have you been for holidays?
Yeah, came with my family during the pandemic. It was all time.
During the pandemic, how lucky you were.
It was so lucky, yeah. There was just a little window when they changed the rules of where you're allowed to travel and when you're allowed to travel. And I took the opportunity to, hit the road and head to the Maldives. And went to the southern atolls and surfed some incredible waves. But the beauty of it was that there was just nobody else there. You know, it was that fortunate time. Yeah, so I surfed with generally one other guy, a chap that I knew, that I met there called Dave, who was also from England, and we just scored endless sessions, and I'll remember it forever. And for me, the Maldives just holds a special place in my heart. You know, there's just nowhere that I've ever, you know, I love Indonesia for the waves, and I love traveling Central America and a host of other places, but for beauty, I don't think this place can be rivaled. It's just untouched.
That's right. I agree with you. So thank you so much, Visit Maldives, for being the title sponsor for the third year in a row. And look at this beauty for the local, A.M. Ahmed. And yeah, not really happening for him, unfortunate. But he was brave enough to take the biggest one of the set. And yeah, I would like to thank everyone else involved in the sponsorship of this event. Of course, Visit Maldives as our title sponsor and official destination partner, and it's made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. And we have Diragu as a digital partner, Mukai Hotel as an accommodation partner, Burusu Catering, such a good food that we are enjoying here, as catering partner. We have One Sports as online media partner. We have Official Events as event partner, King Sports as apparel partner, Print Lab as printing partner, and Mujas Artworks as merchandise partner.
Top crew back in the event. Thanks to them, that's why we're here and that's why this is happening. So support those brands that support bodyboarding. And, you know, we're here in Maldives, supported by Visit Maldives, and I can't say enough that I will be coming here more often, because from a northern European standpoint, this place is very accessible. You know, it took me a couple of flights to get here, but I arrived in the morning. As you know, we were surfing soon after. It was not something that's going to take me days to get over. The infrastructure is strong here. That's really easy to be well catered for as a bodyboarder, and that just leads me on to the Maldivian Bodyboard Association. These guys are super proactive. You know, as soon as I came here in the pandemic, it was really cool. I was surfing and I posted a picture, and then before I knew it, they reached out to me and said hi and said, you know, how can we help you and what are you up to and those things. And I was like, wow, when do you get a welcome like this around the world? You know, It's so cool to have the bodyboarding network spreading so wide, and you guys at the IBC are doing great things to help that continue to happen.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a joint effort between so many people. There's so much. Wait a second. Okay, so Ashraf Hassan in this one, we'll see. 2.51 is what he's looking for, but yeah, not really able to do much.
Unfortunate for him. It looked as though it was lining up, and then he just got caught behind the section. Now we've got something that looks as though it's got a bit of face. So blue. So Ayan Ahmed from the Maldives stalls, lines up the roll. So this will definitely be one of his scores, I think. If he can make the inside, just doubles up, and he can't make it over there. So I don't think that there'll be position change. So with 3 minutes to go, we're coming into the final stage of this heat, and we've got a red first, blue second, white third, and yellow fourth. So that's Aita from Fuerteventura in first, with a pretty commanding lead. We've got the replay of this one. So coming off the bottom, managed to lines up that roll, and then get his board back out in front of him so that he can make the landing. So that landing is tricky on the left when they bend out to sea, and he used good technique to display that. But being a local, he's got the home field advantage. You know, he knows how these waves break and how they react, and he's good at reading them. So yeah, 2 more minutes, 2.5 minutes coming into the last couple of minutes of this heat, and I think that we've got the next heat paddling out now. They'll have clocked that the conditions changed and be planning their strategy accordingly. Yellow here. Wow.
Nice.
That replay, I didn't see that the first time round. So yeah, really impressive to get so high above the lip.
Really nice Badreddin there. I love those very well executed rolls. I have to tell you, because you know, I actually know for a fact that for you know, the majority of the ladies, I'm not talking about the ladies on the World Tour, but you know, the common in the ladies bodyboarding, and even in the early stages of bodyboarding for many men as well, it's hard to actually get a properly round you know, roll, you know, a properly executed roll. For me, it's one of the most important maneuvers, because everything, I mean, not all of the maneuvers, but a lot of maneuvers of bodyboarding comes from el rolo, you know. So it's one of the basics and one of the root maneuvers. So definitely it's important to have a good technique, and it will actually bring you to, you know, perform the other maneuvers in a great way. Inverts, backflips, ARSs are coming from the roll, are all modifications of a roll. So it's important to get that one, you know, nailed.
100%. It's a full benchmark maneuver, isn't it? And there's so many different styles of how to do it. When I'm oh, here we go, yellow up. So looking to build upon his last wave. So trying to ride out through this backwash, taking a nice high line, busts a roll, gets back on track. Unfortunately, the wave closes, does a board spin, and finishes up his heat. I doubt Badreddin El Faji from Morocco will paddle back out after that. Let's see if that score changes his position. He's got a 1 that he needs to replace, so it could well do it. That's going to make it close for second. It's all to play for. So see if Ayan Ahmed from the Maldives can answer back. But back to the rolls. Yeah, Mike Stewart's style of doing rolls, Guilherme Tomega's style of doing rolls, they're both different, aren't they? But they're both good.
Oh, yeah.
So it's working out what technique works for you, being consistent with it and constantly improving it, I believe. So red, here we go. Ooh, prone floater to finish. So nice, styled it out. But yeah, the projecto rolls, the ones that float and are flowing, that's what we love. That's what the judges love.
It's for competition. It's just a very functional way to perform them. I'm sorry. All right, so I believe after that attempt of blue, the official results is what you see in your screen. So Badreddin, he got the change of situation, and he is advancing alongside with Aitor Ojeda. So congratulations also for, you know, to Ian and Ashram for their performances. And we're gonna come back real soon after this recap and commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys. We've got another heat warming up and plenty of high octane action to watch. What are you saying, Jay?
High octane. I love it. The gasoline reference. Let's go straight to the water so we don't miss a single ride. And we are in the midst of this heat, almost 2 minutes old. And one score on the board for Mohammed Azan Ahmed, our local rider. And our 4 riders shaping up like this. From Morocco, Garib Abdel Hafid. From Japan, Hayato Enokido. He's a 6-time Japanese champion. From South Africa, Hugo Naudia. He was here last year, really blew minds, big rider. And our local rider who I just mentioned, Mohammed Azan Ahmed, who has points on the board. Actually, 3 riders with points on the board already. So off to a rousing start here as we approach the high tide mark today.
Certainly, RJ. So here we go. We've got some replays to see what went down. So we've got yellow lining this up. Japan's finest. Here we go. Got a little bowl section. Wapoom. So yeah, nice Rolo. Unfortunately got caught out and didn't quite make it. And then just paddled back out after that one. So yeah, everybody's off the mark much more quickly this heat. So they've taken reference to the last heat, which was a little slow. We've got Garib from Morocco leading the heat with a 5.5. Hugo from South Africa with a 2. Mohammed from the Maldives with a 1.7. Hayato from Japan with a 1.5. So very multinational contingent in this heat. And oh, here we go, split peak situation. Looking to bottom turn, line up the roll, jams it and lands it. Does he land it? Oh, no, he gets munched. Unfortunate, because that was tidy.
So, yeah, this is going to be peak backwash hour right now. I mentioned earlier high tide right around 1 p.m. We are just shy of the 1 p.m. local time mark here, and certainly going to play a part. We see the split peak. There's the left-hander with the roll attempt right up under the lip there, and Hugo Nadia from South Africa comes unglued on that attempt. And right now, all 4 riders with scores on their account. And currently, the only rider with 2 waves was Mohammed, our local rider. And so far, our highest score by far, Garib Abdel Hafid, with a 5.5. So solid score from him. And he will take the early lead in this heat, set the pace, and set the mark to beat. Of course, always good to get off to an early start and, you know, get off to that early lead and make everyone else chase you. It gives them a little bit of anxiety, Rob. Did you have that in your competitive days? Like, you try to get that early start?
Sure thing, yeah. If you can get out in front of the pack in most sports, then you're winning, aren't you? But bodyboarding especially, you know, if you can set that benchmark, then you are, you know, you're the leading horse in the race and the others are chasing you, and that feels good, no doubt. But yeah, Hugo from South Africa, we surfed with him yesterday, and he was you know, super great at selecting waves, and his session ended when he blasted this massive split leg invert on a left. He's got the skills to pay the bills, no doubt, you know. Watch out for him. Oh, red's going. In and out, just didn't fancy that one. But, yeah, I caught up with him after the session. He was, you know, he'd been here training and preparing for the event, and he looks good, you know. We should, he's sitting in 3rd place at the moment, biding his time. Here we go, White, live action.
Well, he looked right, looked left, kind of redirected and cut his losses, Mohammed Azan Ahmed. Not able to capitalize on that one. Yellow taking off on this bouncy right-hander. Hayato Enokido into the lip. Beautiful backflip right there. And, man, that was crisp on a section. I didn't really see that one coming. And the follow-up wave, Garib Abdel Hafid, not really finding any scoring potential, but the 6-time Japanese champion rider, Hayato Enokido, who took a long hiatus from competition, is back at it out here and really stamped his mark on this wave.
100%. I was only expecting a through the lip roll, and that's the difference, you know. If you can blast something that the judges aren't expecting, you do it so dynamically and you come out of the foam with speed, looking proud, then the judges are going to reward that. It's a testament to a rider who is very physically fit and very clear on their objectives when they get a closeout section. It just is so standard to do a roll through the lip, and if you can set yourself away from the pack with a projected ARS, you will be recognized by the judges for that.
Oh, nice launching through the lip roll there for Mohammed Azan Ahmed, our local rider in this heat. And you mentioned a real international field in this heat. One of the few heats where we've actually had 4 separate countries represented. We've always had a couple Maldivians, a couple Moroccans, of course, those riders well represented in this event. But this one, just everyone's from a different place. And we see that nice clean roll, cushion landing from the whitewater, and could not get a follow-up move on that wave. And we'll wait for scores to come through on that one. But at this point, Hayato Inokido from that last wave has moved into first position, and he will hold down the lead just ahead of Garib Abdul Hafid, who is chasing down the first position. Top 2 advance, of course, so it's really the top 2 that you want to get into. So Ahmed and Naudia are going to be on the hunt here for something better with 17 minutes to go. Definitely, and
Yeah, it looks as though, as you said, characteristically at this stage of the tide, you do get a bit more backwash, but these guys are making light work of it, It's a matter of reading that backwash, choosing the waves, and then choosing a maneuver that's going to work with that backwash. We've had numerous scenarios today where the rider has chosen the maneuver which is incorrect and therefore bogtail or been pushed out the back of the wave. And on the other side of the coin, those that pick the right wave and then blast through the lip with the back or off the lip with the backwasher's aid. So it's all part of the skill of bodyboarding, The bodyboarder that chooses the best wave and the best maneuver within that ride will proceed through to the next round. And whilst the conditions are probably a little bit more challenging at this stage of the tide, it's still generally the best rider will push through if they use their head.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing is today, in general, the judges have really held back on those excellent scores. We're not seeing a lot of those. They are reserving those for those exceptional rides. In years past, we've seen riders get waves where they get barreled, come out, ARS, maybe another move at the end of the wave. I really think the judges are holding out for that because they got to leave that cushion. There are those potential waves that could offer up that sort of combo out there today, and they're reserving those scores for really those excellent rides. We haven't seen too much of that yet today, but I suspect as we now get into a dropping tide situation later today, we may have more of those type of waves.
I think you're exactly right, Jay. The judges realize that there are these bowls and there are these ramps and these wedges are coming together, and they need to leave themselves a gap in the upper echelons of the scoring zone in order to reward anybody that manages to snag that wave, Here we go. Talking of somebody hunting the section, it's Hugo from South Africa. Nice roll, another nice roll, and another nice roll. So really pushed himself through a combination of maneuvers there, which worked nicely. And it's very similar to a wave we saw of Joel Rodriguez from Portugal earlier on. He's tapped into the power pocket. He's busted the first roll cleanly. And then from there, he's managed to link the other moves together. So here we are. He's eyeing down the line.
And Hugo on the replay here, you can see he just really crams it in here. Roll, bottom turn, roll, bottom turn, roll. Just clocking up the moves on the inside part of this wave. And Hugo Naudia trying to get a little momentum going as we wait for scores to come through from that one. He's trying to move himself at least into second position, which would advance him through this heat. 14 minutes and change to go in the heat right now. Hayato Inokido leading the heat with that 4.75, followed up by a 1.5. But the high score of the heat still hanging with Garib Abdul Hafid. Meanwhile, Hugo Naudia, one more look at this one from a different angle, and you can see really maximize the scoring potential of kind of a smaller wave, but good on him.
Cool. Red up and riding. So just getting a little bit caught up by the foam there, unfortunately. So just to give those not aware a feel for the event, we have the big event build right out in front of the break, so in front of the peak. So the camera view that you're looking at is from where the judges are judging. And that enables, so just a replay of this one quickly, you can see he gets caught by the white water and pulls out, unfortunately. But yeah, back to my point, that means that the competitors in the water can hear the scores, and they'll know that they're all close, you know. They'll know that it's all to play for, and as we come into the last 13 minutes of the heat, they'll be aware that it's going to be decided in this last half of the heat. So many contests you go to around the world, you can't hear what's happening. You have to work it out yourself. But in this event, it's very close, and therefore it means that strategy plays a big part of your heat decisions and deciding which waves to catch.
Good analysis on that one, Rob. Of course, one of the greats from the UK, British champ.
Oh, steady, Jay.
Got to throw some kudos where kudos are due, Mr. Barber.
I'll buy you a drink later on.
Perfect. It worked. So, speaking of food and drink, lots of kind of international flavor here. We got a lot of influence from the African continent, the Indian subcontinent, and Asia, all combined together, a fusion of flavors, if you will. And speaking of a fusion of flavors, split peak right there. We can see the backwash giant roll on that replay. And these guys really throwing it down here as we've already passed the midpoint of this heat, driving toward the finish, and everyone's scrambling for those top two spots out there.
They are. So, yeah, currently we have Morocco first, Japan second. We've got South Africa third, and we've got Morocco, the Maldives in fourth. So Garib just sitting up the top of the tree there. Hugo is now in third place. He's moved up from fourth, and the guys are really looking to maximize the opportunities in this final 11 minutes. They're going to be looking out towards the bridge, you know. That's where you can see the sets coming. And over to the right-hand side, we might just see some of those right-handers feature. Oh, wait a second. Wow. So that is our man from Morocco doing exactly what I talked about earlier on, making the backwash work for him. So he planned a roll, saw the closeout section coming towards him, fortunately saw the backwash coming, hit it, and it all came together to boost some air. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges take a decision on that. You know, it will be interesting to see how it's rewarded, and that might shade a decision on how the other competitors look. So it's just dropped. It's a 5.0. So yeah, it goes into his top scores for the heat. He's now sitting with a solid 10.25 two-wave score.
Yeah, so a solid lead. The nearest competitor, our Japanese rider, Hayato, in second position with a 6.25 heat score. So Hayato is chasing down a 5.51 to move into first position. Really, he just needs to hang on to second position, which is no easy task because Hugo Naudia only needs a 2.26. And Mohamed Azan Ahmed needs a 2.76. So those two riders certainly capable here with 9 minutes, 45 seconds to go of picking off a wave like that. So it is anybody's guess at this point, but certainly Garib Abdel Hafid really setting the momentum of this heat and setting the pace, if you will, out there and holding down that lead.
Here we go. We've got a set approaching, a couple of riders scratching. White's looking for the right-hander, so that's Mohamed Azan Ahmed, from the Maldives. Unfortunately pulling out. That looked as though it was going to line up for him and help him to really get that second score that he's looking for. But yeah, here we are. We've got ourselves in a situation here where we're sat on one of the 1,192 islands in this country, Jay. So the mind boggles about the waves that are lapping the shores on the other islands, you know.
Who counted those? Oh, that's what I want to know. Hugo Naudia finding that barrel. And we talked earlier about how those excellent scores are going to happen when those barrels happen, the barrel to roll combo, and we will see if the judges do, in fact, reward him for that. They are reserving those excellent scores for, I think, waves just like that. It is hard to find those barrels on this high tide backwash scenario. One more look at this, Rob Barber.
Tucks right in, gets a lovely little line, comes out, little check turn, and then boosts it. Nice roll, and closes that off nicely. So yeah, it's always interesting at bodyboarding events to see how the barrels will be rewarded. There's not been a lot of tube rides so far today, which suggests it's not an easy feat. So you'd imagine that the judges would look, and I think the score's just dropping right now. He's moved up into second place. So 7 minutes, just under 8 minutes remaining, and he's moved himself into a position where he will progress if he stays there. So yeah, good ride. The judges liked it. Let's see who can answer back.
Yeah, quite a key position change there for Hugo. Gets a 5.15 for that wave, that being the second highest score in this heat. Garib Abdelhafid with his 5.25 still holding down that honor as the highest score. And there you see that barrel from Hugo Naudia from South Africa into the roll. So Tristan Roberts may be two-time world champion, but we got another young South African chasing him down here for some limelight here, and this young South African really showing his stuff out here. Hugo really, came here last year. He had a good showing, and he's having an even better one, at least so far today. And look at this wave.
Wow, that was a fast ARS. So, yeah, Gary just wanting to make the most of that inside ride. I think most riders understand that if you're taking a smaller inside wave, you need to bust out a big move, or otherwise there's no chance of you getting a good score. So he threw it all at it. He managed to connect with a lip well. Well, that was a fast ARS. These Moroccan dudes seem to be particularly good at these fast ARSs, especially on sections that don't necessarily deliver the opportunity to do them. So that was really impressive.
Well, that was an interesting priority situation right there. Yellow having first priority, gets his choice of that wave and gets the ARS into the roll. What a combo, and he's loving that. Who wouldn't, man? That was an incredible combo of maneuvers. And Hayato, man, that's going to help his account. Look at this one, Rob.
Wow, high action in the last few minutes. This is sick. So White just blew up there with a nice big roll, landed it cleanly, didn't quite make the roll on the inside, but that was probably the highest air move of the heat so far. Hayato, I loved what he did. That was super sick. That combination of ARS into a roll, I think the judges are going to really love it.
Yeah, the momentum really speeding up here. Let's take another look at a couple of these waves. Here's Yellow Hayato, our Japanese rider, finding the speed pocket, goes up to the lip. Not really a whole lot of pitching lip there, but he really managed to get up and above the lip for the speed power flow action there. And check this one. Huge air roll here for Mohammed. And Mohammed comes the inside, gets the finish here with a foam. Well, he didn't quite make it. It would have been a foam roll finish, but he didn't quite get the ending there. And he's going to sit still in fourth position, unfortunately. But Hayato waiting for the score to drop on that one. And a great wave for him that may move him ahead of Hugo as we wait for scores to pop through on that wave.
You get these critical moments in heats where riders just get back-to-back waves which can change the whole face of the heat, and that was two waves well ridden that could set a new benchmark for what's achievable in this high tide surf. The riders that are just paddling out now will have seen that and will be understanding that tapping into that backwash closeout bowl scenario is where the scores are going to be. Many riders understand that watching heats, especially the heats running up to your heat, and working out what the judges are liking and then replicating that in your heat is the key to success.
Well, we see a 6.0 wave score for Hayato Inokido from Japan. So that is the high score of the heat. That backflip roll combo, certainly well warranted. And Hugo Naudia with that 5.15. Unfortunately bumped down into third position. Now first position held down by our Japanese rider with a 10.75. And not too far behind him, Garib Abdelhafid. He needs a 5.51 to move back into first position. But right now, those two riders, they're going to hold down that first spot with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, it's one of those nail biters that's coming down to now, particularly with those top three being so close. It's could go anywhere, you know. Any of these four. This is probably the closest heat of the day, isn't it? You know, they're all neck and neck, and it's going to be one wave that decides it, and it's whoever gets this wave. You can see them all sat in a cluster there. You could probably, cut the tension out there. I think it would be a vibe for sure. You know, they're all concentrating. They're all willing that wave to come to them. They don't want their competitor to get it. They've put in all right, here, speak of the devil. Here it comes through the bridge. Who's going to take it, Jay?
Yeah, so we have a priority situation here where Hugo Naudia, he really needs a good wave. He has first priority and no takers. That one just gets through the pack. No one takes it. You mentioned a close heat, and I'll tell you what, folks, we have just over 2 points separating first from fourth place. So it is a very tight heat indeed. Really, it's going to be this last 2 minutes, and the next wave will decide how each rider does. But priority may indeed come into play here with Hugo Naudia holding down first priority, Garib Abdelhafid with second priority, and looks like under priority, Hugo Naudia taking advantage of that first priority, but nothing doing for him on that wave, and he will now bump to the back of the line, and that was a critical wave for him, and I'm afraid – I don't know if he'll have another shot, Rob.
Unless he can pick something up on the paddle back out, it was a tricky one. It looked as though it was going to run into a little bowl and deliver what he was looking for, but unfortunately not. And it is these decisions which decide heats, you know. It's strange how the face of the heat can change, that it's more about controlling the priority than it is about riding the waves, you know, towards the end of the heat. It's super important to ensure that you get that wave before you stop a competitor getting the wave, you know. It's quite tactical.
It is, really. It's like, you know, another part of the discipline of competing in wave riding. Other than just actually physically riding the wave well, you have to have that strategy element in place. And, you know, we've seen many world championships lost and won in both bodyboarding and surfing with riders using the priority system to their advantage. And, it can certainly squash people's dreams.
Here we go. So live action. Nice bowling left-hander, lovely and clean. Ooh, unlucky there. That was really good effort from Hayato. Looked as though he was going to make it. Unfortunately, caught the tail. I don't think that was backwash related. I think that was just, unfortunately, the board slipped out of his hands and he didn't quite make it.
Yeah, he is holding down that lead spot right now, and it looks like 16 seconds to go. He's going to hang on to this, but hold on just a minute. Garib Abdelhafid, one more chance to move from second to first. Not that it matters. He will still advance, and he gets one move off. Nice little banger reverse off that oncoming section. Doesn't quite make it, but that looks like it'll wrap it up here with Hayato Enokido from Japan taking the win, with Garib Abdelhafid from Morocco in the second position. So congrats to those two guys. We're going to take a break for some heat highlights, folks. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more action right after this.
Nice.
Well, folks, welcome back. Back in studio with me on the call here is Bego Martinez. Welcome back, Bego. It's steamy out there, right? Nice and hot.
Yeah, it is. We're very happy to be in the first day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. So let's hit the water, and we are going to check the very first heat of the women division. This is a trial heat. The trials for the ladies will have 2 heats. And we have in the water Haruka Yasumi, who is a very strong rider. And this one right here is the star of the Moroccan female bodyboarding, Soukaina Ahreli. And we have Rin Komatsusaki. We're going to get that hit presentation. So 2 Japanese against 1 Moroccan.
So you competed here 2 years ago, Bego. I mean, did you find it to be conducive to your particular style of riding as we look at the heat lineup right here?
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I have to say I love these pictures and I love this design. Thank you to the designers. I know in the head of the designers department from here from Maldives, Visit Maldives Pro, we have Revi. Revi, we're missing you, and the rest of the designers are doing a great job. Going to back to your question, I really enjoyed my time here. I actually advanced quite a bit, and I was happy about it. Wait a sec. 1 wave here for Rin. We'll see. I see her traveling with wait. All right, so only 1 spin. But yeah, wow. Let's just see this one for Haruka.
All right, Haruka, bottom turning, flat reverse spin, no real steepness to this wave. Just going to try to hang for that last move, and that one probably going to end up being a throwaway. And another very similar wave on the outside for our Moroccan rider, and another flat wave. So 3 kind of, not exciting waves there for these riders, really kind of probably throwaway waves for them, but it always feels good to get a wave right off the bat. And you were talking about your competitive experience here.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, with this kind of tide, I was not feeling comfortable. I remember the heat where I actually lost, it was in these conditions. So I loved it when it was low tide. But yeah, it was a little hard for me when it was high tide. But I have a huge flaw, I will say. I'm very used to hollow waves, so that's bad. That you shouldn't. You should train in all kind of conditions.
Barrel queen, and you like the cold. So speaking of cold, Rob Barber, we're waiting to see if he's ready with the interview. We got a couple of heat interviews stacked up for Rob from the past 2 heats. So we're waiting for the word from our director so we can go down there to Rob and get some interviews going. But, yeah, I mean, you're waiting for the interview here. Oh, we just got word that Rob is ready. So take it away, Mr. Rob Barber.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. So here I am with Heiter from Fuerteventura, who had nerves of steel in the last heat. Yeah, you waited and it paid off. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It was kind of fun. It was a little bit slow, but we get a couple of waves. We were waiting for the set because sometimes it's coming from one side to the side. And yeah, just waiting for try to get the good one, and that's it. That was my head, yeah.
Paid off, man. It paid off. So you've trained hard for this event. Tell me about the training you do.
Yeah, basically I try to be in my best shape to surf any condition, and I'm training 4 or 5 times a week, not only surfing, also in the gym. So basically just try to surf as much as possible, and also in the gym try to be in a good condition. And that's my training basically.
Mix it up, certainly working. Good on you. So is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I would like to say hi to all my friends, family, everyone who is watching the contest. It's very nice. So I hope to everyone enjoy because it's a nice event. So thank you guys. See you.
Good luck, man. So I'm going to throw back to Bego in the studio, and also Jay. I wouldn't miss you.
All right, Rob. Thank you very much for that interview. And, of course, big congratulations to Aitor for advancing and takes this beautiful wave for Soukaina. Oh, man, Soukaina. He loves her lefts. Yeah, she's a very good rider. I will say um, the best female rider from Morocco.
Wow. That's saying, do you know what city she's from in Morocco?
Oh, you got me on that one, but I have the survey here. She completed the survey, so
Excellent.
we're going to get, let me just have a look at that one.
And there are a lot of bodyboarders down there. I know that. It's a huge bodyboarding community down there. So,
All right, so replay from the last, that it's a shame because if she could have find a section there, she for sure would have, go for a nice projected roll. I have a memory with Sukaina, and she will probably laugh when she see this thing again. She actually eliminated me in Sintra back in 2022, or I think it was 21. I don't remember perfectly, but yeah, I was very close to advance, and she, took my chances. But I was that was when I met her, and I said, "Well, you surf really good." I was really proud of her. So if you're just getting here, this is the trials for the women division, heat number 1, and out of 2 heats that we're gonna see, and this is a replay of the last wave of Haruka with the nicest reverse spin, beautiful Japanese style.
well, Japan has been a powerhouse in women's bodyboarding for many, many years. In the early days of the World Tour, we had 2 or 3 events in Japan every year on the World Tour, and it was a really highly anticipated destination, a leg of the tour, if you will, because there was a solid bodyboarding industry down there, and it's great to see that so many Japanese riders are still supporting the World Tour. Of course, we've had some Japanese world champions. Of course, you can't forget about Sadi Ohara, probably recently the most prolific Japanese rider on the World Tour. And we go back to Ayaka Suzuki, who's now Ayaka Suzuki Krilli, as a former world champion on the World Tour. So they have had a solid presence on tour for decades, and that strong stranglehold of Japanese riding continues.
I mean, yeah, okay, so Haruka again is trying to go for one more of those nice reverse spins, but yeah, no, Japanese bodyboarding, female bodyboarding, it's beautiful. Of course, there's only a few men. We have the chance, we have the interview ready for the winner of the previous heat.
Okay, so we're going to maybe not. Rob, are you down there, buddy? I know you're probably down there partying with the locals, but we need an interview from you. What do you got, buddy?
Let me put my pina colada down, 2 seconds. I'm with Hayato from Japan, who just killed it in that heat, and awesome display. I just want to ask you what you thought of the conditions.
とっても難しかったです。毎回波のコンディションが変わるので合わせるのがすごい大変で、ヒート重ねていくごとにつかめていけたらいいなと思います。
Thank you, and super smooth ARSs. Your style is great. Tell me how you learn them and practice them and train to do them so well.
やっぱパーソナルトレーナーの中田健さんって方がいるんですけど、そのトレーニングのおかげでフィジカルはすごい整ってるんで。
Awesome, thank you. And anything to any shout outs for your followers, your fans, your family?
日本で応援してくれてる皆さん、応援ありがとうございました。今日もう1ヒートあるので、気を引き締めて頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Great work, thank you. Well done. Good luck in the event. Passing back to you, Jay, and Bego in the studio.
Okay, great. I got top billing this time, Bego, on the toss back to the studio. I love it. And I'm sure Rob picked up every single word of that interview, the responses. But you know what? So great from that 6-time Japanese champion, really dominating that last heat. But checking out this heat in the water right now, Sukaina gets a wave there, goes for the roll, but the wave just flattens out on her. And currently this heat off to a kind of a low-scoring start, I might say. You can see really flat waves at the moment with the high tide. But blue, Rin Komatsuzaki, gets a wave on the inside and actually almost pulls that Rolo. But, yeah, difficult conditions there on the bouncy backwash.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, right now it's not actually the highest tide. We already passed that moment, but there's a lot of water.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tricky.
It is, and it's just going to get better from this point forward as the tide continues to drop. And we're going to power through and get some rounds done here and probably continue on for the next couple of days. But right now, I'm looking at the tide table, and it looks like we got the low tide coming. It's right around 6:30 this afternoon, which is right on dark. So it's just going to improve as the afternoon wears on. And still some peaks, plenty of swell out there, just a little bit of warble and bounce. Nice reverse there from our rider in blue as she makes her way to the inside. Goes for the roll, but, just gets pushed out the back on that wave. And so far scoring coming through from those last few rides. And right now holding down lead position is our rider in blue, who you just saw, Rin Komatsuzaki. Second position for the other Japanese rider, Haruka Yasumi, and our Moroccan rider in third position only needs a 1.55 to advance on through this heat.
All right, and our plans for today is try to continue as much as possible and try to advance because we don't know what's the big swell's doing to this place.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting scenario as we see the swell build into the beginning part of the week. So I think the plan is to chip away at some of these early rounds. And, it's not really a compromise because this place, even when it's small, is such a good spot. There's good surf, small and big, especially the tide is obviously it's more tide sensitive when the swell is a bit smaller. So it's, if the swell does in fact drop, those low tide heats are really going to have the better conditions. But yeah, again, the forecast showing solid swell rising through Monday and peaking Tuesday, dropping slowly into Wednesday, Thursday. The waiting period does last all the way through Friday of next week. But I believe, we may end up wrapping this event up before that.
All right, so heat leader, Rin Komatsuzaki, nice looking one. And, so sporting the bat tail. What do you think about the bat tails?
Yeah, you don't see as many of those as you used to. A lot less riders using bat tails, less on the market as well. But the riders that know how to use them definitely use them to their advantage. We see red Haruka Yasumi goes up into a nice kind of slow-mo Rolo, and she pulls that off. The bat tail does give you a little more lift in the tail, probably a little bit more speed due to the added surface area of the board. But you really got to have your edge control skills wired. It's a little harder to hold an edge as we take one more look at this wave. And you see warbles on that wave, and she does nice to hang on that Rolo and get the finish on that wave. So, again, no super high scores as of yet in this heat. But certainly plenty of waves ridden already. We have 12 waves, maybe even 13 waves ridden in this heat as we get down to the 10-minute mark.
All right, if you're just getting here, we are more than happy to be bringing you the third edition of the Visit Maldives Pro, an event that is presented by Visit Maldives. It's our destination partner. And, of course, it's made in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness, and Recreation. And we have digital partner, Diragu as digital partner, Mukai Hotel, Burusu Catering, One Sports, Official Events, King Sports, Print Lab, and Muja's Art Box, and a fairly long list of supporting partners.
Well, the Wellness Club down there helping out the athletes, D-Tech, Male City Council, MNDF, and the local police. And rider up and riding, Sukaina from Morocco gets that forward spin, gets a little hung up on that, can't quite maintain the speed and pull off that finish roll. So Sukaina having trouble with the finish on these waves. And again, have to complete the maneuver and get out in front of the whitewater, show that you're still under the power of the wave to really get the credit for pulling off that move. So Sukaina having a bit of trouble on that one. One more look at this one, Bego.
Yeah, I mean, she just she was a little bit struggling. You can tell she used her leg to, complete that spin and tried a roll. I don't think she's gonna get a very huge score for that one, but we'll see. I mean, gotta build the momentum, and here comes a nice looking wave. That's unfortunate. That was actually very beautiful.
Yeah, that was a timing issue on that one. So Rin Kamatsuzaki having a bit of struggle on that wave. She is currently in second position in this heat. Haruka Yasumi holds down the lead, and these two Japanese riders doing battle out here for first and second position, whereas Sukaina Aguali, thank you, trying to pick off a wave and move into position. And look at that, the backwash just nails her as she tries to take off on that wave. She was under second priority, and she went for that wave, and the wave said, nope, you're not riding me. So tough times for the Moroccan rider out there.
Well, we have some intel here for Sukaina. She is coming from Mohammedia, and her favorite spot is Sablet. She does fitness and she swims as well. She has traveled to all over Morocco surfing and Portugal, and look at that. That's a beautiful wave for Rin.
So Rin moves her way to the inside. Nice linking of spins to the inside, trying to get that finish. Maybe she can find something, and no, the wave just dies out right in front of the tetrapods, as they call them, these concrete barriers to the water. And on the high tide, we did have some water splashing up onto the scaffolding, but they've done well to raise everything up this year and make sure that there's no interruption of the competition. And now we're in that dropping tide situation. Things are, as I mentioned, just going to get better and better.
That's right. Well, we'll see how this one unfolds. I don't know what's going to happen today, but I know for a fact that the official call in the morning was that we will try to run as long as possible because we don't know what the swell is going to do. And, Barunula Ralugandu behaves as a beach break, I will say. It's a very particular spot because it's got reef bottom, but it behaves as a beach break. So you never really know what you're going to get. It really changes a lot, this place, not only with the tides, but with the different swells. And a number of swells actually work for this place. It's not one single, usually in certain spots, you need a specific swell in order for the spot to work.
Yep.
But in this one here, a number of swells suit them. So suit it.
Yeah, that's a good point. The locals did tell me southeast seems to be the best direction. The swell today, to me, looks like it has swung more to the southeast, and it was more south-southwest at the beginning of the swell when we arrived. So it seems to be peakier, better shape with the current swell direction. And, that's kind of the nature of Indian Ocean swells. They come around the southern coast of Africa and across the Indian Ocean, and the swell starts out from the southwest, moves more south, and migrates more to the southeast. Pretty typical of storm systems and the direction that they travel. Kind of a better direction today, I think.
Yeah, actually, from what we have seen on the previous days, today, we have a very good wave. Okay, so one more wave there for Rin. We don't know what she did there. Rin, I think the cameramen are probably having lunch. Just let the camera on.
Yeah.
And Sukaina, nice roll for her. The first one she completes, and it's refreshing to see her actually completing a roll. And you know how it is when you're competing and you cannot even complete a roll. It's super frustrating, I'm telling you. I remember back in the day, I used to say, please God, only just allow me to complete one roll at least, to save the honor. And Haruka as well.
Yeah, so there she goes. She pulls one off. She don't want to run over your fellow teammate there, your fellow countryman. And she gets a nice wave there with the reverse at the finish there. And again, I mentioned lots of waves ridden. All the competitors are paddling back out, so this set's going to just go absolutely to waste. But, geez, we have, 6, 12, 13, 14, 16 waves ridden in this heat. One more look at this wave from red. That was Haruka. She bottom turns, gets the roll, comes to the inside, and gets one more maneuver off there with that reverse. And this heat, certainly no stranger to lots of action out there as we get down to the 3-minute 40-second mark. And one more look at this one from our rider in yellow. This is Sukaina. And again, you mentioned she pulls off the Rolo. We've all had those sessions, where we just can't even pull off the most basic maneuvers. And that's what keeps us coming back. The ocean will do that to you, humble you.
Yeah, no, definitely. All right, so 3 minutes and 17, and we are waiting for those scores because definitely I don't think those are the last, the last waves of scores. We'll see because Sukaina, she did complete that row, so we'll see how much she gets for that one. But yeah, unofficial results is what you see in your screen. We're waiting for some scores. Right. I got Sari O'Hara calling me. Sari, you can call me when I'm on.
Sorry, trying to get some intel on what's happening out in the water, maybe.
Yeah. No. I was asking her to please let the girls know that they have to complete the survey. We usually put on a survey for the athletes so they, just give us information about themselves and we have, something to talk about them and, let the world know who they are.
Yeah.
Which is very, useful for them. Right, so one more wave here for Sukaina. And it looks like the roll for Sukaina was a 3.75. I'm sorry, 7. It was not enough to take, the second position. Now she's looking for a 3.06. It's a completely doable task for her.
It is, but she is running out of time. She just had a wave. She's going to have to really hustle back to the outside to have a shot at another wave. 1:40 to go. Little left-hand peak popping up here. Will one of our competitors pick this one off? No.
All right, so another. I mean, look at that. I was distracted watching at the right and thinking, was that right better than the left? It looks like that's the case, but you have to be super away from, the rest of the competitors or where the traditional peak is in order to get that section there in those rights, And also it leaves you super far away from the peak.
That's true. It is a longer paddle back out, and the bigger it gets, the harder it is to get out over there because the very end of those right-handers is super shallow and dumpy. So you have to really be careful when you go right. You got to make sure it's going to be worth the effort because there's a lot of work involved to get back to the peak. So now down to the 40-second mark, it is looking dire for Sukaina from Morocco. She's needing a score of 3.06 to have a shot at moving forward in this event. Otherwise, it is all over right here and now for her. Just about 25 seconds to go. She is running out of opportunities.
That's right. Well, good effort for her, and she hasn't been. I remember I saw her in Sintra. She doesn't really travel that much to the World Tour events, but I know for a fact she's super motivated and she is in love with bodyboarding. She actually teaches bodyboarding. And yeah, that was her last ditch effort. And official result is the 2 Japanese advancing to the round number 1 because this is the trials for the women. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with one more heat for these trials and a lot to go for today, first day of competition. welcome back everyone to 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Today, the very first day of competition, and we are in the trials for the women division, heat number 2. So let's hit the water and check that out.
Yeah, let's see these ladies shred. Some fun conditions out there. That last heat was good. So a couple of scores on the board already. We've got Bianca Simões from from Brazil, who's already notched up a very good 4.5. That's a great way to start the heat. Then we've got Sara Abiko from Japan with a 3.25, and Maria Rosa yet to open her account. But there you see the ladies in this heat. So Bianca Simões from Brazil, Mariana Rosa from Portugal, and Sara Abiko from Japan. So yeah, very international contingent. And who will come out on top? So let's have a look at this conditions since the last time I was calling a minute ago. It seems to have not changed too much. There's some good swell. I think maybe a little bit bigger than before. Bit of texture on the surface, bit of backwash, but nothing that these ladies can't deal with.
Yeah, it just calls my attention that we are actually in the mid-tide, and I was expecting this kind of backwash when, you know, the tide was in full, but actually, you know, high tide was at 11:40, and right now local time here is 1:48. So our low tide, the second low tide of the day, is going to be at 6:30, which is almost dark already. 6:30 here, it's already dark.
Yeah. I think last night when we were at the opening ceremony, there was certainly some fun waves pumping then, weren't there? It was hard to keep your focus on the cultural action, because in the background there was just mad backflips and inverts going down, and the bodyboarders that were at the opening ceremony were just like hooting every time they saw something. So it was hard for the various individuals that were presenting to keep their focus. It was a very cool scene. So yeah, I think as we get through the day, the tide withdraws and the conditions should get better. And yeah, it's been super fun conditions already. We've had some good rides, and the more that these riders are getting used to these wedgy, bowly left hand rights, the more that the standard of riding is improving. So got a nice set coming. All the ladies are looking for an option here. So looks as though that right's just kicking off a little bit, but it's kind of choppy. Whereas over in the middle, on the middle of this peak, we've got some potential, but they're choosing to bide their time instead. So yeah, we've got Mariana Rose, who's from Portugal. I'm going to chat about her in a minute, though. I'm going to first of all hand over to Jay Reel, who is going to do a post-heat interview for us. Are you ready to chat, Jay?
I am going to do it right now. We have Haruka Yasumi, who took the win in that last heat. Very difficult conditions, a lot of backwash, yes?
Yes, this is my first time in Maldives, so because I'm so nervous, but I'm so happy to win.
And a lot of Japanese riders here this time. Everyone is supporting each other?
Yes, everyone. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Good. I know it's difficult to interview in English, but I want to give you a chance to thank your sponsors.
Yes, I'm very appreciated for supported me, and I will do my best to the next heat.
Do you want to say something in Japanese?
OK です。今回まずモルディブに来れて、こうやって元気に試合に出れることにすごく感謝しています。いつもサポートしてくれる皆さんのおかげでこうやっていい経験を積ませてもらってます。次も全力で頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, a huge congratulations. We will see you later in the contest. We will see you guys back in the booth right now.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Lovely words. So yeah, I was just here we go, live action. So Sara Abiko from Japan. Ooh, nice roll, really nice roll. So nice bottom turn roll, rode through it. Going to back up her 3.25 now. So she's got a second wave. So that means she'll be challenging for first place. By the looks of that score, it'll take her there, and that puts her in a commanding position. But let's have a look at what Red's been up to. So bottom turning here on a nice left-hander, looking for that end bowl, sizing it up, and then didn't quite happen, or it cut off maybe before it did happen. But I'd say that she pulled off that wave rather than doing a move. It looked as though it flattened out a little bit. Now we've got another rider looking, just pulling back. So 18 minutes gone, and few scores exchanged. So here we go, replay of Blue lining up a roll, busts out through the lip, maintained through the white water, and then just pulls off, ready to get back out there for another one. So yeah, good start to the heat.
Yeah, no, I mean, this lady, Sarah, it's surfing super good. Sarah also, it's the first time that she comes here. She competed last year in Sintra, and yes, she hasn't been in any of the World Tour stops so far. And, this event right here, it's the fifth event for the women division. Maybe we can check the calendar and we can show you what we had this year so far. But yeah, this event itself, I'm sorry, it's the sixth event of the World Tour calendar, and for the ladies is the fifth event.
Got it. Well, we've got Mariana Rosa, who is currently lying in third position from Portugal. She's from Carcavelos, so super fun beach break near Lisbon. Spends her time hanging with friends and family, studying and reading. She's part of a big bodyboarding community. As we know, it's a super stronghold of bodyboarding in Portugal, and that Lisbon zone in particular. Oh, well, live action, just pulling out. And then she enjoys travel, so she's been to Indonesia. That's one of her favorite places to visit. But her big focus is just being happy with her bodyboarding, but then trying to make it as far as she can through the sport, and then ultimately winning big in the future. So she speaks Portuguese and English, and she's just waiting to open a wave account at this event, the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. It's trickier than it looks, guys. You've got to hunt out these peaks. You've got I think Jay Reel coined it really well when he said bodyboarding events are 50% skill and 50% luck. No doubt you have to have a bit of luck on your side, but the skill that you have, you can increase that luck, Paddling.
I'll tell you what, this lady last year, she did one of the most impressive rolls, and look at that amazing, beautiful roll. Went for the combination, of course, with a spin and one more roll. So, you know what I think? I think she was only waiting for the right moment. So that's going to be a good score, but here's the answer of Sara. Sara also super good in this heat. So yeah, Mariana Rosa, last year she put on a huge roll. I remember perfectly. I was commentating. I don't remember if it was with Jay or you, but yeah, she was really showing off. I don't remember the specific score, but it was big. Nice.
Well, she's clearly got solid rolls in her locker, as we can see by this replay here. She's taking the speed from the landing and going straight into a forward spin, and then tries to push into another roll in the closeout. Unfortunately, just coming disconnected from her board on that one. But now we've got Blue. Lovely roll, just comes unstuck, unfortunately. So, a few of the girls getting bounced off on their final rolls there. But yeah, more to come. We've got Bianca here, who's from Brazil. She's from Barra de Tijuca, so the fun beach break there. She trains with the Athlete Institute, so
Neymar Carvalho.
Yeah,
Neymar Carvalho Institute.
Yeah. You know all about that?
Yeah.
Tell me.
I mean, she is like one of the good friends of Luna, and yeah, she trains with the Neymar Carvalho Institute. Not just because you said athlete, it's the Neymar Carvalho.
Got it.
Right, so one more look to this wave.
Lovely, so here we go. So she gets a good projection with her arms, gets disengaged from the lip, which usually spells success, but unfortunately, as she landed, she became disconnected from her board, and that often spells that a front or her side hand would have slipped off. It's nothing more frustrating than lining up a roll, hitting it cleanly, but then on landing, one of your hands comes off, and it's very hard to reconnect and get back on your board. So yeah, she'll be kicking herself about that, because she kind of did the hard work, but just didn't get the benefit of the completion. And that's what it's all about with the judging criteria. They want to see you complete a maneuver and come out in front of the whitewater, and it can be you can pay the price of like 70% of the wave score if you don't land that maneuver quite often, of the maneuver score. So if you do a roll, you come out in front, you get a reasonable score for it. If you do a roll and don't come out in front, you don't make it, then you're going to get your score radically chopped down. And that's why these riders are trying so hard to achieve that landing and get out in front of the wave.
All right, yeah, I think that's a good analysis, definitely. All right, so I don't know. It looks like there's still some bumps in there. I mean, check where the ladies are sitting, a little far away from us. We are right on the shore of this wave. This wave doesn't really have a proper shore, you know. It's got some little sand space, but it's all there's a lot of reef, right? And reef pieces all over the shore. So we are right there. The stage is built right in front of it, and yeah, we have a strong backwards right now, although we are in the mid tide. But well, 12 minutes and 30 seconds, and this is the last heat of the trials for the women division. And this is the very first day of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro.
That's right. It's interesting for you to talk about the beachfront. It's not like a typical beachfront per se. There's lots of shale and the tetrapods that Jay was talking about earlier on. Yesterday I just walked down the reefy rocks and then just jumped straight in the water. So the access is actually really cool. You know, you can be sort of chilling and having a coffee, then put your fins on and just dive straight in the water, catch some wedges, and back out on land. You know, the access couldn't be better compared to some of the waves around the world that you have to drive miles to, park in a car park, walk a long way away. For accessibility, Malay's got, you know, a prime bodyboard spot on the shores, and that should be remembered to anyone that's traveling here. You know, no need to just flit straight to some of the resorts in the islands. Why not clock up some time here, score some waves, and experience, you know, this part of the Maldivian culture as well. It's a really cool spot to hang out and to definitely score some wedges.
Yep. That's pretty cool here that you mention it, because some people maybe don't see it as a wedging, you know, wave. But it changes a lot, and it does have those sections super wedgy. All right, so situation in the water: Sara Abico leading, followed by Bianca Simois from Espiritu Santo. Bianca, it's been a pleasure to see her, you know, improving every year. I remember I met her when she was very young, around 15, 14 years of age, and she was already good. But she had improved a lot, you know. In Wahine, she did a great performance. Unfortunately, she couldn't get that title in the junior women division that she wanted. I think this was her last year, as well as Lunes. But yeah, Bianca, you're surfing very well and surfing every time better and better. So it's a pleasure to watch you. And Mariana has been patiently waiting, you know. You don't get that too much, especially in the ladies division. Only a few has that type of a strategy. Waiting is a tricky strategy.
Blue up and riding. So Sarabika looking to build on a lead. Oh, so unfortunate there. That looked like a bomb. So there's definitely it's well worth waiting for those good big waves. You know, those bowling left-hand peaks are still apparent if you've got the patience to hold out and wait for them. And that's exactly the strategy that Sarah went for. She did everything right here. She bottom turned, a nice edge, hit the lip nicely, and it just bent away from her, poor thing. She'll be gutted about that one. So yeah, it's she's still sitting up the top there with you know, a combination of scores that are keeping her in first place. So she's got a 5.75, so the highest score of the heat so far, and a 3.25. And you can look at these scores on the IBC World Tour.com website if you want to follow the detail. Certainly helps if you you know, trying to work out the strategy and the approach from these ladies. We've got Mariana Rosa, who sat there in third position, but she's got a 4.5, so she's got sort of the second highest score of the heat. She just needs a backup ride, and here we've got somebody taking off. That's Bianca, so that's red. Wave gets a little foamy. She times the approach to the lip, and then unfortunately becomes unstuck on the landing. The tail came away from her body, so a good roll. You need to keep your body and board in sync with each other. The tail can't come away from your body, or otherwise you'll end up, digging on the landing and not landing with a glide. So that was unfortunate. But like I said, Mariana Rosa is still in third position, but it's all to play for. The scores on the screen, you can see now, it's all there. So 4.5, she just needs to have a score of 3.66 or above in order to take second place. And it's the first and second that progress through this heat. So yeah, eyes down for an exciting last 8 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, 8 minutes, it could be, an eternity if you are winning because you want the time to fly. But if you're losing, it's a very little time, Sometimes you feel like it's nothing. So Mariana Rosa being super quiet, looking for not too much. 3.66 is a completely doable task. Probably that's what she's doing. And I think she's actually taking off on this one. Is she gonna? Oh, that's a shame. That was actually kind of like a section.
Looked good, and then it kind of bent away from her, didn't it? They just either bowl towards you or wrap out to sea, and it looked from the takeoff as though she'd got exactly the wave shape she was looking for, but unfortunately it wrapped, and that's hard to predict at the moment. And she'd waited some time for that, so she's now going to go into third priority. So this is critical, the order that the riders are to take off, that they can take the waves now, is leaving her in third priority. So yellow, here she is.
I think she could have tried to hit that leap. What do you say?
I'd say that it would have made sense. She'd committed to the ride. She may as well, knowing that she only needs a 3.66, it may have achieved that score. So there she goes. She's back out. I mean, she's the competitor, isn't she? She's made her decision. She's back out there now hunting another wave. And here we go. Speaking of catching waves, here's red, Bianca Simoes. So lining a roll up through the lip and maintains. That was a well-ridden wave. Yeah, she got to the lip a little late, but she punched through the lip and she came out of it. And that's going to be the difference between a poor score and an average score. I think the judges will be looking at her 3.65 and perhaps replacing that with a better score maybe. So there she goes, up and over. Good roll technique. The judges will really be analysing this on the replay and comparing it to the waves that they've seen in the heat before, and they're making a decision from there. So yeah, next 5 minutes. So we're just down to the final 6 minutes of the heat, but this is the sharp end of the heat, Bego.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was checking the upcoming heats, and I was wondering about Nicole Calleiros, because Nicole Calleiros was feeling a little bit under the weather, and she was not certain to compete. So I'm not really sure if she's going to be showing. That would be such a shame for someone that travels from so far away. She's coming from Rio de Janeiro, and it's the first time that she travels so far. So sometimes it's hard, your body sometimes if you don't sleep in the planes, which is super common, I really don't sleep too much in the planes, your defenses definitely get low. So all bodies are different. So I think she got a bit sick, and she was not feeling any well, but she said she was gonna rest and try to make it for her heat. We'll see if she shows, because that's the upcoming round, the round number 1, where we're going to see no one else than Alexandra Rinder in the first heat with her, Nicole Calleiros, and one of the riders that advanced, one of the Japanese ladies that advanced from the heat number 1 of these trials. And yeah, we have big names already in the next round, since we had 88 registrations for this event.
Wow.
22 women, and that, which is a very good number for the women. And on the men's side, it wasn't the biggest number, but it improved from the previous years. This event every year brings more and more people. I believe people, get interested in the place every year, right? So we'll see what happens next year.
Here we go, yellow, Mariana Rose. Oh, that's the second wave in a row that she's been a whisker away from catching, and they're delivering the sections that she needs. She is hunting a specific type of wave, a wave that's going to allow her to launch one of those trademark rolls, as she did on the first wave of her heat. So she's She's playing a smart game. Here we go. So she's been patient. Now she's lining it up. Off the bottom, up she comes.
Nice.
Hits the roll and lands it. So patience pays off. Will the judges give that the score, and will it change her position from third into second or perhaps first? We'll wait and see. But it's good to see her strategy paid off there. Now going back to what you're talking about, Bego, the travel, it's something that, oh, here we go.
Let me just do this one. Yeah, that was a classic, well-performed Mariana Rosa roll. And she is looking for a 4.51. I don't know if with a single maneuver. It is. It's actually a 4.5. So she gets, actually, no, it's a 5.75. And I'm telling you this, it was a one single maneuver, but it was really well executed. So jumping from being third
yeah,
to the lead. So way to go.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, that just because you're sitting in third doesn't mean you're out the game. It just means that you're waiting to pounce, and she did that. You know, she waited, she got the bowl, the judges recognized the shape of the wave, the technique with the bottom turn, and the fact that she made it nice and cleanly, and they rewarded it accordingly. So yeah, up she goes into first place, upwards and onwards. So yeah, it's certainly paid off for us. So, but yeah, we're talking about the travel. This event is always going to attract individuals because they want to compete in a World Tour event, but they want to come to the Maldives, don't they? Who doesn't? You know, it is paradise on earth, and part of being a professional bodyboarder or a bodyboarder competing in this event isn't just being the best bodyboarder, it's preparing your body for it, isn't it? So that travel needs to be considered, and overcoming that travel in the most, in the most clever way. So letting your body recover, getting enough time to sort of surf this wave and become familiar with it, but also not over surfing before the event as well. So there's so much that goes into it, and of course becoming accustomed to this tropical climate, because it is hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, and humid as well. So well, we'll see if Nicole will show. Okay, so one more here for Bianca. Is she gonna find that 4.51 that she's looking for? That's a nice roll for Bianca.
Yeah, good effort.
I don't know what's going to happen at 4.51. Is she going to get Sara Abico out of that classification zone? I don't know. We'll see.
So critical to keep your concentration down into these final minutes, you know. It's so important, and everything changes, you know, so regularly in these final minutes, and we'll have to see the judges are looking. I see somebody taking off going right there as well. So let's see what the judges reward it with, and will it affect the lay of the land as this heat comes into the closing second. So we're down to the last 40 seconds now, and now it's just down. There's nothing worse than being the competitor and you're just literally sat there waiting for the score, which will determine whether your trip ends here or you proceed to the next round. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one. They rewarded Mariana, so they liked that. Will they compare it? That's what they're doing now, comparing, contrasting, seeing what the technique looked like to them and whether they liked it.
Tough moments for the judges, you know. And they know perfectly. They have the very same scores, and I'm telling you this replay here is for them. I'm pretty sure about that. They are having another look, trying to analyze if it's worth, for her to take that 4.51, and it looks like Sara took another wave because Sara just got the win.
Wow.
What happened in there?
Yeah, she took that right, didn't she? I think. Yeah, so that just went out of
Blue.
shot. Yeah. She just went out of shot, and that was the deciding moment. So the buzzer beater syndrome kicks in again, and that's something that's so prevalent in these heats. You've got to concentrate till the buzzer goes. Okay, so now we're going to go to the highlight packages last heat. Enjoy. I don't have the details.
Okay, well, Rob, we had an incredible thing happen at the end of that heat where one of our riders got an insane wave and actually moved into first position in the heat with an amazing couple of maneuvers there. Did you see the last wave on the replay there right at the end?
It was so awesome. Both of the ladies that were vying for the to get through the heat both scored rolls. We were waiting for the judges to award them their scores, and by Jove, in they came, and it was all changed. So just goes to show that surfing right down to the final seconds is totally important, you know. But we've got more live action now, so we're moving on to this heat, which is number 3, round 1 of the ladies event. So we've got Alexandra Rinder, from Australia. We've got Nicole Calheiros from Brazil, and then we've got Haruka Yasumi from Japan.
So, yeah, that was a quick turnaround for Haruka Yasumi. She just won a heat a couple heats ago. She's already back out there. And, of course, Alex Rinder, our youngest ever world champion. And you mentioned Australia. It's actually Austria, but I'll give you that. You know, that you're allowed an error or two on the country calls. But she's, you know, she lives in the Canary Islands. So Austria is kind of her family's home country, but she's grown up in the Canaries and certainly part of the fabric of that bodyboarding community down there. Haruka Yasumi getting another wave right there, or actually her first wave right there. So these three riders doing battle here, and the ocean has taken a decided turn towards the gloomy here. We got a little bit of cloud cover right here over the lineup, Rob. It's looking a bit more ominous out there.
Wow, here we go, Alexandra from Austria, bottom turning, nice rollo, over she comes. That's a great start, you know. She's waited for those lefts and then she's picked one off and really nailed that roll. So she's got a helmet on. It is reef bottom here, and we were surfing yesterday with her. She had a helmet on. I was like, why not, you know? You can hit the bottom in any conditions, and when you've got a reef there, you may as well cover yourself. So she's clearly comfortable wearing it. Some people don't feel so comfortable in them, but I see lots of footage of her wearing it. So, yeah, I think it's an addition to bodyboarders the world over these days, don't you think?
Yeah, you know, and Alex, no stranger to heavy, dangerous waves. Certainly back when the Fronton King event had a women's division, she was one of the dominant riders and charging that gnarly, shallow, wedgy reef break like no other. And she's a lover of those more powerful heavy waves. So when it's kind of wonky like this, you know, she's going to be looking for those steeper hollow waves, whereas Haruka Yasumi, a little slighter in build. She's smaller and more compact. She's going to have a little bit of an advantage out here. So look for Alex to really hunt down those bigger, more powerful waves.
Sure. So here we've got a set looming, some dark lines on the horizon. You were saying it's got a little bit overcast, and I think everybody at the contest site doesn't mind that, you know. It's been pretty baking with the sun, and we've had glorious sun wall to wall all morning. So just a little bit of cool off is not the end of the world. And at this time of the day when the sun's so high, I think everybody can take a little bit of solace in it just being a little bit more chilled, you know. But more importantly, the waves. We've got endless waves here at the moment. You know, it looks as though there's going to be swell for the whole week. And this place just refracts these peaks into fun bodyboarding opportunities. And I think that as this tide drops back, we're going to see more and more bowls and probably relive some of the high octane, Jay, action that we experienced from this morning.
I love it, man. And it's very true. Alex Rinder, we mentioned, one of the youngest world champions ever in the sport of bodyboarding. Been in the competitive scene for many, many years. And she would certainly be the odds-on favorite in this heat. She currently leads the heat. It is very obviously early in the heat with about 18:45 to go in the heat. But, yeah, Rinder kind of splits time between Europe and the Canaries, and multilingual, speaks English, German, Spanish, obviously. So, you know, I mentioned earlier with Bego, many of these riders really call them worldly. You know, they're multilingual. They speak many languages, and certainly when you travel the world competing in the sport of bodyboarding or any sport for that matter, it does benefit you to know more languages, right?
It's a really nice byproduct of traveling the world scoring waves, isn't it? Learning about the cultures and picking up those language skills that are going to open doors to you. And that's what these events are all about, is opening doors, making connections, creating this bodyboarding network, which is all about increasing your fun in the sport. Not only do you have the personalities that you become familiar with, but you learn about where they bodyboard, where they've traveled to bodyboarding. You connect with them on surf trips, bodyboard trips all around the world, and that's where this, this bodyboarding family comes together through this competition element. And I would really recommend that anybody who hasn't visited a World Tour event before should make a beeline for it, but live action. So we've got Yellow here, banging up for a roll and just doesn't make it. It's sort of, I don't know if it was clear to see, but that bent away from her a little bit. She seemed to do most things right on her approach to the lip, and then it just didn't allow her to get the launch ramp that she was looking for. So she'll head out there again for another wave.
So we're trying to get Bego in position for that post-heat interview. We're just waiting for word from the director, and we'll get down to her shortly. So I believe she's ready now. So Begonia Martinez, can you give us a word or two with our prior heat winner?
Of course. So we have Abiko Sara, as they say, because they say first the last name and then the name. So Sara, how do you feel surfing here? Is your second time in the World Tour, in the IBC World Tour, so how are you feeling?
Second time is nervous, but I'm so happy to win.
Well, that was really impressive because you changed the situation at the last minute. So how was that? Too nervous, too stressed?
Scary situation, but move to win.
So good. You want to say some words in Japanese?
日本の皆さん応援してくださってありがとうございます。ヒヤヒヤする内容ではあったんですけど、決めるところで決めれてよかったです。次も頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bego. Back to the action. So, yeah, 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Here we are. Heat 3, round 1, and we've got a wave about to be taken by Alexandra Rinda. She bottom turns, eyeing up the section. She's looking for that bowly left that she loves so much. In the pocket, boosts the roll, comes out on a rail, and another one, very tidy. So has she made that inside? She pushes through. 2 solid rolls. So compared to the last heat, I don't think we saw anybody bust 2 rolls on one wave. So I know that the judges take each heat separately, but I think they'll be impressed by this, and I can see the score going northwards. Nice roll through the lip, but maintains her rail. Nice bottom turn, hits again, and a full radius roll at the end there. So yeah, good work. What are you saying, Jay?
Well, yeah, Alex, a veteran of this competition. She actually made it very far the first year out here when it was absolutely pumping. I remember she had a heat where Isabella Souza, I believe it was in the final actually, and Souza had an incredible wave at the end of the heat, and Alex just stood up on the reef on the inside and gave her a big hug as the heat wrapped up. So Alex Rinder, success in this event, no stranger to that, but early in the heat, 14 minutes 25 to go, and scores popping on the board shortly. One more look at this one, Rob.
Yeah, I love it when she's bottom turn around this section. Timing and poise, and then up and over. It wasn't an easy section. It had some backwash running through it, and then up and over again. It gets the nose above the lip, which the judges will like. It's all about differentiating one roll from another. I've said that before, but that's what the judges, that's what these top level judges are looking for, these nuances that give themselves the opportunity to separate one from another. And that's why it's very hard for the untrained eye to be able to judge things that are so very similar, because there are differences and they will spot them.
Yep, I'll agree with you on that one. And it's tough as a judge. You have to watch each and every wave that's ridden from the start of the day to the finish, man. It is an a thankless job, and an unrewarded job from a lot of people. They don't realize how hard these judges have to work to write these, type these scores into the scoring system, especially when you get three riders going all at the same time. Nicole Calheiros from Brazil gets a roll off on that right-hander, the backdoor peak, if you will, trying to redirect here on the inside, hoping maybe for one more move, and can't quite maintain that momentum on the inside of that wave. And Calheiros will paddle back out for more, holding down second spot in this heat at the moment.
Yeah,
And,
so here we go on the rerun. She pulls a nice roll there through the lip. That section did not give her the opportunity to do anything better than that. She maximized her opportunity. I love the fact that she's so color coordinated with her board, fins, and rash vest. Good work. Good accessorization there. But more importantly, let's find out a little bit more about her. She works as an event manager. She's the secretary of sports at the Rio City Hall. So, cool that she gets the opportunity to do that, and of course do bodyboard events as well. So she lives an active lifestyle. Her best achievements in the sport are 9th place in the Akike event in 2022. And that was after 8 years away from the tour, so big comeback there for her. She is the Vice Latin American champ, and she's top 8 in the World Tour in 2010. So like many bodyboarders, she spanned the test of time. She's been in the sport and then come back to the sport, and that's one of the benefits of bodyboarding. You can keep coming to it at whatever age you are, as long as you keep your body in check. And a man that keeps his body in check is Jay Real.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Rob. The older you get, the harder it is, and you just got to keep moving. That's really the lesson here. Is you want to keep active, want to keep bodyboarding, you just got to keep moving. And you see a lot of the older riders that look at Neymar Carvalho. She's been at the top of her game for like 3 decades, and she's still one of the top riders on the tour. And she's, in her late 40s, competing against her own daughter, which is a testament to, the youthful aspects of bodyboarding, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's insane. It just goes to show that, there's many that feel that if your body is kept in check, then your wave knowledge increases. But live action, Jay.
Nicole Calheiros really trying to work over that right-hand peak. It's not an easy task over there. She gets the roll off nicely, trying to find that one more move on the inside. She might get a little roll off on this inside closeout, but nope, the wave just dies into shallow water over there. So Calheiros taking a different tack on this heat. Really a spread out field in this heat. Priority not coming into play in any way, shape, or form at this point of the heat. One more look at this one as she chips into this right. Looks pretty good, nice and wedgy, and she does well to find the little roll section there as the wave folds over onto her head. And you can see right here, she's thinking she might get a little wedge left-hander on the inside, so she's trying to stay with it, trying to, find one more finish move off there, but the wave just doesn't cooperate. So Calheiros taking a different approach to this heat.
Yeah, I think it's quite a clever move, isn't it? She's realised that most of these manoeuvres are one-move waves, and she's looking for a point of difference between her rides and her competitors. So riding them through, waiting for that reform and trying to bust something on the inside might give her that extra 0.75, maybe even a point or a 0.5 that could separate her if she's being compared to her competitors. So, sharp moves. She's the only rider that I've seen, I believe, on the heats that I've called today who sat out on the right-hand side and just been patiently waiting for those right-handers and not just hustling in the pack for the left-hand peak, which occasionally breaks right. So, interesting strategy from her. It's paying off. She's in second place at the moment. We've got just under 9 minutes remaining with Alexandra Rinder with a commanding lead. She really sort of stamped her mark on this heat. Nicole from Brazil is just following up with a 5.15 and Haruka Yasumi from Japan with a 2.5.
Well, Rinder well and truly off to a good start here. That 6.0, her last wave, just 2 waves under her belt. That's enough to hold her firmly in the first position. Second position, Nicole Calleros. Yeah, she needs a pretty solid score to overtake the lead, but it's really a battle for second position at this point with 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Haruka Yasumi needs just 3.66 to overtake Calleros for the win, and that's really just one decent wave. She only has a 1.5 and a 1.0, so really low scoring heat for the second and third position riders here, and plenty of time here. Really, they could actually get 2 decent waves and replace both of their scores with this much time left in the heat.
Still all to play for, definitely. It's a matter, sometimes it's a matter of the mind when it gets to this part of the heat, because the announcer is calling out the heat positions and the riders in the water need to keep their cool. It's easy to panic, you know. You can be thinking the whole world are looking at me, I'm on the webcast, I'm still in third, or I need a score, and that makes you freak out, you know. You've got to keep cool, you've got to take those deep breaths, control your anxiety, keep your focus on your strategy, and it's the riders that do that win time and time again, isn't it, Jay?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It is a mental game in some cases, you know, especially when there's a lot of waiting and trying to pick through the waves that are out there for the diamonds in the rough, if you will. And plenty of rough out there today, so looking for the diamonds here is what it's gonna take to make it through. Haruka Yasumi, and she just, as I mentioned, had a heat just a little while ago, and she's back out there and gets the roll and ducks out. Plenty of energy from her. As you know, I had a post-heat interview with her just, I don't know, 45 minutes ago, and she was hustling to get back over there for this heat. After winning that prior heat, moved her ahead into this heat as we continue through this first round of the women's division. And there you can see across the screen all the social media and informational sites. We got the Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube links there that you can check out, and of course the IBCWorldTour.com website where you can follow the live scoring, see what's coming up next, check the heat draws and results from prior rounds as we progress through day 1 here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, our 3rd year at this event. And our QR code to scan with your phone on the screen as we speak. That'll take you to the link tree with links to all those sites that I just mentioned. So get your phone out, get a quick scan of that, and you'll be connected and tuned in, Rob.
Definitely. Stay connected. You don't want to miss a beat, you know. This is hotting up every minute, and I just want to pronounce the name of this wave because Jay and me have been chatting about it quite a lot. Varanula Ralugandu.
Wow.
So, I really gave it some beans in that. Yeah, so Vago is the master or the mistress at this pronunciation, as she is with every other language. But yeah, a suitably radical name for a suitably radical wave. You know, it's the cool spot right on the promenade. You can just jump on in the water here and score some wedges, and it's a real fun bodyboarding spot. You know, there's plenty of chilled bodyboarders here that are very welcoming. If you are passing through the Maldives, you should stop here.
Yeah, it is an easy access spot, no doubt about it. Let's take a look at those women's rankings as we see Alex Rinder ducking through the back of that wave. No scoring potential for her, so she cuts her losses. And we did have the women's rankings briefly on the screen. There they are again. Maida Viana holding down the lead position with Neymara Carvalho's daughter Luna Hardman in second spot, and she did win the junior women's world title at Antofagasta earlier this year, and longtime tour veteran on the tour for some 26 years, Mayla Venturin in third position. I talked about the veterans. Well, there's Mayla, one of the veterans, certainly at the top of her game still, and Yuka Nishimura and Joanna Shanker tied for fourth position. Same point totals for the year so far, and Nicole Calleros taking a wave.
Yeah, she hung out on the right, and patience has paid off. She's got a slightly bigger wave this time. Hectic landing. She had the battle for that one. 3 minutes just over remaining, so she's getting a score on the board while it counts. And then we've got blue, Haruka Yasumi, a reverse, and then a roll. So just didn't make the roll, unfortunately for her, but a solid reverse. I think that's the first spin we've seen for some time in these heats, because the waves just haven't lent themselves to open face maneuvers. It's been all about getting up to the lip. Again, down with the judges. These are vital scores now as we come into the last 3 minutes. We've got basically Brazil and Japan vying for second place, and it will be important, the scores that the judges give to those two waves in regards to who's likely to progress into the next round of the competition.
As we look at the bridge in the background, we cut to another replay here. Nicole Calderos again trying to work over this right-hander. Gets up to the lip, but the lip just kind of crumbles. She does really well to hang on there, and she's bouncing around on this inside backwash, trying to get a breath. And, yeah, gets out in front of that one, so she pulls that move off. And she does hold down second position at this point. And Haruka Yasumi needs a 2.91 to have a shot at continuing her campaign in this event. Just 2.5 minutes remain in the competition. And it is a tight battle there for that second spot here.
It's all action. They're going blow for blow, you know. So let's have a look at it. We get a better view now. So here she goes. Comes off the bottom, up the face, and now draws it into a reverse. A bumpy one, difficult to hold on to, but she nails it. Back in the pocket. Now this is where the wave goes flat and then quickly walls up to the lip she goes. Gets her board pointed towards the shore, but unfortunately the wave just leaves her behind. So, yeah, the positions stay the same. We've got Alexandra leading by some way, and then Nicole followed by Haruka. So, yeah, minute and a half to go. And, yeah, the game is afoot. These ladies are going tooth and nail to see who can make the next round.
And you see that iconic bridge in the background takes people over to the airport, which is in that island, on that island in the distance. And that's where everybody flies in and out of when they arrive to this country. And that's the Valana Airport, and they take them to various resorts and islands by either seaplane or a regular plane or even boat. You can actually boat to several really, really high-end luxury resorts in just even 20 minutes from here. So there's so many good surf spots around this area. And, of course, we are on Male, the capital island, which is kind of the central hub for the entire country.
Cool. Live action. So Blue off the bottom. Oh, nails it onto the float there and then comes through it. That's Haruka Yasumi from Japan. Really nice roll. And then she kind of got hung up and made the most of it. Answering straight back is Nicole, who makes that as well. So both of them had challenging rolls there that they've come through. Again, the judges will be looking at these very closely and deciding if that affects the two positions. That was an unorthodox maneuver from Haruka Yasumi, probably one that she couldn't repeat if she wanted to. And by that I mean that the wave reacted strangely underneath her, but it allowed her to land on a floater sort of situation and then ride. It looked as though she was going off the back, but then she made it. So looked pretty cool.
Yeah, so we're waiting for those final scores to come through to determine who was the second advancing position. But Alex Rinder dominating from start to finish. She will take the victory. The Austrian takes it out here in the closing moments of this heat. The battle is really for second position. We'll wait for those scores to drop through, and it looks like Nicole Calderos edges out Haruka Yasumi, and we'll take a break while we watch the highlights from that heat. We'll be back with more shortly. Stay tuned. All right, women's round one well underway. We have a few heats under the belt. Back in the studio with me, Bego Martinez. Bego, what do you think of the women's action so far? Pretty good.
I think they're doing an amazing job, and I have to say congratulations to all of them because, it's not easy. There's actually a lot of current and a lot of waves, so they are amazing. And this is, the first day of competition on the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Let's hit the water to check the next heat of this round number one. For the women division, that is not correct. That heat right there is the previous heat, so they're going to fix it. Thank you, director. But yeah, we're going to introduce you. You guys, if you want to check who is competing, you can go to the IBC World Tour official website, ibcworldtour.com, and you can see, look at that. What a way to start things. That's Luana Dourado. My God, I can't get enough of this young lady. She's 14 years of age, and she already started super strong, the heat. I mean, what can we expect from this young Portuguese rider?
Well, I love to see the energy of these young riders. It's all sort of like new and exciting to them. And they're on the world stage competing against some of the best in the world. And here's the heat lineup right here from Japan. Yuka Nishimura, Luana Dourado, who you just mentioned, just got that wave from Portugal. And also from Portugal, Mariana Rosa. So two Portuguese young ladies doing battle out there, fellow countrymen trying to get that advancing spot. Hopefully, I'm sure for them, they're hoping top two advancing spots. But here we go. One more look at this wave for the young Portuguese girl up into the roof, and a nice roll through the lip there for her.
The thing with her that she is not afraid. She does have the technique, She can surf really good. She knows what to do. And she is zero afraid of the big sections, Because even you guys maybe don't know, but that looks actually big out there.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a pretty mature ride to me. A lot of these young riders, they kind of get overwhelmed by the power of the wave, but she was solid, man. She met power with power and looked really solid on that wave. Gets a 6.5, but let's not discount Yuka Nishimura. Got a 6.0 on her first wave. So already this heat, the highest scoring women's heat so far, at least at the starting point here. And Mariana Rosa has a go there, but comes off the back of that wave. So really high scores to start out this heat for those two riders.
And one more here for Luana Dourado. She is so impressive. She gets a 6.5. It's I don't know about the heats you did, but from the heats that I have done, it's the highest score of the women.
Yeah, for sure. And, pretty amazing way to start this heat with still 22 and a half minutes to go. But we have Rob Barber down there with our heat winner from the last heat. Rob, what's happening down there?
She just shredded it in the last heat. So, yeah, I've got a few questions for you. I just want to ask about that pocket ride where you did the two rolls. It was super sick.
Yeah, so I was really looking where to sit, and I've known this wave a little bit. And, yeah, it's not easy. The wave is a little bit, it looks like it's like it has power, but it's not easy. So, yeah, I found that first little roll, and I was lucky enough to connect with the second one and got the pocket roll here. And, yeah, just happy. I have to tie my pants though a bit because I nearly lost them. And yeah, just I was struggling a bit, I'm not gonna lie. First heat, so it's a little bit like how am I feeling for this contest? But yeah, just looking forward for what's coming next, and yeah, just being positive.
Keep positive and keep your pants, definitely, for sure. So what do you think about these waves, and is it the lefts or the rights, and what do you think about different stages of the tide? Talk me through it.
Yeah, so everybody knows that I prefer lefts. It has good potential, this wave. With a high tide, it happens that the wave is a little fat, so you can't really like hit the lip. But it has potential definitely to do a contest, and I'm looking forward to some bigger conditions in the next days. And yeah, just looking forward to have fun times in the water with good waves.
Love it, cool. And would you like to thank any of your sponsors or supporters?
Yeah, well, say thank you especially to my brother who's watching in Indo right now. He's scoring some good waves. To my family, to my partner back home, I love you. And yeah, just to everyone that supports me every day in the good and in the bad times. And yeah, just stay tuned because it's going to be a good show.
Love it, cool. Going to pass back to Jay and Bego in the studio.
Thank you so much. I just love every interview with Alexandra. She is so professional. She always has the right words. And yeah, well, that was a wave for Luana. She didn't do much in that one, but it was so good to see the first roll. Come on, Luana Dourado, already sitting in the first position with a 7.25 and a 1, and sorry, on a 6.50. And check that out.
Yeah, so a little duck dive action happening for the other two competitors while Luana had that wave on the inside. And, yeah, you mentioned Alex Rinder, of course, very young when she won her world title. And so she is a world champion. She's had plenty of time in front of the microphone and actually behind the microphone, too. She's done some work for the World Tour interviewing riders as well. A couple years ago, as a matter of fact, in this event, she helped us out quite a bit. And, you know, trilingual, as she says in her bio. She speaks, as I mentioned earlier, German, English, Spanish. And there we see some of our competitors out there checking out the action.
It's the Moroccan riders and Pamela Bowren from South Africa. I mean, that's Simo Hamed from the Royal Moroccan Surf and Bodyboard Federation right there talking to Brahim. And that's Hafid Henry, who is working for the scoring system, and a couple of the riders, the Moroccan riders.
That's like the African section there.
Yeah.
If you live on the African continent, you sit in that section up in the stands, I guess. I don't know. So, yeah, really cool. We mentioned how many Moroccan riders are in this event. They are very well represented. In fact, 9 riders from Morocco, just across the channel there from the Canary Islands. So tons of swell hits that part of the African coastline in the North Atlantic from all the swell. And there we can see some of the South American contingent, Japanese contingent. These riders all waiting for their shot out there. And some of the locals. So there's Sari O'Hara with the camera. Getting the action, filming all the women's heats there. Maybe she's going to take it back and do some, you know, some analysis and see what she needs to do to make it through and win this event.
All right, so I have to tell you, with these kind of conditions, what Luana did, it was perfect. I just can't stop saying it. I don't know what we can expect from this lady. She is amazing. She is definitely a bodyboarder that has impressed us all. Since she started the World Tour, but this year she has been something else, you know. Just watch her surfing in both divisions when they was, you know, she was surfing in the Pro Junior Women division, made it vice champ. She is 2024 Junior Woman vice champion, and she is, I'm telling you, you guys can put your money on the fact that she will get a world title for sure in the junior women division, because she still has so many years. You know, she is 14, so she still has 4 more years in the junior women division. And look what she's doing already in the women division. So who knows? Maybe we have the first one. She's coming right here, goes for the spin, and one more, and maybe we have the first ever person that takes 2 titles in a year. Why not? You know, she could be one of those ladies. If she's surfing like this at 14 and she keeps going, I'm telling you, by the time she is 17 or maybe 18, and probably her last, you know, year in the junior woman division, why not? She can take both of the titles.
Why not? You're a bit of a fangirl for Luana.
No, not at all. I'm not a fan of anyone. Jay, don't say that. That you're compromising me. I'm not a fan of anyone, but those are facts, you know.
Yes.
You know very well bodyboarding, and you can tell she has some special skills, and she is very young. So, and I'm telling you, I don't see her stopping bodyboarding ever, because she's super in love with the sport. So I think that those are only facts.
Well, she's putting her stamp on this heat, certainly that 6.25. Her opening ride holds her in the lead position. Second position, Yuka Nishimura. Just one wave for her, and Mariana Rosa as well, just a single wave. And this heat down to 16 minutes remaining, and a little bit slower out there in this heat for these 3 riders. But we progress on heat number 4. And a wave for Yuka Nishimura. Takes off in this left bowl. Looking up at the lip, she really eyeballs that lip and hits it at the perfect spot there. Throws a little check turn into the forward spin. I like that combo, the snap into the forward spin. A difficult combo because it involves a lot of quick, subtle weight changes there that a lot of people don't realize. Really subtle maneuver, but really a skilled maneuver she does there. And meanwhile, outside another rider.
And I tell you, Mariana Rosa, she probably learned her lesson, and that was a beautiful roll. You know, I just have to say, when you see that her flick, it means business. It means that the roll was powerful, and Mariana Rosa, I think she's going to get a good score. I'm telling you, she learned her lesson in the previous heat because she waited too long, and she was very close to not advance, but check that out.
Yeah, nice shaped wave as she takes off, gets under the lip just before it crumbles down around her, gets that launch out into the front. A little buried in the whitewash for a second, but she gets the finish and pulls off a decent wave. So that's certainly going to help her out. One more angle on this one. She had to really carve hard and quick off the bottom as that wave wanted to pitch out really fast, and she pulls the move off. And Mariana Rosa, a 6.0 on that wave. So a solid effort from her, and that makes things a little bit more interesting out here, folks. Yuka Nishimura now taking over the lead. Luana Dorado is going to need a second backup wave to replace that 3.0 if she wants to move into the lead. And in third position, Mariana Rosa basically just needs to replace that 1.5. She needs a 3.26 to move into advancing position.
Very interesting hit, probably the most powerful one that we have seen. And Luana Dourado goes for a huge pocket roll. And yes, that's going to be, I believe, the score that she is looking for to get that first position out of the experienced rider, Yuka Nishimura. And I have to stand corrected because Luana Dourado's birthday was a couple days ago. She just turned 15 years of age, but she is super young still. So she turned 15 on July 27th. And yeah, very interesting hit, very tight. I love to see that. I love to see hits where all the competitors have their super equal rider of bodyboarding. Level of bodyboarding, I'm sorry. And this is one of those. I'm enjoying it.
Well, she moved back into first position with that last wave, a 4.75. And now Nishimura bumped down into second spot. Mariana Rosa looking to replace that 1.5 second score with something better. Just under 13 minutes remaining in this heat, so we will no doubt see more changes in the stats here in this heat at this point here as we progress through heat number 4, round number 1 of the women's division here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And red, big move there from Yuka Nishimura, and she drives across this left-hander. She may find another lip to hit, and she does indeed. Nice roll, but she can't pull that one off. Man, that would have been a really solid score for her if she could have gotten that second roll off, I think. So kind of a shame she didn't pull that one off, but a big move on the outside for her.
Well, she is actually 36 years of age, Yuka. She's been around for a while. And she has the title, the Japanese national champ title, 2023. So she's very experienced. And check this out, very curious thing that she answered when we asked her, what's your biggest dream? Can you imagine what's Yuka's biggest dream?
Her biggest dream is to go to Disneyland.
Not really.
What is it?
She wants to be the most beautiful woman in bodyboarding world.
Wow. Well, how do you achieve that dream? You should know, Bego, because you are the most beautiful woman in
Oh, my God. That's some friendship talking
I'm
there.
hoping you'll buy me dinner later. So.
Oh, my.
No. Well, I mean, that's pretty amazing. What an interesting aspiration for her to have, right?
Yeah. And I love that question because you never know what you're going to get. And usually, I thought you guys might think that everyone will answer to be, world champ. And not everyone answers the same, so it's pretty cool.
That is. don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
No, me neither. So pretty
good
cool.
for you, Yuka. That's good.
Coming from Chiba.
Oh, yeah. Well, we used to have events there in Chiba. It's like the main surfing area that's somewhat near Tokyo. It's about an hour and a half drive from Tokyo, but pretty consistent surf. A lot of beach break around there and several sections of Chiba. But, yeah, we've had some good surf in that area and certainly a hotbed of surfing and bodyboarding talent.
All right, one more here for Luana Dourado, who just got the second position because Yuka, on her last very good wave, got the first position back. So interesting battle there, but, you know, Mariana, she's not too far away from these two ladies. Mariana waiting patiently there, and this is one more look to last wave of Luana. Wow. I'm telling you, you have to have some will to hit that leap because it doesn't look that easy when you're surfing out there. You know that. Today is not the smallest day.
Well, she kind of had to stall when she got up to the lip and wait for the lip to throw her.
I saw that too.
But she's what I notice about her, even though she's very young, just 15 years old, she has a really powerful style. You mentioned she's not afraid of big waves. She really charges up to the lip. She doesn't hesitate. She doesn't look tentative in any way, and really, you know, throws that aggression out there. I'm anxious to see if we do get that big swell coming at the beginning of the week and she's back in the water, if we're going to really see her, you know, rise to that occasion and charge those bigger waves. I love seeing these young riders have no fear out there.
So we do have 3 different generations there. So, yes, like you said, it will be very interesting to see the approach of every rider and with their experience. Yuka, 36-year-old, coming from a very country with a lot of tradition of bodyboarding, especially in the female division. And Luana Dourado, only 15 years of age. You know, she belongs to the to this very impressive new school of bodyboarders that we have. And one of the things that I have to say about the IBC World Tour is that the IBC World Tour is a different tour. It's a tour of new names and new nationalities. We in these years, you know, we don't have the usual suspects. You know, we don't have those names that have been bodyboarding forever. Most of them have retired for different reasons. They have different jobs or they're taking care of their families. You know, but we have super young, you know, competitors. And so Luana is representing, it's part of that generation. And Mariana is also part of that generation because Mariana, I mean, it's a different generation than Luana, but she is only 21 years of age. So she's very young still. You know, she's part of the Armides Oliveres generation or, you know, even, well, Jorge is 18, but, you know, we have a very good names, very good bodyboarders, super young, and from different nationalities. So that's what I would like to remark about the IBC World Tour. It's a different tour.
Well, it is great to see kind of a new era in competitive bodyboarding. The shift has been interesting, you know, over the years. I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, the focus was really Australia was kind of a mecca for some of the best bodyboarders in the world. Now it's South America and Europe, which is really the focal point for the best riders in the world. And a lot of that is, I feel like, is due to the IBC World Tour. You know, the stops are in those nations, so it really fosters that competitive spirit. And, you know, the focal point of the sport seems to be, as I said, Europe and South America. But we do have a few Aussies here. And obviously we have South Africans, Tristan Roberts, a 2-time world champion here in this event, Pam Boweren, who has done very well in the, you know, recent years on the World Tour, trying to, you know, carve back some ground, as are the Moroccans, you know, trying to get Africa on the map as a hotbed mecca of bodyboarding. So, you know, the geographic thing really has changed over the years, and this is the current thing, man. This is what's happening out here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. All right, so far so good in this great heat. One more here for the Portuguese, and that was also a very good roll. So let's see if she can get that 5.61 that she's looking to get that first position again. And things are getting super interesting. What a great exchange these two riders, Yuka and Luana, are having.
One more look at that one from a different angle, and Luana, the young 15-year-old, with solid style and form there on that roll. Nicely pulled. One maneuver wave, however. She's looking to replace a 5.0 as her second score at the moment. But right now, Mariana Rosa playing the waiting game. She does have first priority out there. She will get first crack at any wave that comes in. So we come down to that 5-minute mark. And Rosa has to be very, very careful here. She's running out of time. She maybe, if she caught a wave now, she might have time for 2 waves. But right now she has priority. So it will be to her advantage to really wait for that best wave that she can possibly wait for and really be picky. And, she's only caught 2 waves in this heat, so she's already being very picky, but she knows she's going to get one more shot at this more than likely.
Well, I'll tell you what, with this matchup between Luana and Yuka, she has to start the engine. She needs to change that 1.5, and, she has to find something good right now because she doesn't need that much at 5.86, and thinking that she already has a 6 is a doable task. But definitely you don't want to, there's 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and these two riders are very, very dangerous, Yuka and Luana. So this is her moment, and she's holding the first priority, so it's now. She has to find something. Yeah. And, 5.8, she has to go big. She has to find the biggest possible wave and go for something something like what she did last year. I remember that roll was super impressive, and check that out. Is that the chance?
Well, here it is. She may be taking her shot right here. This is a critical wave for her. She really needs to make it count.
Nice.
Carves it hard off the bottom, right up into the lip. And is she going to pull that off? She's fighting to get in front of the whitewater. Our cameraman loses the angle there. And interesting to see if she was able to get in front of the whitewash. That was a critical wave for Mariana Rosa. And we did not quite see the finish on that. So did she pull the roll? She will certainly replace the 1.5, but will she get the 5.86 that she needs to advance through this heat and stay alive in the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro? Women's division here, really crucial to see what happens here with the scoring as we wait for scores to drop from that wave for Mariana Rosa.
Oh, I wonder what happened on that one. Oh, it is a 4.65, so it's not enough. She still needs the same score, the 5.86, in order to advance and continue in competition. So Mariana Rosa, super strong competitor, but yeah, she's facing 2 very good riders as well. It's Yuka and Luana. And Luana, she's unstoppable with a 7.5 and a 6.25. Luana just better herself, and she is holding the highest score of this division so far.
Well, Mariana Rosa already back in the lineup, I believe. Hold on, we have a rider on the inside. Maybe that's Mariana, actually. But she needs to hustle her way back out there if she wants to have another crack at this. I'm looking at probably competitors from the next heat is what I'm seeing on the outside. So Mariana Rosa, you see her duck diving on the inside. Will she get out there in that 2 minutes left and get another opportunity to advance through this heat, or is her campaign over right here? The Portuguese rider struggling hard to get back outside and really just getting stuck in there with the whitewater. And Bego, what a way to finish, unfortunately.
It's difficult. I saw when I went to the restaurant during my break, I saw Nicole, and I think it was Haruka, that what they do, you don't have to fight that current. What you have to do, and it's the best thing to do here, you have to let yourself being dragged all the way till the shore and then paddle sideways, facing not facing, sideways from the shore. And it will take you to the very entrance. Oh, what's happening there?
Ooh.
Oh, Luana had the priority.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a critical error there from Yuka Nishimura. Luana Dorado held down priority. I'm actually surprised Luana kicked out of the wave. She could have continued to ride, but Yuka Nishimura just made a critical error there. She was in second position, and this may be the gift that Mariana Rosa needed. This was a miracle for her and a tragedy for Yuka Nishimura. If, in fact, the priority that we see on the screen was accurate, that will change everything.
Oh, wow. I don't know what's going to happen because you're right. Luana actually left the wave. So I don't know if that's going to be called as an interference. Oh, it might. It might be called as an interference.
Well, yeah, I mean, Yuka Nishimura definitely got in the way of Luana, and the question is, did the competitors see the priority situation and just not really notice it? I mean, because
it happened.
Yeah, so that was the situation.
Yeah.
So that was a gift for Mariana Rosa.
Or a technique of Luana Dorado trying to help her fellow countrywomen.
Wow, that was a crazy finish to that heat. So, you know, they always say it ain't over till it's over, and we see that happening right there. We're going to go to heat highlights and a couple advertisements. We will be right back. Stay tuned, folks.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We are in the women division in the round number 1, and it's been a great show. Unfortunately, we just saw Yuka with the call of an interference, and it was a very, very good hit, the one that we had before. But right now, the one that it's coming, we have to take it out because it's another cracker of a hit, and everything that is left in this round, it's a very amazing. So let's hit the water, please, director. Welcome back, Rob.
Yeah, let's go. That was hectic. Okay, cool. So first up, in yellow, straight out the blocks with a beautiful roll into a nice carving reverse at the top of the wave and out. So opening her account. So that's a great start, literally on the buzzer. There couldn't be any better start to a heat than when you just get one straight off the buzzer and it really settles you. So that was Teresa Miranda. Here's everybody that's in the heat. So let's start with Kaira Shihasa from Japan. Shirahasa, sorry, I'll just get the pronunciation right. Teresa Miranda from Canary Islands, and then Sara Abiko from Japan. So it's Teresa that opened her account with a nice reverse and a nice roll. So here we go. Here's the rerun.
Well, I'm not surprised about this one because Teresa Miranda is the event defending champion. You know, she took it last year in a great fashion. So it makes sense that she is opening her campaign in that way. Teresa Miranda, coming from Canary Islands, being the world's vice champ of last year. And not unfortunately, because she didn't compete this year because she was doing a master. She is graduated in math.
Wow.
And she was getting more studies, which is always amazing. So, yes, she retired from this year tour, for half of it. I'm pretty sure she might go to Sintra. And, just to, complete her studies. She starts with a 3.75. So Sara Abiko coming from a great show, and Kaira Shirahase, she a very good rider also from Japan. And people, this is not the non-elimination round. This is not where we see the top 8 of the women, but this is a round with some athletes that are seeded. So you will recognize them by the color of their rash guards. If you see, usually the seeded riders are sporting the red and yellow rash guards. That's a tendency. So tomorrow also, when we see the non-elimination rounds, you will recognize the riders seeded by that.
Lovely, yeah. So a little bit more information about Teresa Miranda, our current heat leader. Excuse me. So she's based in Tenerife, as some call it. Her favourite waves are La Guancha and El Fronton. She loves to earn some extra dime doing some bodyboard lessons. She takes her CrossFit seriously, keeps fit out of the water in the gym. And she sometimes delivers math lessons, so more than qualified to do that if she's now got a master's. She is, like Bego said, the current event champion. So coming into any heat, if you've won the event before, not only are the other competitors aware of your, previous achievements, but you kind of walk tall into the event. It's yours to lose, many believe. So she starts and she means to go on. She's planning a big future for herself. She wants to keep on improving, keep on doing more World Tour events, and she wants to, push it all the way to victory on the World Tour. So, yeah, a lady to watch, no doubt.
Well, that's right. And I'm telling you, Sara and Kaira, they've been strangely quiet, but I think they're, just getting ready, and they are going to show something big for sure. Swells, the wave is changing a lot. We are right here, it's 3:15, and the low tide is at 6:30, so it's changing a lot. Kaira in the first wave.
Unfortunate for her, yeah. She looked as though she was onto a little gem there, and it just closed out quite quickly. So, yeah, the Japanese contingent get the first score on the board. So, once upon a time in bodyboard events, if there was 2 bodyboarders from one nation, there'd be a question about whether they'd kind of team up on the bodyboarder from the other nation. It seems to have fizzled out in our sport these days, which is a good thing. It's not meant to be a team sport. It's meant to be a individual sport. And
it is.
We all want to get out there and prove ourselves riding the best waves within the criteria that's given to us. So, kind of good that kind of chapter of bodyboarding's past is now closed. It was something prevailing back in the day.
Well, that's right, and I can hear, I think Jay is ready out there with the interview, so maybe we can toss it to him. We'll see if the director, all right, if director says so. I think there's no takers on this set, so if you want to take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Bego. I'm down here at the beach with 15-year-old Luana Dorado. Amazing performance out there. You were ripping. Did you feel confident in that heat?
Yeah, I feel confident. When I enter in the water, I only think in do my best, and yeah.
Now, how old were you when you began bodyboarding?
I start practicing bodyboarding at my 10 years old.
Okay, so already 5 years, and you're one of the top international competitors here. What made you want to travel to Maldives to compete? Why?
I traveled to Maldives to surf new waves, and it was freeing this wave.
Are you hoping the waves are bigger the next few days?
Yeah, a little, but I'm confident and happy to be here.
All right, parabéns. You want to say anything for your sponsors, your family? You can say it in Portuguese.
Eu queria agradecer a todos que estão em casa a apoiar-me, a minha família, ao meu pai, à minha irmã, a todos os patrocinadores que eu tenho, agradecer ao meu clube, Clube Naval Paulense, aos meus treinadores e é isso.
All right, boa sorte. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you guys back in the air-conditioned comfort of the booth.
Thank you, Jay. Much appreciated. So, let's have a look at this replay. So we've got a nice bottom turn here, up, hitting the lip, punches through it, kind of gets swallowed as it goes over and then fights out. So not easy to nosedive in that situation and not always easy to come out. So admirable performance. Then we've got blue, forward off the top of the wave. Unfortunately didn't connect into a roll, which is what I think she was looking for. So yeah, that's a couple of scores now for two competitors have got one score each, and Sara Biko's now got 2 scores on the board. So heat positions, first place, Teresa Miranda, still holding it down in first place after that strong first ride. And then we've got from Japan, Kaoru Shirahase, who's got 3.25, and also with a 3.25, we've got Sara Abiko from Japan. So yes, super close, all to play for. And here we are, somebody wanting to open their next ride. So Teresa Miranda again, loves those reverses on the left. Super powerful off the bottom turn and then smashes it. Super cool. Followed by immediate counteraction from Sara Abiko and a very similar wave, similar maneuver. That always makes it more challenging for the judges, or can there be a point of difference? So Sara's looking to extend her ride, looking for that inside maneuver. What she was hoping for is that the wave would wall up and close out, in which she could do a roll, or that it would wall up a little more and she could do another spin. Unfortunately, it backed off, so she decided to paddle back out.
All right, so one more here for Teresa Miranda from Tenerife. She's going for not really nothing there. Yeah, from Tenerife, de Chicharrera.
Unfortunate there. She had a little section, but it's super foamy. Sometimes it's easier just to duck out on those ones rather than commit to a maneuver, get sort of pinned down by the whitewash and not make it. So probably a shrewd move if that's what she meant. Get back out there for another one. Now we can see a set rolling through to the right hand side of the screen. That's going to wrap across. So these waves wrap 90 degrees into this bay. It's a crazy scenario, and it's part of that the waves are shaped in such a bowly fashion. So we can see the right over on the right hand side of the screen, and there was a nice left. None of the competitors were in position for that, unfortunately. So just sat outside on her own now is Kaoru Shirahase. She's waiting to get the opportunity to push on and perhaps take the first place position. It's to proceed from this round, and we've got 16 minutes on the clock so far. So all to play for, and if it's anything like the last 2 or 3 heats in a row, the highest tempo action is in the last minute. So that's where they've all been getting decided. So yeah, what you saying, Bego?
I just want to clarify something important. Blue, it's Rin Komatsusaki. Yeah, no, it was a mistake on the scoring system. It has been revised. So we were saying Sara Biko, but it's actually Ring. So yes.
Apologies, Rin. Thank you for correcting that, Bego.
No worries. I mean, these things happen. It's live action. So we are humans.
We are humans. You know. These things happen. We are humans.
And everything is managed by humans. Thanks God, because, we don't want computers taking over.
Exactly. yeah, exactamundo, for sure. So here we are at the biggest bodyboarding event in Asia, which is a pleasure to be part of. There's bodyboarders traveled from every corner of the world to be here. We've got such a massive contingent of competitors, and the ladies alone have got a breakdown of the following. We've got Japanese being the highest contingent of bodyboarders. It's such a stronghold of bodyboarding in Japan, and their competition tour seems to generate so many world tour competitors. There's 8 bodyboarders from Japan. We've got 1 bodyboarder from Morocco. In Brazil, always the stronghold traditionally, they have 6 in the event. We have a bodyboarder from, 1 from Spain. We have 3 from Portugal. We've got a representative from South Africa. Alexandra Rinda from Austria, and then we've got 1 rider from the Canaries, which is surprising because Canaries is usually well represented, and then one rider from Chile. So of all those riders, 22, and this is the Heat 5, Round 1, and we're looking at the bridge and seeing if we can see another set appear, and looks as though there's a marginal set, but this is one of the more lolly heats that we've had. There was heats earlier on that would just seem to be endless back-to-back waves, and then as this tide moves, as tradition would have it, dropping tide generally means slightly less consistent, but in this case it means you get a little less backwash, so better shape. So interested to see what happens next.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I have to tell you, today it has been a very good day of action. And in general, we had very good moments. And this is right now this heat is a bit slow. We haven't seen the best of these riders so far. But yeah, 30 minutes and 20 seconds is a lot to go. But we'll see how this one unfolds. And maybe it's a very good time to say hi and thanks to all of our sponsors. What do you think?
I think that's a good call, definitely. So there we got a nice view of the airport looking across there. You can see where those buses are heading across the bridge to take people to and from the airport. I'll just cut to this live action, Bego. So up she goes. That's a beautiful roll, definitely worth waiting for. So this is Kiara Shirahase. Lovely roll. Maximised that opportunity, got a lovely launch, and I think the judges are going to like that. That's one of the better rolls that we've seen. Nice timing and well worth the wait. So the waves are out there, you just have to hunt them down. But yeah, a big thanks to our sponsors. So this is the Visit Maldives Pro 2024. Visit Maldives, hugely thankful for that. Look at that backwash on the landing. She did really well to maintain her control from that. Got really pinged forward and landed it smoothly. Nice style. So we've got Diragu, which are our digital partner. Then we've got the Mukai Hotel, our accommodation partner, which is where us guys are staying. It's a great spot. Baruzu Catering banged us together some fantastic breakfast this morning. We're looking forward to lunch. One Sports online media partner. Official events for our event partner. Then we've got King Sports, Print Lab, Muja's Art Box. So yeah, we're stoked to have them on board. It's imperative that we keep as many sponsors interested in the World Tour as possible. They're getting a lot of eyes on their brands. It's really cool to see them constantly backing what the IBC are doing, and a great opportunity for them to reach eyes all over the world. So that's super cool.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. And we would like to thank also the list of supporters that we have, here. Don't forget, we have the Wellness Club, which is, helping all the athletes on the athlete area for recovery. That's super important. You as an athlete, you can get your food, you can get your drinks, you even can get your own shade or whatever place to rest, but you cannot, help yourself to recover. If you have a professional there to guide you, to tell you what to do after a heat and before a heat, which is very important, I think it's definitely something that has a lot of value. So thank you very much, the Wellness Club, for being here. We also have the support of DTEC, the Mali City Council, the MNDF, and the Police of Maldives. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here in this beautiful island for the most important event of the Asian continent in bodyboarding.
Yeah, totally. Thanks, Bego. So nice spin off the bottom there for Rin Komatsuzaki. Lovely control, control in the pocket, bottom turning, nice roll, a very complete ride. She's got very smooth style, as these Japanese ladies tend to have. Everything's fluid and glides, there's no jerky movements. There's a lot that we could all learn from their style, Every spin is silky. And that was... I
agree.
Yeah, I think that one will be rewarded. Judges like to see that. She was waiting for a second score. Under 10 minutes to go, and now she's going to build on. So let's have a look at where she is on her score now. So this is the sharp end of the heat. So we've got Kyra, who's got 2 scores and an 8.5. A little rerun here. So off the bottom, waits for it to form up. Nice forward, good choice of maneuver. Thought she was going to jam a reverse sooner, but she waited back into the pocket. Now she's just waiting, holding it in the pocket. Something that a lot of us could learn from is just waiting for that lip to form and then jamming it. and then punching through the lip and getting towards the shore. So, yeah, good work. So all happening here in the sharp end of the heat.
All right, so yeah, 9 minutes to go in Kaira. She is first, Kaira, very beautiful bodyboarder from Japan. All of them are super beautiful, I would like to say. They have, every person, beauty is something that is super subjective. But, they are always, I'm saying about the fact that they are always smiling and super nice,
Totally.
super gentle,
Yeah.
All these Japanese ladies are super nice to be around. Every time we have a contest, they are very nice people. And like you said, they train. Just throwing a comment on what you just tackled. They do have a very beautiful style, but because they really train and they're very dedicated to that, I have been told by Sari that in all bodyboarding schools, they actually put you on training that a specific fact of bodyboarding,
Wow.
how to perform the maneuvers in what type of style, and what do you have to do with your head and your body, and to be harmonious.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, it works. You can see it. So, yellow, Teresa Miranda. So, she's lining this one up. She waited some time for it. She started the heat so well. Jammed that reverse. Now wanting to back it up. Here we go. There's a little section. Tricky one. Jam the reverse on the closeout. So, yeah, she took a good read on that one. She's obviously got reverses as one of the strongest moves in her arsenal. She's got them on lock and used them to her advantage there. I think that first spin, the judges are like that, and then the slightly more critical one in the end section, she looked to potentially put it up on top and do a little float reverse, but I think that she just wanted to get it made. It's such a tricky inside section. So she ends up down the bottom of the wave here, so then stalls to let the wave rise, considers the roll off that little bowl, decides against it, and then reverses just before the foam there, concludes it and pulls out. So it's a tidy little combination. Here we go. Blue's back in the game. Rin. Wow, that was a super fast move spin. So nice spins. Didn't quite make the roll, but the differentiator with the spins, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is when they stop on the spot. It looks super tech, So they're, rather than sliding across the wave face, they come off the bottom and then they just jam the spin, and that's what the difference is between a good spin and a not so good spin, and that's the type of detail that these judges will be looking for. So that spin that Rin did just then was super tight, and yeah, up she goes. She's in second place, and Kyra is sitting there in first. So just waiting for another score to drop. So here we go. Nice reverse, tidy, legs crossed, lovely arched body shape, and then here we go, the forward. Wow, super zippy. She just needed to line up that roll, but these rolls are super hard to do when that wave bends out to sea, and that is typical of that right hand.
Yeah.
The right-hander in the corner of the bay there.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, that's a very tricky part of the wave. The rights are super difficult to read. You have to be very sure on what you're doing, and this is one of those waves. I mean, in general, you have to study the waves. We always send the same message. Try to get here early. And in the case of Maldives, I will have to tell you, people, my recommendation is that for you to, riders usually get here 2 days before the event. But since the travels are so long, I will recommend you to try to get at least 3, or if you could, because it depends on your budget, but you should get here like 4 days before, so you get 1 full day to rest and then the other 3 to train. But you really need to rest when you land here. I mean, in some cases like mine, I was traveling for 48 hours.
Wow.
And you know how it is, in so many planes, you don't get to sleep well. You mainly almost don't sleep. You don't eat well, you don't do the usual things that you do. So your body really suffers with that. So I really recommend that you take, 1 day to rest, and then the following days to practice and to train and take some time to sit and analyze this wave and the behavior of it, because it changes a lot. And we have been saying that throughout these 3 years. It behaves as a beach trick.
Yeah, totally. A beach break on reef. So that's kind of what makes it super fun, because it makes it more punchy, I think. You know, it's got that reef break punch, but the beach break unpredictability. But there are two defined peaks that you can kind of hang out at and get familiar with. But yeah, like you said, the tide plays a specific part. It's all about where you live in the world, and where you're geographically located to each event, and therefore you're planning on the run up to that event to get there in the time that you're going to need to recover. And everybody's a little bit different, you know. Some people, I mean, personally, I find this plane really relaxing. That's the weird thing with me. I think it's because it's the first time I'm disconnected from my everyday life and job, and I find sleeping on a plane quite easy. So it doesn't come as too much of an issue for me. But for sure, I wasn't traveling 48 hours, and that is something that takes its toll so much from you. So yeah, for sure. I think the heat here is come down to the 3-minute mark, and I can see a set over on the right hand side coming through the bridge. The ladies have got it in their crosshairs. Will they dart over there and hang out on the right? Looks as though they're loving these lefts, and we've got the priority here with Kyra, who's first place, so she's in a very commanding position. And then we've got Teresa and Rin in second and third priority, so that means that the order that they can catch the waves is deemed by that number on the left hand side of their name there, which is so important at this time of the heat. It means that Kyra's not only winning the heat, but she's also got the decision of when she takes the next wave, therefore when the other girls can take waves to a point. The other girls could take waves that Kyra didn't want, but Kyra's got the first dibs on any wave, so she can use that to her advantage, and has been strategically clever to achieve that. So here we go, got a right-hander shaping up.
Yeah, not really. You know, now it's a whole different place than what we saw, you know, in the morning, for example.
Yeah.
A whole different place. So yeah, you definitely want to study this place and see what's what's the best strategy. And I will recommend to have a couple of strategies, you know, like, you know, thinking, what if I have to surf with a high tide? What if it's windy? What if, you know, it's big? What if it's small? All those kinds of things, you know, and you have to be prepared to, also to change your strategy and your mindset while you are in the heat. Because I remember I always say the same thing back in the day when I used to compete, that actually always affect me a lot. I put on a whole strategy and then I go surf and I go you know, to my heat, and it was a whole different story. And then I got completely out of, you know, focus, and you have to be ready for those kinds of things, you know. That's why we keep always saying that, you know, psychical preparation is way more important at some point for an athlete, because, you know, when you already know how to surf, you already know how to perform all the maneuvers, and you are already experienced, there's so much you can do about, you know, of course you have to do the physical training and all that. That's not out of the question. But you have to be prepared in your head, you know. So I fully recommend everyone to get a psychologist. Actually, with Eder, we were having that word. He said, oh, it cost me so much to take this win, you know. I didn't even win one heat throughout the whole South American leg. And he does really well in the Brazilian national champs. Oh, so I can hear the heat is over. But yeah, just wrapping up on that one, try to get a, you know, psychologist and do some mental work, because it's very important for competition.
Totally. So that was quite interesting, that in the last few minutes there wasn't a wave ridden, whereas the other heats have been, high action. But let's wrap it up now. Let's have a look at the highlights from the last heat, and we'll catch up with you in a second. Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Pleased to be calling the heats with Jay Reel. We are on to heat number 6 of the ladies division. Ready for the action, Jay?
Let's get straight to the water and see what's happening out there. We have our 3 competitors lined up here. Sara Abiko from Japan, Pam Boweren from South Africa, and Viviana Araya from Chile. So 3 international riders all doing battle out here. Pam Boweren did well in this event last year. She's had a bit of a tear on the IBC World Tour lately. Doing pretty well out there in the bodyboarding competitive world, and already a wave ridden for Sara Abiko. Quick in and out on that wave, unsuccessful on that first ride. But yeah, 25-minute heats again. We are into round number 1 of the women's. This is heat number 6, and the rider taking off out back.
Nice, yeah. So South Africa's Pam Boweren just bottom turns. She's hunting those lefts and just bottom turns it backed off. So wise decision to head back out. Lots of time left, 22 minutes plus remaining. But yeah, she's one of the. So here we go on the rerun. Bottom turn, pulled into the pocket. If it had got barrely, she'd have been in the right spot. But unfortunately, it foamed out on her. So she's one of the riders. I had a good chat with Ian Campbell back in the UK before this trip, and he gave me the lowdown of some of the riders that were in the event, and one of them that he focused on was Pam Boweren. He said she's a real dominant rider, you know, from SA. He's grown up and she's been winning events throughout his youth and into his adult life. Super strong, super big move focused, and from the footage that I've seen, especially big rolls. So doesn't tend to not land big rolls, you know, always pops out, always nails them with good style and speed.
Yeah, I'd put her in the Alex Rinder school of bodyboarding. You know, she's a kind of a more powerful rider and really likes those meaty sections. She was one of the few women in the Tond Invitational event there in South Africa. I think the only one a couple years ago. But check this out. Viviana Araya from Chile gets a nice banger off the lip there with a good roll, and throws the fist up to the judges and the fans. She's got to like that one. So a good start for her, and that will be her first wave. So all these competitors have a wave on the scoreboard at this point, and that's always good to see in the first 5 minutes of the heat. It's maybe a harbinger of things to come, Rob.
I like that, yeah. Nice through the lip roll. Yeah, I can see why she was stoked with that. It was a hard one to land, tough section. Looked nice. I think the judges will be happy with that one. So all the girls decided to hang on the left, it seems. So nobody's interested in that right through this heat now, which means that the priority will be more important than ever before. So currently Sara Abiko from Japan with first priority, and then we've got second priority to Pamela Boweren, so she'll be hunting the big moves, like I said. And then we've got third priority, or Viviana Araya from Chile.
Well, we saw Viviana catch that big roll and pull it off, throw the fist up, and she gets a 4.5 for that wave. So certainly a good opener for her, keeps her in the first position early on here, and maybe that's going to set the pace for the rest of the heat. For her, you never know. Some competitors lead from start to finish. Pam Boweren now having a crack at this inside left-hander, cracks it up through the roof and cannot hang on. So once again, we talked early this morning about the V, which is that sort of that area where the lip cascades over and then explodes upward, and there's a sort of a V-shaped trench in between those two parts of the wave. And if you don't get projected enough outward on the Rolo, you get what we call stuck in the V, and that certainly seems to have happened there with Pam Boweren.
For sure. For any bodyboarder looking to finesse their rolls, that point is the point that gets them so regularly. You've got to get the nose of your board away from the lip, pointed towards the shore, really throw your head and look towards the beach, and then get your board back under you as you land, but land in front of that V section. So ideally you'll land on the foam or even in the flats, but if you land in the V, there's only one way you're going.
Yeah, and so Pam Boweren picks off a 1.5 score on that wave. So again, that's considered a no-make She got the big move, did not ride out of it, and the score reflects that. But by virtue of the fact that she's the only competitor with 2 waves at this point, I'm just waiting for the updates here. Sorry about that, folks. She is actually sitting still in second position, so she definitely wants to replace that wave that she just had, no doubt about it.
Yeah, she's had a couple of basically in and outs, hasn't she? It's unfortunate she didn't make that roll. Maybe I gave her the curse by saying that she makes every roll. So, you know, the commentator's curse as it's known. But hey-ho, probably won't be the first or last. You know, is the first, probably won't be the last. So here we go. Bit of high action about to occur.
So, yeah, a little peak shaping up out there, kind of a crumbly one. Everyone passes that one up. Priority situation, Sara Abiko in first priority position. Viviana, who is leading the heat with the second priority, and, of course, Pam Bowern, who just had a wave, will get third pick of the action out there. And Sara Abiko going to take advantage of this inside right-hander, gets the roll off. Will she find another move? Nope, she bails and abandons ship on the inside. And again, those right-handers, more difficult to get back to the peak, so she's going to have a long slog to get back outside as we see that white water cascading under the bridge. So a big set is coming, which is not good for Sara Abiko. She's going to get pushed further into the inside here.
For sure, yeah, the indicator under that bridge hasn't been showing much, but here we go. Viviana Araya, bottom turn, through the lip roll, and comes out. So she, didn't come out. She showed her face and then just got sucked back down. So into the vortex she went. That was unfortunate, but that was the result of her hitting the roll slightly low. If you hit the lip as it's coming down, you're usually going to go down with it. You have to hit the lip as it pitches and then take the energy of that lip and let it push you towards the shore, as well as manually rolling towards the beach. So that's an interesting and unfortunate situation there. But the wave before, the right-hander, which Sara Abiko had, she displayed a really great technique to do a roll on the right-hander as it bent out to sea. She took a really nice approach to the lip and nailed it. So these nuances are what the judges are spotting, and it's those differences which will determine whether you progress, whether you pack up your bag and go home. But you probably wouldn't go home. You'd probably chill in the Maldives.
Yeah, that's what a lot of competitors have done in years past. They've made a vacation out of it and basically either before or after the contest gone on to other locations in the country and enjoyed a little holiday time. I mean, this is kind of where you want to be as a wave rider. Warm water, an abundant swell here in the Indian Ocean. And this is the prime season. You know, you got that period from May to September, which is, you know, the southern hemisphere winter, which is when the big storms happen down there in the Southern Ocean and send plenty of swell up this way. And we can see it's never ending here at Varunala Radugandu.
Oh, there's the pronunciation for you. Here we go. Viviana looking at this left, jamming the reverse, gets the tail caught. She'll be kicking herself about that. That was a nice little wave with a little bowl on the end. She had some space to fill, so had to go for the reverse. Moving on to Pam Boweren from South Africa. Bosh, there she goes. Heavy section. Yeah, she likes that. So you'll imagine the judges will recognize the heaviness of that section and the fact that it was done on the outside section. So a lot of the riders are punctuating their rides with a finishing roll, but to start the move with a big maneuver is always going to gain the attention of the judges.
Yeah, and Pam Boweren, of course, one of her signature moves is those rolls right through the lip. She really shows her strength because it is hard to land those sometimes. You really get knocked around by the white water, especially here with the backwash factoring. You can see right there in the bottom of the screen, the backwash rebounding. And one more look at this one from Viviana. Unfortunately, right there, yeah, she dug the rail or the tail and wasn't able to pull it off. And right here on the same set, she has to watch Pam Boweren hammer the lip and pull off her Rolo. So that's a little salt in the wound for Viviana.
I love the claim from Pam Boweren as well. It wasn't a look at me. It was a give me that score, you know, respect. So,
yes,
we got a little bit of information from Pam. She enjoys bodyboarding at Sandy Bay in Cape Town and also Seals Beachy in Cape St. Francis. And also a few overseas waves which she'd love to get to more often. She works as a sports coordinator in the school in Cape Town, Herschel Girls School, and in her free time she loves spending time with friends and family and loved ones. So yeah, beautiful place to live down there in Cape Town. Certainly heard amazing things from Ian Campbell since he's been in the UK, talking about those waves. So he's back there at the moment, and definitely on the bucket list for me. You been there, Jay?
Cold, yeah, I've been there a couple times. Freezing cold water. If you go to the certain beaches that have cold water, Llandudno, freezing cold, I remember. But there's an Atlantic side and a Pacific side, so an Indian Ocean side, and the water temperature can vary widely. And there we go, see Sara Abiko just digging the nose right into the face of that wave. She was a little nose heavy coming out of that spin and just went right over the nose there, just pearl diving as they used to say back in the day. And Sara Abiko will make her way back out for another shot at it.
Yeah, so down she goes. She sort of drops as a barrel spits. It's kind of cool. Nice spin in the pocket. It was those spins as you come up from the bottom turn and do them up in the pocket like that are really nice. It was super unfortunate she didn't make it, because she did it seemed everything right, but just dug the nose, which is one of those things that could haunt her, you know. I've been in the situation before. One move can cost you the heat, and you think about it, replay it in your mind. You can't sleep. It haunts you for long. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But
no, we've all been there. You know, it could just be like you were out in a session and you missed a really good wave, like you just couldn't get into it, and it was like one of the best waves of the day, and
yeah,
it just sticks with you. You're like, oh, that would have been the best wave ever. But really critical in an environment like this where you're competing for points, money, and so forth, and you've traveled so far. Speaking of which, Viviana Araya from Chile, nowhere to go on that wave. And we got two competitors. You mentioned Pam Bauer, and she's 36 years of age. Viviana, 35 years of age. So two veterans out there in this heat. And, age and experience count for a lot in tricky conditions, I feel like. So we'll see if they can use that experience to their advantage. They certainly are at this point with, their position in this heat in first and second.
Yeah, for sure. More experience means more heat surfed, and more heat surfed means more situations dealt with. And if you get the waves that are changeable in your heat, then you have to know how to react to them and change your game accordingly. And yeah, the cleverest competitors are doing that today.
Well, speaking of clever, Begonia Martinez, clever as she may be, is down there with our interview from the heat winner of the last heat. Bego, what's happening?
So much, guys. Well, Kara Shirahase from Japan, you did what an amazing job, and you love this place. You told me this is your second time, so how are you feeling about advancing?
Yeah, Maldives is so good place. And this heat, practice is good wave, and this now is so good wave. I think I trust me, that I go. Yeah, it's good.
All right, so trust, one of the most important things in competition. You want to say some words in Japanese?
応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。無事勝てたので次も頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
おめでとう。ありがとう。All right, back to you guys.
There you go, that high energy, I'm loving it. Awesome to see. So, yeah, we've got a situation now with Pam Bauer in first place with a 7.5, and we've got Viviana Araya with 6.4 in second place. Sara Abiko in third place with 5.5. So it's still close, you know, just under 10 minutes remaining, and one wave could change the whole face of the heat, Jay.
Well, we saw, a couple heats ago where literally in the closing minute of the heat, we had a priority interference from one of our Japanese competitors that moved Mariana Rosa into advancing position. So, in this case, we have very close scores between the second and third position. And, yeah, you know, this could be another heat that just really comes down to the wire. We could have a buzzer beater situation. I love it when the heats are like this, you know, when it's not really one-sided. And even Pam Bowern, you know, she has that one 6.0, but her second wave just a 1.5. So it is still anybody's heat at this point. And, you know, the sun starting to slowly slip down to the western sky behind the waves, making it look just so beautiful and inviting here in the Maldives as our competitors get caught inside on one of the bigger sets of this heat.
Yeah, and the thing that interested me as I saw that that lip pitch on top of them was the sprays going offshore now. Did you see that?
I didn't notice that, but yeah, that's good to see.
Should be cleaning up a little bit. So the wind switches throughout the day here, sometimes offshore, sometimes no wind, sometimes a little onshore. And it looks as though it might have just switched again. So let's see what happens with the texture of the wave face. I'm sure the competitors are just focusing on the next wave that they get, because this is one of those heats where it's the battle for the second wave is the way that I sum it up. You know, we've got Pam with a 6, Viviana with a 4.5, and Sarah with a 3. That's their best wave score each, and it all comes down to them replacing their second wave and then seeing where that finishes, where that lands them when the final buzzer finishes the heat off. So it's all to play for, and that's why, like I said before, keeping your head, keeping your focus, concentrating on where you are in relation to the priorities concerned. So Pamela's in a particularly strong position with first priority. It's how they play. It's now a little bit of a game of chess, Jay.
Well, I remember back in the day, and you will too, Rob, when it was your best 4 waves.
Yeah.
That was what counted. So, I mean, you had to hustle out there and get 4 decent waves. You couldn't be picky. Different times, man. Pam Bowern on this left-hander, and she stalls. You saw her stall in that little pocket and get the roll and gets another one out on the shoulder, and here's where her power comes into play. She fights her way out in front of that wave, and that is pure power bodyboarding right there in a wave that's, you know, really tricky because had a nice roll section on the outside, but it was really kind of flat and mushy on the inside, and she still powered through it and got 2 big moves off. Pam Bowern no doubt going to replace that 1.5, and that will cement her position. Rob, call the replay on this one.
Love this wave. She waited and waited, and then it came. There's still a lot to do, you know. She had to get up into the pocket, punch that first roll, and then reline it up for the second roll, which she made. And yeah, she's a very powerful rider. You can see that, and it was it came to fruition there. That waiting game paid off.
You know, a lot of these riders, especially in the women's side of things, are involved in sport for their, you know, their day job, if you will. And, you know, we've talked about them being involved in sport. Pam Bowern, you mentioned earlier, her occupation, she's a sport coordinator at a school in Cape Town. So, you know, it's not just bodyboarding that keeps her active. She does other sport as well. I remember I interviewed her last year at this event. And, yeah, she's in on all of that stuff. She's so involved in many different sports because of her job. And I'm sure that keeps her super fit when she's not in the water.
Yeah, she said she trains herself, but she's got a trainer that drew up a program for her. So here we are, live action. Sarah Abiko up through the nicely punctuated there. Really whipped it as she hit the lip and then made the most of that section. So nice work.
Yeah, you know, that deep left-hander that they're riding, it doesn't seem like it offers a second maneuver, whereas this kind of middle peak offers an inside connection. But we'll see her right here. She takes advantage of that pitching lip, gets through the lip, nice roll, clean finish right there, but no opportunity for another maneuver, whereas the riders that are a little further over to the right side of your screen seem to have that reform on the inside. They can get off a second maneuver, so that seems to be something that's working for a lot of competitors, at least from what I can tell, Rob.
Yeah, I agree. It's all about what the wave delivers, and you're going to edge your bets by sitting in the spot that's going to give you the opportunity to hit the lip, but also have some running wall, because otherwise it's just a battle of the single maneuvers, and that makes it really hard to distinguish yourself from the other competitors, and that means that you know, it could go either way. So 4 minutes to go, all to play for. Pam Bowern in a more commanding position now with 9.75. So her second highest score is a 3.75, which is pretty decent. Viviana Araya, she's got a 6.4. Sorry, that's just situation change. So Sara Abiko now has moved into second place. So she's got a 7.35 to Viviana Araya's 6.4. So again, battle of the second waves. Viviana needs to get a stronger second wave and replace that 1.9.
Well, here's Bauer, and she has first priority, a Bowley left-hander. She looked like she was going to drive for the lip there and kind of checked herself right there, and she finds the little lip section. Look at this. Look at her fighting to get back on top of the board. That does not work out for her. But, yeah, really making a good effort there. Pam Boweren with a difficult wave there, and she'll claw her way back out to try to get one more shot. And now Viviana Araya, who is desperately in need of a decent wave, just a 2.86. She has first priority out there. 3 minutes to go. There is enough time for her to change the situation here. She wants to take down Sara Abiko and send her packing. And the Chilean, really, she's from Iquique. She wants to, she wants to stay alive in this contest. I mean, people invest a lot of time and money to get here. This is what it all comes down to. And Viviana Araya is on the chopping block at the moment.
Yeah, heart's beating. She's probably sweating. She'd definitely be sweating because it's so hot out there. But she's thinking about what's going to unfold in the next 2 minutes and how she's going to use this priority, because it's that decision that's going to be critical to whether she progresses or not. She's got a few options, which is good. Sometimes the ocean goes flat. It hasn't. Blue's up. She wants to try and get another score on the board. So that's Sara Abiko. Bottom turn, up and roll. Tidy. Gets another wall. And another roll. Will she make it? Didn't quite make it. So that's really 1.5 rolls, should we say, that the judges are going to be looking at there. It could possibly affect her second wave score. Maybe unlikely. She's probably just got third wave as a backup now. So what in 1 minute 50 seconds has Viviana got to bring to the table?
Yeah, I think Sara Abiko, she gets this good roll off, but she takes this one a little too vertical, and she couldn't get herself launched out into the front of the wave. That could have made a difference and replaced that second lower score. But she is holding on to second position. 1:28 to go. Still in first priority situation. Viviana Araya gets first crack at any decent wave to come in. So right now it really comes down to wave selection for her. Again, she doesn't need much, just a 2.86, and she will advance through this heat. So the nerves hopefully do not get the better of her, and she makes a good decision here. Down to the 1 minute mark, it is really critical. We could see that buzzer beater happen here, Rob.
For sure. She'll be, she's hunting hard, you know. She's like a meerkat out there looking for a prey or something prey on her. Here she goes, lining up a left-hander. So this is a critical moment in the heat, guys. She looks relaxed. She jams a reverse. Tidy. Another reverse. Wow. 2 moves. None of them in the lip. She's going to spin it all the way. Oh, just digs the tail there. Commentator's curse. But yeah, a very, very important score that she'll be waiting for here. But then Sara comes back with another effort herself. So will she make it to the inside? Unfortunately not. So let's see what Viviana gets for that score. What are you saying, Jay?
Yeah, she needed a 2.86. I don't know. You mentioned no lip maneuver, 2 kind of flat reverses, and then she dug the tail. So I don't know, man. This is going to be a tight one. I don't see it. Ultimately, we're going to have to wait for the judge's decision as we wait for the scores to drop on that. It's going to be an interesting finish, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to cut to the highlight package from that heat, and we will talk about the end result of that heat when we come back. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
Nice.
All right, Bego Martinez back in the booth with me in a buzzer beater potential situation in that last heat. Viviana had one chance, and it wasn't quite enough. She got a wave with the closing seconds. We thought maybe she would get the score she needed, just came up short. So Pam Bauer dominated that heat and takes the win with our Japanese rider in second position.
Oh, that's a shame, but good effort anyway. So let's hit the water and see the next heat, which is the first of the round number 2. And we're starting to see some seeded riders, not the top 60. Actually, it is, I believe, and people, the heats. This is, of course, not heat 11 because, wait a second, that's Dave Hubbard on his first wave. And, yeah. This is not heat 11. This is heat number 1 of the round number 2 of the men division. It's just that the system is counting like that, but it's going to be fixed. So don't worry. It's heat number 1 of round number 2. All right. So yeah, we have Ahmed Nazmin from Maldives. We have Dave Hover from Hawaii. We have Yassine. I'm not so good at pronouncing Yassine's last name, but he's from Morocco, and Ahmed and Fabian Tassar, I'm sorry, from France, actually from Reunion Island. But yeah, of course, Reunion Island belongs to France, so represented France. And here comes a replay, I believe.
All right, so he carves it off the bottom, throws the reverse, kind of a flat section, moves his way to the inside here, waiting for something to stand up on this inside part of the reef. And it's starting to get a little bowly on the inside, but decreasing in size, just enough energy for him to get that finish roll off. And that's how you want to finish. You want to, even if it's a 1 foot section, you want to roll it off that section and show that you're still under the power of the wave. And Ahmed Nazmin with a good wave under his belt and a 2.5 score on that one.
All right, so I was visiting the Judges Tower, and I'll tell you what I got. So Dave hovered with a quick backflip, but completes it with a reverse. And let's see, it's interesting, to see, of course, Dave Hover always keeping busy. And one more wave here for Yassine. Yassine hasn't been able to get a valuable score, only a 1.5, and this last wave is not going to be much neither. And here comes Fabian Tassar. He loves this place. It's actually kind of close from his house. The same ocean. Goes for a classic roll. And I don't know if he landed that one.
Tassar, well-versed in both prone and drop knee. One of the top combo riders in my estimation. Did really well in this event the first year in both the prone, or I should say the men's division and the drop knee division, and really a top rider in both disciplines of bodyboarding, as is Dave Hubbard, we might mention. And speaking of Dave, there he goes with the ARS on a less than perfect section, and Dave just makes it look so easy, flicking off one reverse there at the end of that wave. And we are into round 3, just so you know. The graphics are a little wacky up there, but we are in round 3, heat number 1 of the men's division. This is the non-elimination round, so first and second go to round 7, third and fourth go to round 6. So you get moved ahead a little bit there as we see Tassar moving ahead on that wave. Throws the roll there. He's going to fight his way into the front of that wave, which he does. And we will check the scores as they come through here. We're looking for scoring, and we do have 7 waves ridden so far in this heat. Dave Hubbard holding down the lead with Tassar in second position. Yassine El Ghazal in third place, in fourth position. Third position held by Ahmed Nazmin. So a battle taking place with the 2 tour veterans leading the way here so far.
Yep. All right. So, of course, Dave is leading. He has been keeping busy. So, yes, round 2, heat number 1. All right, so it looks like Rob is ready. We'll see if we get that interview.
Take it away, Rob.
Thank you, Jay. So here I am with Pam. You killed it in that heat. It was a bad start, tricky one, you know, but you brought it back. Talk me through how you did that.
Yeah, so obviously my first wave didn't quite go according to plan, and I just had to try and focus on calming myself down and just resetting, and just waited patiently for the next wave. And it did take some time, but I'm stoked I was able to find a scoring wave and then just ease the nerves and take it from there.
Totally, a true champ can do that, to keep control of things. Now talk to me about the power in your riding. It's something Ian Campbell told me is synonymous about your riding. You're a real powerful with your rolls and other moves. How do you work on that?
Thanks so much. I think just I grew up surfing around the guys and watching the guys, so I think I try to replicate what they were doing, and I found a lot more enjoyment out of the power maneuvers rather than the spinning and the more softer maneuvers, I suppose. But yeah, just really watching and then trying to practice it and pushing myself on different wave conditions.
Like it. Well, the judges like it, so keep it up. Have you got any shout outs to your friends, family or followers?
Yeah, just thanks so much to everyone back home in South Africa. Just thank you for all the support, to my sponsors, Handpicked and Lapaside, and to friends and loved ones. I really appreciate you and all the support you're giving me from back home. Lots of love.
Awesome. Good luck for the rest of the event. Jay, Bago, back to you guys.
Yes, thank you so much, Rob. And Pam, congratulations to you as we watch Dave Hubbard throwing that smooth brand of bodyboarding that he loves to bring to this event. Of course, a really high success rate for Dave Hubbard at this event. He won his 10th world title here last year. The year prior, he won both the men's and the drop knee division. And he is absolutely in sync with this wave out here. He just makes it look so easy. Certainly one of the favorites to take the victory every time he steps up and puts on the jersey at any location, but certainly here where he really seems to feel at home. Taking one more look at that, he gets nice extension on that Rolo with the forward spin and drops down the inside of this wave, throws the reverse spin, and he's looking for that one more move at the end, carving into the reverse there with a nice rail game from David Hubbard from Kauai.
I have to say I enjoy when the athlete comes with a nice combination of colors, and it looks so nice. For example, in his case, he's got his fins and his board in the same color, so pretty cool. It looks really, really nice. It's like Nicole Kaleidos. She has a combination. Well, we have a replay here of a roll for rider in white, but that was unfortunately not complete. And I was reading what Dave wrote, because the good thing about Dave is very organized. Then he has always if you ask him something, he always do it. So we had already a couple of answers for the survey that we have for the athletes, but he answered it again. Look at that. Fabian Tassar just got the first position. Maybe we can get to see that replay. I believe something happened while we were watching those replays, maybe from yellow. Fabian Tassar, we'll see. But yeah, he got a 6.75.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see what he got on that wave. Hopefully we can get a replay. But in any case, Thazar moving into first position, bumping Dave Hubbard into second position. Dave now needs a 6.26 to regain the lead in this heat. The real battle is for that second spot, of course, because you want to advance through an extra round. No one's eliminated here, so no danger of the end of your situation here. But Blue taking off on this wave, Yassine El Ghazal, and he claws his way into this wave, gets to the inside section, and throws his entire body weight up and off the lip. So that was pretty dramatic for such a small and kind of a weaker wave. He really, really did well to get his body up and above, and another rider up out the back.
I mean, Fabian looking super sharp, but unfortunately got stuck in that landing. But yeah, we would like to see the 6.75 of yellow Fabian Tassar. I think the director is getting ready for that. We'll see if we get that replay. If not, you can let us know, so we stop calling it, so no problem.
I'm sure it was awesome, whatever he did, but Thazar, one more look at this one, a replay here from a different angle. You can see him trying to wait for the wave to speed up here and gets a little inside section here. Tries to bang that move off the lip. This was an earlier wave, I believe. And that one, I'm sure, was not the 6.75. I think that was the 1.55 wave that he had, which was his second ride. But nonetheless, Thazar holding down first spot in the heat. And we're down to the 13-minute mark, 13 minutes and 25 seconds to go in this heat. And these four riders in this non-elimination round having a crack at it. And really a kind of a chance for them just to, I guess you could say shake off the cobwebs. We're getting into the rounds with some of our top-seeded riders, in this case, Thazar and Hubbard. And, the Hubbard dynasty is strong. We saw Jeff Hubbard, of course, a prior world champion, take out the Fronton King event back in 2022 with a dramatic high-flying maneuver there in the final against Tristan Roberts, who took his world title in that same event. So that was a great finish that year. And Dave Hubbard still at it, as is his brother. Dave in his 40s now, competing on the World Tour, still having great success.
Well, he's 42 years old right now, and nice wave there for Ahmed Nazmin from Maldives. We'll see how much he gets and if he can climb a couple spots. And this is actually, halfway. Heats are 25-minute heats, and as you've been mentioning, it's the non-elimination round, the so expected and loved non-elimination round. Everybody wants to be in this stage. And look at that, we have a photographer right there on the shore. I'm trying to get some shots. That's pretty cool. It has to be very difficult because there's a lot of current here, for being a water photographer, so kudos to him. And there is another change of situation. Dave Hubbard got the first position back, and it's a nice battle between those two, I believe. We'll see how this one unfolds. So one Moroccan and one Maldivian, the most popular nationalities in this event, in this precise division, which is the men division. And for tomorrow, we're going to fix that, the scoring system. It doesn't say the division, but tomorrow we're going to get that fixed. And also the thing that it's saying the 11th heat, which is not right, we're going to get that fixed too for you.
So Ahmed Nazmin in fourth position right now, needs pretty solid couple of scores here to get up to 8.76. And Fabian Thazar taking advantage of his first priority with a little barrel there into the roll on the shoulder, and Thazar taking full advantage of that first priority with a solid wave right there. And it's going to be a seesaw battle between he and David Hubbard in this heat. No doubt. At least that's what's been happening so far. And we are in men's round 3 heat number 1 right now, folks. And check it out. Under the cover of the lip, out and into the crumbling oncoming shoulder for that roll. And Thazar has to like that one.
That's right. So 10 minutes to go. And if you miss it, this is the very first day of competition at this event. I'm going to double check what's going on with that camera, because that camera is not really following the riders. And we'll see what happened with the rider in, I think, who was it?
Yeah, I couldn't tell who the rider was that just had that right-hander. We got 4 riders out there from that distant shot. It's kind of hard to tell what the color was on that wave. But right now, really, as I mentioned, non-elimination round. The battle's really for second place, because you want to vault through to that later round and not have to do the earlier round, as it were. But right now, Hubbard holding down first position with a 12.25 heat score. Thazar just hot on his heels with 11.75, and pretty distant Yassine El Ghazal and Ahmed Nazmin. They have some work to do to catch back up in under 10 minutes remaining. In fact, now under 9 minutes remaining, it's going to be an uphill battle for those two riders.
All right, and how excited you are for this event. And wait a second, what it was that? That's a beautiful invert, projected one, different, style for Ahmed, but it was a very, radical execution of that invert. So let's see how much he gets. Check that out.
Well, you just caught that totally upside down tweaking of that invert, and the 26-year-old local really showing his stuff on that wave. He's waiting for that opportunity. And, good wave for Nazmin. That's certainly going to help his situation. I think he's going to need another wave at this point. He's trying to replace everything that he has right now.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to watch. Check that out, different style. And I just love to see that, I have to say, I always say that. Well, I'm going to get back to that idea, but that was Yassin. Yassin, he did a great job early this morning winning his heat, so he is one to watch. Coming also from surfing in Itacoachara, he was there. Remember Yassin Egal?
Yes.
No, I can't say the last name properly, I'm sorry, with a lot of respect. I don't know very well the pronunciation, but he's such a good rider.
Yeah, I like the style. He's got that look and lunge thing that Rob Barber always talks about there, and gets off that ARS on the inside. And look at him fighting for this inside wedge. We talked about that center left peak actually offering some reform opportunities, and there it was right there. He gets off the next maneuver on the inside, and that's going to give him a 5.0. And so now he just wants to replace that 1.5, and he's down to less of a deficit now. He needs in fact, it moves him into second position. He needs a 6.66, so he's a 5.0 and a 5.10, and still playing catch-up to Hubbard and Thazar.
Well, Yassin is super young, he's only 20 years of age, and he's coming from Imuran, and that's his local spot, Imuran. He loves fishing and going to the gym. So we asked him about what's his, biggest achievement in the sport, and he was the Moroccan champion in the junior division in 2017. So biggest dream, can you imagine which one it is? No.
Go to Disneyland.
No, becoming a world champ.
Oh, okay.
That's a classic
Sooner or
one.
later, somebody's going to just say, I want to go to Disneyland. I'll be right one time.
Well, you know what? Most of the men, they answer becoming a world champ.
Yeah, of course.
But the women, they have different dreams.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, naturally, that's the answer you would expect from all of these riders. But, yeah, I could understand the men wanting to be world champ, but I like the fact that some of the women, they have different ideas. This is sort of just a stop along the route for them rather than an end to their goals, right? So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he's coming from the same town as Brahim Idouche from Agadir. We were there early this year, and we were so impressed. And don't get me started with the food, my lord. What's going on with the Moroccan food?
Was there Burger King there?
Oh, my. Well, for you people that you don't know Jay very well, Jay is all about pizzas and burgers.
Yeah, I love it.
Yassin.
All right, Yassin El Ghazal. Oh, he gets unstuck there, gets the edge taken out from under him, but that wave closed out in front of him. So he did wise to bail early. He's still chasing down 6.66 and has two decent scores, a 5.0 and a 5.10, but that's not enough when you got the likes of Dave Hubbard and Fabian Thazar in your heat. Man, you got to raise your game. And if things continue as they are presently, Dave Hubbard and Fabian Thazar will move ahead a couple rounds, whereas Yassin and Ahmed will be moving on to the next round, have to surf an extra round to make it through. That's how the non-elimination situation works.
Yeah, I mean, non-elimination, the best place to be in competition, you will have this chance and one more. And look at that, the waves are actually lining up very nicely. They're, it's kind of glassy right now, and the size is good. So We'll see. I mean, this one is a nice one for Ahmed Nasmin, looking for a 5.76, but here comes Fabian Tassar. Nice round roll for him, combined with the reverse spin, and that will be it for him. 5.51 he needs.
Man, I have such good memories of when we had World Tour events in Reunion Island. In fact, you know, Amory Laverne, who is from there, always talks about those days back when, you know, the best in the world competed on his island and inspired him to become one of the top World Tour competitors. In fact, when there was a shark problem in Reunion, he moved away so that he could continue to advance his bodyboarding career, because a lot of the beaches were closed in Reunion. Riders and surfers and bodyboarders, they weren't allowed in the main lineups.
One of, Amori's good friend, and if I'm not wrong, one of the guys that taught him how to surf, unfortunately passed away because of a shark attack. So it was really bad for Amori. I remember when I met him back in 2010, I think. He told me that story, and I was shocked, man. I was like, no way. And I even think his eyes, got a little wet. I think he was... He got a little emotional, which is completely normal.
Yeah.
Those were really difficult times for the Reunion Islanders. But right now it's safe, thanks God, and they have a number of preventions so they can know when, a shark is around. And thanks God, we haven't seen any attacks. But, it's been we have had a couple of attacks in the world. In Hawaii, for example, a well-known surfer got killed, unfortunately. So you never know with sharks.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Rest in peace to Mayo Perry, of course, we're talking about. And picking off this wave, Yassin El Ghazal with an inside bowling left-hander. Just gets up to the lip a little bit late. It kind of slams him down in front. He does pull that off, but not a clean maneuver. And, we talk about the shark situation, man. It's I'll pick that up in a minute. Dave Hubbard picking off his little bowler here, and nicely done with the Rolo into the follow-up roll. Gets a little more extension even on the second one. So Dave Hubbard showing why he is a multi-world champion, 10 times world champion in the drop knee division, and certainly well relaxed out there in this heat. And, he and Fabian Thazar are going, as we say, tit for tat out there.
That's right. And I was reading early in this heat, I was trying to tell you, but I'm going to get back to that idea. After this wave of white, Ahmed Nasmin, let's see if he can find a section. And he does. All right. So, he was super close to land that maneuver, but not able to complete it. But I have been intending to say what Dave wrote, because it's pretty cool. He says, it's right here. I'm looking for this survey. He actually filled it up again. He says, because one of the questions is, what do you do besides bodyboarding? And he says, coaching and mentoring youth and promoting breadfruit.
Yeah.
Breadfruit is delicious.
Is it? Yeah.
Haven't you tried it?
Well, actually, last year at this event, Dave brought some for all the competitors to try out.
What else he do?
Yeah, so he worked for a place called the Breadfruit Institute for a long time, and they went out to basically promote being able to feed underprivileged communities with something that's so abundant. So he hasn't been busy with that for a while, but he was very involved for a long time.
My God, it's better than potatoes when you fry them, they're so yummy. All right, so heat is over, and it looks like this guy right here, the breadfruit promoter, it just made it, of course, in first position alongside with Fabian Tassar. And congratulations, but I have to say, nothing's happening actually. Oh, this is the wave that we were expecting the whole heat. This is the 6.75 for Fabian. Nice. Thank you so much, director. I like that he never gave up until he found the wave. All right, we're going to come back real soon after this heat recap and commercials. Well, welcome back, everyone, to the very first day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and it's been such a good day of action. And we continue because we will, keep running until what Mother Nature allows, and until we have light. So let's hit the water and check, because we are in the non-elimination round for the men division, and we just saw a very good heat. And of course, all the upcomings are going to be no different.
Let's go. We've got some high action to enjoy here. We've got some fun waves. That last heat is anything to go by. The action's hotting up minute by minute, and this is the reason why. We've got Jay Taylor from Australia.
This is the next heat. Not this one.
Let's look on here. We've got Eton Capdeville from France. We've got Brahim Idouche from Morocco. We've got Federico Castello Blanco and Ethan Perez from Spain. And that's opening his account early is Brahim Idouche from Morocco. So he's a top competitor, and he knows that getting out the blocks early is always a winner. So he's taken the lead with a 5.25. So he's got to be happy with that. So followed by Ethan Perez, just to clarify here, from Spain. Then Etan Capdeville, so slightly different pronunciation there, which I would never have got right if it wasn't for Bego.
No, you are saying it perfectly. I'm so impressed.
Love that. Thank you. Keep it coming. And then we've got Federico Castello Branco from Portugal. So yeah, a mixed bag in the heat, all to play for. You looking forward to it, Bego?
So much. But yeah, you tackled that before this heat started. So here comes, Ethan Perez from the Basque country, so with a roll. And we are queuing that interview with Jay because, we had some action. Let's see, someone takes this wave. But yeah, it looks like no takers. So go ahead, my friend Jay.
Well, this is familiar territory in so many ways. I'm up here with Dave Hubbard. I've been here so many times with you, Dave. You feel like this is a relaxing place for you? You look so comfortable out there.
I was really excited to get out there and ride because I've been watching most of the day and the waves look fun, and I think, it's just always a treat to compete, and especially alongside some great riders. So I was excited.
Well, now, we all know you won your 10th world title here last year. Are there ever waves in the men's division where you are paddling for the wave and you're thinking, I'd really like to get up drop knee on this wave?
Yeah, that raises an interesting question. They call it the men's open division here, which is rare. Most places just call it the pro men's. So I got to maybe check with the technical director, because if it's an open division, I should be able to, right?
Technically, you should.
All right, let's go.
So we're thinking about it. We may see that. And Fabian Thazar, a great drop knee rider as well in that heat.
Yeah, and he caught his wave in the drop knee stance, and just, it would be great. I would love to see an open division and everybody just showing their stuff.
All right, so moving forward, Dave, we're forecasting some big surf at the first 2 days of next week. Are you looking forward to bigger surf, or do you like it kind of in the medium size range?
I'll take anything. I'm excited to get out there, whether it's knee, shin high, or whether it's triple overhead. Give it to me. I'm going to eat it up, and I'm really excited.
Well, that's why he's a champ. So any shout outs for the folks at home?
Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and just so stoked to be here. All the glory belongs to God, of course, and aloha.
All right, so back to you, champs, back in the studio. Take it away, Bego and Rob.
Thank you so much, Jay. But yeah, we don't really call it open or pro. We call it only man. Remember that, Dave? It's a man division and woman division and junior man division. So there you have it, a beautiful roll. Well projected, well performed for Federico Castello Branco. The Portuguese are stronger and stronger every time. And it's just such a pleasure to see their flags because, Portugal is so full of good waves, and the people, it's very connected with bodyboarding. When you go there, you have been in Portugal, I'm pretty sure, many times.
Yeah, for sure.
So many good waves, and the community is so big. And, we really would like to have more Portuguese on tour. And Etan Capdeville.
Etan Capdeville, so cut into the action. Yeah, the technical man of the moment. He punched that nice roll and then stopped and did that beautiful on-the-spot forward spin. it's a technique that he's got nailed and looked great. I'm sure the judges will reward that. So now we've got Red Rider, which is, oh, wait a second. Here we go. So we've got Red, which is Ethan Capdeville. Yeah, for sure. So, sorry, we're cutting between a few shots there, catching up from Dave Hubb's interview. But, yeah, Portugal, it is the epicenter of European bodyboarding, isn't it? You know, beach breaks built for bodyboarding is the way that I sum it up. And I love going back there year after year. And you can actually fly there from my hometown. Go Brahim. He's got a nice little wave here. Pop the roll off the top. Perfect timing. Then another one, kind of gets bogged a little bit there, which is super rare from his usual riding style, but just goes to show how hard it is to predict those lips. So Brahim will be happy with that. He got good projection on the first roll, backed it up with the second one, and then we're going to go back to the different angle of Ethan Capdeville. Unfortunately, he just ducked out on that one, so nothing much happening. Up we go, so here it is, here's the pop. So this fine line between doing that roll without connecting with the lip and doing it just on the perfect moment so you get projection. And yeah, Brahim is a master at that. He was brought up on such a fun left near Tamarat. I've surfed it with him many times, and this sort of wave just mimics it, you know. So he's in a very comfortable situation riding these bowly lefts, doing those kind of moves.
I mean, I saw Brahim in the free surfing. He was sharp, you know, and he is all the time saying that he is going to retire. And we are not like, no, Brahim. Because, you know, he feels that 40, it's too old.
No way.
I'm like, Brahim, come on. I'm 43. You can't say that. That's nothing. Look at Jay.
Exactly.
He's on point.
He's 112 years old this year. Did you know that? Yeah, I know. Hard to believe, but yeah, he's pulling it off. And yeah, Brahim's nothing but a spring chicken as far as I'm concerned.
Oh
you
my
know.
God. I'm gonna take that. I'm going to record this specific part, and I'm going to send it to Jay. Oh man.
Yeah. So yeah, Brahim has got plenty more fuel in the tank. I mean, look at the sportsmen of the day. You know, Kelly Slater, Mike Stewart, all those guys that are. And girls that are kind of pushing it onwards through into their late years. We've had this conversation already today, but just to reiterate my thoughts on it, you keep your body in check, then your wave knowledge gets better. I can't personally say that that's the case for me, but certainly for some of the best wave riders in the world, you know, it's a skill which is very low impact on your body, and therefore you can keep recovering from it. So why not just keep pushing on? Brahim's living the life. He doesn't want to end it now, for sure. Not end it, but end his career.
I mean, he says he's gonna, you know, dedicate to free surfing and stuff, but I think he's getting the feeling that he wants to remain in competition. And we really want you to be in competition, Brahim. Don't go anywhere. You are a very important character for the World Tour. We love you so much, and of course, as well as the others. But how interesting is to see, you know, that we have Ethan Capdeville, who is, you know, last year he was the Rookie of the Year, and an amazing, and as you mentioned, super technical rider right now. And, you know, he's doing a great job in both the free surf and the competition world. And, you know, Ethan, which, you know, we don't get him. He doesn't come to the World Tour so too often. Last year, he took the win in the IBC Pro, which was the event only for juniors that we had in Arcachon, the event that Ocean Roots organized. Very nice event.
Nice.
Very nice to have an only junior event. That was really, you know, impressive to watch all these kids and, you know, junior women and junior men surfing super good. And Ethan took the win in a great fashion. And it was very impressive because, you know, Lucas Aninotto, one of the rest junior riders that we have at the moment, that's his home break. And he was facing Ethan, and Ethan, you know, win.
Got it. Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me. He is a force of nature, you know. His bodyboarding skills have finessed year on year. He seemed to be, you know, a grommet not that long ago, and now he's a man staying in our hotel. We kind of eating in the same restaurant, and he's a proper professional athlete, you know. You can tell by the way that he carries himself, the way he eats. His father, Nicholas Capdeville, was one of the top bodyboarders.
Oh, for sure.
Through my era, you know, used to win all the events, all the European titles and World Surfing Games. He was unstoppable, you know, and it just goes to show it passes down the gene pool, doesn't it, you know?
But you know what? Not all the times happens that. You know, we have the case of course, Luna Harman, and, you know, carrying that beautiful gene from her mother, Neymara, but it doesn't happen at all the times, you know. So it's really nice to see that it's happening with the Capdevilles and with Luna and Ney. And all right, so one more wave here. This is Ethan Perez, the Basque, and a nice and very well executed roll.
Lovely to see. Yeah, another beautifully timed left-hander, punctuated with a above the lip line roll. Very smooth, and I think the judges will like that. He bottom turned nicely, come around this section, held it there, and then up and over, got some air, dropped back down, then pulled out. It was another great ride. I think that the potential for a position change could be there. Let's have a look at the scores. He's got this is just recalibrating now. So he's got a 3.75 and a 4 as his current scores, whilst he waits for this next score to drop. Brahim is leading the heat with a 5.25 and a 4.10, so pretty commanding, whereas Etan Capdeville has got a 5.5 and a 1.1. So this will probably move Ethan above Etan. The commentators struggle there. Okay, up we go. So answering back almost immediately is Etan, and a nice roll. That'll replace his 1.1. So that might be enough to push Ethan back down again. Let's see what the judges make of it. But going back to the point that you made, Bego, it's really poignant that Nicholas Capdeville owns a surf school. Ethan Capdeville works at the surf school. Oh, here we go, a little replay. It's a foamier section, but he still makes that loopy roll maneuver, that's part of his technical approach. He looks to hover as he drops down, and that's really stylish, that will be recognized by the judges. I'll come back to that point in a second. We've got Brahim on a bomb. Could be the biggest wave of the afternoon, and he's scared, That wasn't a claim, that was frustration. Poor guy, could have been a sick one, but unfortunately just ran away too fast. And now next up, we've got Frederico from Portugal. He's looking to exchange one of his waves, and he's in a bit of a foamy connection. There's even a wave going out to sea as well as the two waves coming together. So, yeah, he might have needed a snorkel and mask to make that move. Red back in the game. Etan Capdeville didn't give him much. So, yeah, going back to what I was saying, Etan Capdeville, his dad, Nicholas Capdeville's got a surf school. So as well as being born to the world ISA Games champ, his dad is, his profession is to teach people to get good at surfing and bodyboarding. I mean, if Etan didn't get good, then who would, But he's got bogged down a little bit here, and then he's got that foam explosion, struggling to get through and punctuate that end maneuver. So I doubt if that will be one of his counting scores. But yeah. Paddling again, this is endless action at the moment. We've got white rider Ethan Perez, so looking for the roll. He's wants to do the ARS. So not an easy maneuver to do there, but obviously wants to show the variety in his riding. I believe that's the first ARS we've seen this heat. So if the riders go out and do the same moves over and over again, that is part of the judging criteria, that the judges are looking for the right moves in the right section, delivered, a nice variety is nice, So here we go, up, he's looking for it.
All right, yeah, this was actually what you were saying. One of the first ARSs, and yeah, nice job there for, the rider in white. But yeah, I agree with you on the fact that you were saying that Etan Capdeville is definitely, intended to be a great bodyboarder. And yeah, I was checking on what he wrote, and yeah, this is what he does. He says it's giving surf lessons in his school with his dad. So definitely, a great bodyboarder to watch, and of course he wants to become world champion. That's his biggest dream. I think he's going to achieve it at some point.
He's got the skills for sure, it is one of those situations, as you see so many times, they've got the skills, they've got the focus for sure. It just needs to all come together, doesn't it? Like we've said already during this webcast, it isn't always the best bodyboarder that takes the world title or takes a competition win or is crowned with glory time and time again. Sometimes the best bodyboarders just need that bit of luck as well. But you also make your own luck, and he's going in the right direction at the moment. Super impressive. Everybody in the bodyboarding community that I circulate myself in are talking about this guy as being the next big thing for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, France, another country with traditional bodyboarding, you know, for a while it was a bit quiet. And even if you ask them, they will tell you that they feel the community is not that big in their country, but I believe it is big. And mostly the thing that I admire the most, it's that specific style, which I always like to, you know, say that style is like colors, you know, you can't say one is better than other. It's just different, and it depends on your taste. But, you know, in my personal taste, you know, of course I don't have any preferences, but in my personal taste, I really enjoy very much the French bodyboarding, and they have a number of, you know, great names, and some of them don't really compete that much or used to be competitors, but when you see them in the free surf, it's really impressive. I got a chance to surf there a couple times, and it's really impressive, you know, to be around them.
Oh, for sure. You know, they've all got that finesse style, no doubt. You know, it's inbuilt in them. That's the way that they're brought up, and they've got such a great structure there, you know, in their country for bringing champions through in bodyboarding and surfing. It's a very well supported part of sport, and as a result, the World Surfing Tour has a stack of great surfers from France, and the World Bodyboard Tour has a stack of great bodyboarders also from France, you know, so it works, the system that they have in place. But yeah, he's no I don't want this to just turn into the Ethan Capdeville show, but he's definitely proved himself as being comfortable in bigger and, you know, sucky waves as well. He loves El Camel and loves Big La Gravière and stuff like that, so yeah, good to see. But he's still not leading this heat. That's Brahimi Douche, Morocco's finest. He is currently commanding a lead with 9.35. Ethan Capdeville in second place with a 9.1. Ethan Perez, a speak of the devil, he's third, and he's just wanting to replace one of his scores, so he pushes that roll through, decides to pull out. He doesn't think it's going to replace one of his rides. He's got a 3.75 and a 4, so probably deeming that wave doesn't hold the bounty to beat either of those scores. And then in fourth place we've got Federico Castello Branco. He's got 6.15, but any of those three places could change quite easily. The second, third or fourth, they're quite close, and now Brahim is sitting in first priority, so watch for some fireworks.
Yeah, for sure. And I wanted to, you know, just say a couple words about Federico. He's only 16 years of age, so lots of future there. And his favorite location for bodyboarding is Gran Canaria. And look at this, so favorite things to do besides bodyboarding is read books. I mean, that's so weird to see, you know, in the youth these days. Writers reading, I mean, young people reading books. That's pretty beautiful.
Totally, yes.
Yeah.
Good to see. The ancient art of reading books, yeah.
The best.
Admirable, for sure, yeah. The lost art should be done more, for sure. But yeah, so 4 minutes remaining, getting down to the sharp end of the heat. Brahim sitting pretty. He's surfed a sensible heat. He got some good early waves. He was gutted that the best wave of the heat potentially got away from him. Showed some frustration after that, but he's still holding out. And Ethan Capdeville not far behind now with 9.1. And then Ethan Perez, 7.75 and 6.15. So the biggest threat here is Ethan Perez, who's got a 3.75 that if he replaces that with, say, a 5, then he could shufty up the ranks quite quickly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how many waves turn up, because these guys have got a ballistic armada of maneuvers that they could blow out at any time.
Yeah, that's right. I was just reading because, you know, I get so interested in what the writers write in the survey, and I was reading that, of course, Federico coming from Porto, and he says, check this out. His biggest dream is to be among the top 10 in the men division. So I love to see that he set himself a more immediate goal
For sure. Moving on to yellow, Brahim. So he's sacrificed his priority for this wave, which is a wise decision. He's got a nice roll, another roll, and then another roll. Just went out of the screen there, but we could see that was going to be his third roll in succession. What happened there? We got blue, who tried to make something out of nothing there. Didn't quite work out, but reflecting back on Brahim's wave, yeah, super stylish, nailed 3 rolls. That's a banker for sure. Now red, here it comes. So we've got a nice rollo back onto the face for Ethan Capdeville. Looking to finish this off in style. Oh yeah, there it is. So nearly landed on his competitor, but yeah, looping roll. So it's interesting to see, would the judges prefer the 3 rolls of Brahim on the smaller wave, slightly smaller, depending on the angle. We'll perhaps have another look at that in a minute, or Etan's 2 bigger rolls on what looked like a bigger wave. So yeah, interesting take on it. What do you think, Bego? Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'll take this away if you don't mind. Nice looping takeoff roll from the takeoff, and then he lines it up, and he's got a little bowl here. Up he goes, and that's what we like to see. So up above the lip line, not quickly throwing it over, but stalling it over, and a stylish landing. So the scores on the screen there, we're looking at Brahim. Still got 5.25 and a 4.1. So we're waiting for some scores to drop, and with 1 minute to go, could be the last exchange of the heat. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, super good, I have to tell you. Interesting heat between, all of them. But remember, it's all about the first position and the second, because the fourth and the third are going to go to repechage. This is a non-elimination round, so that's what you get if you advance first and second. Back in the day, it used to be only the first position. That was until last year, but this year was decided to get that benefit for the first and the second.
Nice.
So it looks like it's Ethan Capdeville and Brahim Idouche advancing, skipping 1 round, and Ethan Perez and Federico Castello, the 2 young riders. They're probably...
Wait a second. Let's see. Maybe there could be a change. Federico's got something else to say on the matter. Oh, does well to punch that through. Caught in the white water, going to fight his way through. This is his last-ditch effort. I don't feel it'll be enough, but good to see him fighting to the final breath. So 10 seconds to go, just counting down now. Another solid heat. So the action's hotting up, but I feel as though these riders have still got more in the tank.
All right, so it's over and it's official. Those are the results. Non-elimination round. Ethan Capdeville and Brahim Idouche, they are skipping around, and Federico and Ethan are going to repechage. Don't go anywhere. We're going to call a heat recap and a commercial break, and going to come back super soon.
Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And here we are with the next heat. You ready for the action, Jay?
I love it. You're already getting 1 year ahead. We're thinking positively.
I've aged.
So let's get straight into the water. The action does not stop, even if we take breaks for heat recaps. And in this heat, we got Socrates Santana, a former junior world champion. No picture of Socrates. He must have missed the memo on that one. Maxime Castillo, tour veteran from France. Jorge Hernandez, we already saw him earlier today. He is a junior world champ as well from the Canaries. And Alexander Montes, one of our wild cards, also from the Canaries. So that powerhouse crew of riders from the Canaries well represented here with 2 riders, one of them being a world champ. And Jorge Hernandez, great success in this event in prior years. He made it really far in both men's and juniors division last year. And here we see Montes on a wave, and that one just hammers him right into the trough and knocks him off his board. But Hernandez already on the board with a 5.75, so an early lead for the young rider from the Canaries.
Yeah, so it's heat 3, just to clarify on this, of the men's division now. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out between Socrates Santana, Alexander Montes, Maxime Castillo, Jorge Hernandez. So a mix of Europeans and Brazilians, some of the top performing bodyboard countries, all coming together to fight it out at the premier spot on Male, the wedgy peaks of
Varunana Rarogandu.
Such pronunciation, Jay.
It takes a while, man. It takes a while. We did a lot of practicing, and I shudder the thought of one of the locals coming up to me and telling me I'm not saying it right, because that could certainly be the case. But you mentioned, this heat, we have youth versus experience. Like Maxime Castillo, the veteran competitor in this heat, against 3 younger riders. Socrates, in his mid-20s at this point. Jorge Hernandez, a young rider. Alexander Montes, also very young. So, yeah, youth versus experience. I always love those battles, to see what prevails and how they approach the heat. Are they going to be the frothing, clawing for every wave that comes in type, or are they going to be, I'm going to sit out back and use my priority and take my time and pick off all I need is 2 good ones, and that's what I'm going to do. So we'll see.
Exactly. The masters versus the apprentices. Mm-hmm. It's funny you should say that the more experienced older riders are Maxime Castillo, because I still feel that he's a grommet, you know what I mean, from my era. But hey-ho, things move on. So, yeah, there's definitely potential for some, high-level bodyboarding from these guys. They've all got every move in their locker, silky skills to deliver it, and they are all scratching for part of this action now. So we've got a wave that's just lined up but hasn't actually really peaked. So some of these waves just line up and go into that sort of oblong shape and all fold at once, and that is exactly what the competitors aren't looking for. So that's a set that's just come through and not taken much shape. But if it's anything like the last heat, those that wait will benefit from these nice peaky, particularly left-handers. It's just a matter of making sure that you have priority when that opportunity comes around. And at the moment, Socrates Santana from Sao Conrado in Brazil, he has, in Rio in Brazil, I believe he bodyboards there quite a lot, as I've seen. Oh, now we've got Alexander Montes from the Canary Islands. He's holding his line, looking for an opportunity. Boom, little ARS unfortunately becomes unstuck, just gets caught behind that wave, so doesn't manage to force his way through the white water there.
Yeah, force, I think, was the word there. He really kind of tried to force that move. I don't even know if you could call it an ARS. I'd call it an RS because there's no air component in that one. He really just tried to make it happen where it wasn't going to happen. I should preface what I said earlier about Max Castillo being the veteran, only 28 years old. So, the elder statesman in this heat at 28 years old is saying a lot, where Socrates Santana not too far behind him at about 26 years old. So, I guess Socrates would be in the same class in terms of age as Maxime. So these two guys, all of these guys are very young riders. Anyone's young compared to me, of course, but so every single person in this contest is a young rider. Last year when Mike Stewart competed, I felt good because he was a little bit older than me. So yeah, sorry, Mike, if you happen to be watching. But in any case, here we are at Varunalal Ralugandu. We are getting through the day, and it is now 5 p.m. local time. I will say it gets dark here about 6:30, and we are in heat number 3 with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 more heats after this. I'm thinking we're going to run out of daylight before we run out of heats in this round. So we'll see how much we can get through. We're going to be burning the midnight oil, so to speak, in the heat department here today, potentially anyway.
In the booth, yeah. So here we go. Here's a nicely shaped left-hander. So you see it's got that sort of pyramid shape to it. And here we have Alexander Montes lining up another wave. Takes a low line to that lip, and I think he pays the price. He gets a roll. I think he didn't have as much speed as he would have liked, and therefore just punctured a roll, came out in front. He'll get a score for that, and he's now got his 2 waves on the scoreboard. Maxime Castillo, the aging Maxime Castillo, if you ask Jay, busts a roll and comes out. So again, a bit of a foamy section. He that isn't what he would have envisaged that roll was going to look like. He was hoping to get some launch off the lip and to get some projection. Unfortunately, it just foamed out on him. He did the best with the opportunity that he had, though.
Yeah, so not the first time in this heat that we've seen that happen. Riders climb for the lip and not have success. Montes, with tons of speed here, just heads up to the lip, and it kind of meets him halfway, but he does well to pull off the roll. And here goes Max Castillo in his last wave, really just a foam section up ahead, and he tries to get that roll off and kind of gets stuck behind the whitewater. So kind of low-scoring waves for Maxime Castillo right now. And Jorge Hernandez still hanging on to that first slot with that great 5.75 opener.
Yeah, good. Totally agree. He's set out his stall early, which is good to see. Some of these riders that are getting to the lip a little late, you'd wonder why that happens, because their skill level definitely allows them to get up there just at the perfect time. They always will, but just judging it with this backwash can become a little bit challenging. So that will be why those scores weren't reflected as being quite as high as perhaps they would have hoped they'd be, but nonetheless they're putting themselves in these positions. So yeah, we're looking to perhaps move over to a post-heat interview in a second, just getting that one lined up. And I'm going to now, I'm going to push out from the studio. I'm going to pass over to Bego, who's chatting to the winner of the last heat.
Thank you so much, Rob. Well, Edan Capdeville, that was very good, a very tough heat, actually, a good battle. And you got your 2 waves, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, very happy to make my hit. I just arrived yesterday, so I didn't surf a lot the spot. So I want to assure myself with big roll. I was a little bit lost in the water because I didn't understand my second score, but at the end I found a good wave. So I finished first with Brahim, who finished 2. So very happy to make the hit with Brahim, and so happy to be back. So happy to surf in hot water, and so happy.
I was going to ask you about that. What do you think about the Maldives and this event?
Yeah, so happy to be back here. I did a good competition last year. I really want to do another good competition this year. It's a really important competition for the ranking, so I'm full focus on it, and I really want to go as far as possible.
Okay, you want to say something in French?
Ouais, merci beaucoup à tous ceux qui nous regardent, les amis, la famille, Lola. Grosse dédicace à la Sucer School. J'espère que vous assurez les boys. Allez, merci, on continue, on lâche pas.
Felicitations, and I hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bego. Etan Capdeville with those model good looks. He's going to go far in this sport, guys.
Socrates Santana here in red. Wow, I saw him do one of these yesterday. He's got them on lock. So just comes off the bottom, busts through the lip, nails that backflip, and then we've got more action behind. Whoa, yeah, nice Rolo. So that was blue, so that was Alexander Montes. So that's red and
Jorge
blue.
Hernandez, actually. Yeah.
Jorge Hernandez, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. So, yeah, that's Socrates Santana waiting for should be an interesting score to come from that one. He's left it a little late in the heat. You know, it's already into 13 minutes, but was worth the wait. And now we've got yellow Maxime Castillo lining up another bowl. Nice. That's the first reverse off the lip of the day that I've seen. So mixing it up. Let's see what the judges have to say about that.
Well, here we go. A bowlie left on the outside. Alexander Montes picking off this one right under the hood there. Gets the roll off and tries the foam, let's call it roll spin, and just does not get any projection at all. Really tough maneuver to pull off on a pitching lip, much less an oncoming foam ball. So Alexander Montes trying to raise the bar here on these closing maneuvers here.
Yeah, totally. It's a very difficult maneuver to land when you're in the closeout section, in my experience. So, yeah, looking back at this, we've got a nice roll from Maxime. Then he's banging the reverse. Lovely combination of moves. A nice variation in the maneuvers, which the judges will like. And then we're back to this one again. So we're going to, up he goes, does the roll, looks to mix it up on the last move. But, yeah, that end section is a hard section to land a roll on, never mind an ARS. And an ARS in that section is going to be challenging. Respect to him for trying it.
Yeah, super ambitious to go for it there. Local fans hanging out. They all see themselves on the screen, so they're waving their hands, checking themselves out. Yeah, that's right. You guys are famous. There goes Pirpo across the screen. Michael Yance currently leading the juniors division here. And, abandoning ship, Maxime Castillo quickly in and out of that one. No doubt trying to get back outside quickly to regain the priority that he just gave up. Meanwhile, Jorge Hernandez dominating this heat as he did his last heat, holds down that first priority, and Socrates Santana sitting in third position. And there we see the end of a wave there, kind of a vaulting roll off the whitewater there for Jorge, and showing why he continues to hang in the first position in this heat. So plenty of time left, 11 and a half minutes to go. And at this point right now in third position, Socrates Santana with just one wave, a solid wave at that, a 6.75, needs literally 0.11 points. That's like literally a tenth of a point. So all he has to do is basically take off on a wave. And speaking of which, here's Max Castillo.
Max Castillo saw that heavy end section early on and took the high line to get to it, managed to punctuate off the lip and land it cleanly. So, yeah, it's all open still. I mean, Socrates Santana, as the point you were making there, Jay, he's in a very strong position with that high score on a single wave. Now, this one, I think the judges will like that as well. Maxime, super solid riding. Here we've got a bit more action that we're just coming back to here.
Well, that's going to put a little more distance between him and Socrates because he's replacing one of his lower scoring waves, Max Castillo I'm talking about, and he does get a 6.25, putting him a little bit further ahead of Santana. Meanwhile, Alex Montes playing a waiting game on this wave all the way to the inside before he throws that first move right up and off the lip. Will he get another move? That's it. In and out. And now Socrates needs a 3.51 to move ahead. And Castillo moves into first position. Hernandez now in second spot. And fourth position, we're down to Alex Montes, our wild card. He's looking at a 6.76 score if he wants to move ahead into first position. So a lot of seesawing going on.
Totally. It's 10 minutes to go, and all four of them still in the race. So he's lining this up. The foam is making it hard to judge. He picks his spot, extends his arm, and gets a nice roller there to come out in front and then pulls out. He's had enough of that one. He wants to get back out and get another one. But, yeah, it's I must correct myself for earlier on. Socrates Santana is actually from Post 05, not South Colorado, even though I do see quite a lot of footage of him riding there. I chatted to Ian Campbell before I came to get a little bit of background on some of the riders that I didn't know so well, and he let me know that he used to live in the favelas there, but now works on a cafe on the beach, which I think he sort of runs, as well as training on a daily basis, you know, to further his pro bodyboarding career. And as we've seen from his riding in this heat alone, he is super solid, especially on those lefts. His backflips that we saw yesterday in the pre-event training session were super impressive, catching everyone's attention during the opening ceremony. He pretty much did a carbon copy of that one that he did a minute ago in this heat, but he did it a little bit higher yesterday because the waves were a little bit bigger. So he's got plenty in his locker, and I would say that 4th place isn't somewhere he's used to sitting, you know, but with 8 minutes left, he really just needs a second wave. But again, we're going to talk about the nerves, you know, he's got to keep control, refocus, concentrate on getting priority, which he's got priority number 2 now. So his time will probably come with 8 minutes remaining.
Well, you know, again, back to the beauty of the non-elimination round, nobody's out, right? So even if you get 3rd or 4th position, you're still in. You just have to surf an extra round, which, you know, I shouldn't trivialize that. It's certainly no easy task. And as we take a look at this camera view of what the judges are seeing, they are looking right out into what's happening, the best view in the house. And, man, it is hot, or was hot in the middle of the day for those judges. They had to sit through some seriously oppressive heat to watch each and every ride write a score down. But, yeah, as you mentioned, you know, Socrates Santana certainly has it in him to get that high score. And Alex Montes, there he goes. He does pull that lip maneuver, the ARS, out into the flats. Just a one-move wave at this point. So, you know, you want to get top 2 to advance through to that later round. That's the goal here.
Blue getting a little bit frustrated there. Jorge Hernandez was hoping for more from that left. Now, it'll be interesting to see if Alexander Montes gets the score for that ARS in the Clydesdale, because he did ride out of it, but just kind of came off the board just as he was kind of coming clear of the whitewater. So that's a challenging one for the judges to look at and relook at and see how they decide that maneuver, because the difference between landing a maneuver and not landing a maneuver has a high effect on, or has a big effect on how they score it. So let's have another look at it here. So perfectly timed. Thanks, guys. Up he goes. ARS comes round, engulfed, gone. So, yeah, I mean, there's been situations recently where that has been given and hasn't been given. So let's see where the judges go with that. What's their angle on this? What are you saying, Jay?
Yeah, well, you know, I just want to say we missed a wave. Socrates Santana got an 8.5, potentially. I think that may be one of the highest scores of the entire day, if not the highest. I haven't seen every single heat personally on my breaks here. I might have missed a few, but Santana with a really high heat score, 15.25. He is now well into the lead ahead of Maxime Castillo. And Jorge Hernandez, who started the heat with a bang, has now slid back into 3rd position, and Alex Montes in 4th. Those two are going to have to move ahead. Here we go. This is this 8.5. Look at that huge vaulting ARS on a really pitchy section of the wave, that deep left-hand peak, and throws up the claim. So Santana with that 8.5, and rightly so in these late afternoon conditions here at Varunala Ralagandu.
Such a great reward for a great maneuver. You know, I think the judges got it spot on there. That's in the excellent category for me all day long. So much air. Such a difficult maneuver to land, you know. As you land the impact, you could see how much pressure he had to take through his arms and upper torso as he landed in the flats. And to maximize the scoring potential, he had to spin out of it quickly, which he did. He kind of bounced out of it and then, yeah, trademark claim. So who wouldn't claim that, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, that was a solid wave. And, of course, one more view of this one from a different angle. Bam! Hammers it up into the lip. Nice, clean airtime. One more view from yet another angle. We saw this earlier. Beautiful extension. One of the best moves we've seen this afternoon. We saw Dave Hubbard get a few waves similar to that, and even Amin Musa earlier today. So those big high-flying ARSs really garner the big points out there. And we see Socrates Santana with that 8.5.
I don't think it's any surprise that Socrates and Maxime are first and second in this heat. Maxime spends a lot of his time down in Nazaré where his girlfriend lives, and this is similar waves to fun Nazaré shorey conditions, you know. Having surfed there a few times myself, those wedgy peaks, particularly those left bowls, are very similar to this type of wave, and I think that especially with this ruffle on it in the afternoon, it's very, very European afternoon feel to it. And then same again with Brazil, you know, Socrates surfing these similar beach break conditions. This isn't a beach break here, this is a reef break, but it's definitely got very beach break characteristics, and these boys are making the absolute most of it, you know, drawing on all of their experience to enable them to, you know, take the first and second place as it is at the moment. But we've still got 3 minutes to go, Jay.
Yeah, agreed on all counts. So Santana and Castillo 1 and 2, Jorge Hernandez and Montes 3 and 4 at this point with 3 minutes to go. We do have the call on what's happening with the rest of the day today. It looks like we're going to go up through heat number 5 today. This is heat number 3 in this round. Let's go to the live action first. Maxime Castillo trying to find a little shoulder. Gets a nice ARS there. Pulls it off nicely. He's going to find that reform on the left. Kind of ducks under the foam a bit. And one more move there for Castillo, and he's right up on the reef. A well-done execution of that wave, and Castillo certainly looking to cement that second position and erase that lower score in the 4 range. One more look at this, Rob.
Yeah, I love the way that he sort of got up to the lip and then did that ARS, but it almost looked a little stalled, you know. He kind of went through the roll and then pulled it into an ARS at the last minute, and he's a seasoned enough competitor to know that at this stage of the heat, the judges are going to reward that element of risk.
And there we see Jorge Hernandez pulling off an ARS of his own. So these guys not resting on their laurels. Of course, Hernandez trying to move into those top 2 spots, but he's still hanging in third. We are waiting for a few more scores to drop here from that last exchange right now, but Maxime Castillo, a 6.25 on his last wave, and he will hold on to that second spot. And Socrates Santana, just 2 waves ridden by him, and that's going to be all he needs, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if it was to be the perfect heat, I mean, a perfect heat would be 210s, wouldn't it? But to be an excellently surfed heat, maybe if he got a backup now in the last minute, and then, you know, any coach in the world would be patting him on the back saying you surfed the perfect first heat of a contest, you know, you served notice, you didn't tire yourself out too much. Here we go, carve in reverse for Alexander Montes. He's looking for something to change his position in this last minute. That wave won't be the one, but fair play to him for trying.
So, yeah, back to the schedule. It looks like we're going to wrap things up. Oh, hold on, a little wedging right. One of our competitors, it looked like it might have been Max Castillo. It was indeed, but he couldn't quite get around that section. But, yeah, through heat number 5, that'll take us to the end of the competitive day today. That'll probably be just after 6 p.m. finish. And then call time tomorrow, 7 a.m. local time once again. Where we will get into the junior men's rounds 1 and 2 and pick back up with the men's and the women's as well through the day. So it's going to be another full day of competition. Of course, all that's subject to change, as it always is, based on conditions and, you know, anything that may pop up. This morning we had some technical issues and we had a heavy glare, so we had to hold off until, I don't know, close to 9 a.m. before we started, just because the judges can't see. You know, when it's sunny early, it's literally like a spotlight right in their eyes.
So that wraps up the heat. You know, very, very fun one to watch. The boys put on a show for us. So, yeah, let's check out the highlights. I mean, this is some jaw-dropping action that went down.
And the train keeps rolling down the tracks here. Bego Martinez back in studio with me on the call here as we continue through this men's division. And it's getting better out there, a little bit steeper, a little more jacking of the lips out there, providing more high-flying opportunities.
That's right. This is the first day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are in the men division for the non-elimination round. So let's hit the water for this heat because all of them has been very good. And, of course, this one is not going to be different. So Gabriel Braga, birthday boy. Congratulations, Gabriel. Today is his birthday. We don't have a picture there. We're going to get that done. And Michael Janse, our defending junior man world champ. Right now in the men division, and we have Eder Luciano doing a great job in the previous heat, and of course Amin Musa from here.
Yeah, so we saw Amin earlier ripping, and here we got a replay of a rider in yellow quickly in and out of that wave. So already the action happening, and this is
Gabriel
Braga launching into that roll. Our event winner.
Oh, but this is from the previous heat because that's Socrates Santana. That's from the previous heat.
Yeah, and these are riders kind of, well, here we go. Here's one of the young riders, I believe, in this heat.
This is Pirpo, yeah. This is Michael Jansen.
Michael Jackson, yeah, man.
Oh, my God.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Michael Jansen.
Yes, and Pirpo. We love it, man. He's got when these guys have nicknames, it makes it really fun to me, right? So Gabriel Braga held down the World Tour lead for a long time until the last event in Itacoachara, where Armides Salaveras took it over. We do see Michael Janse get a quick wave there with a forward spin, most likely a throwaway wave for him. And so this heat already off to a start here with the 21-minute mark, so just 4 minutes old. And some action happening on that right-hander. We got that wide shot, kind of hard to pick up the details here.
And, I'm checking here our, just double-checking that, of course, today is Gabriel Braga birthday.
Oh.
So, parabéns para você, Gabriel. Toda a galera brasileira que está agora conosco.
Awesome.
A gente tem 2 brasileiros nessa bateria, então, obrigada, gente. Obrigada a todo mundo. É um prazer, a gente está fazendo só o inglês aqui, porque é a língua oficial, né? Mas se você está precisando de alguma coisa, quer saber alguma coisa, pode falar. Eu vou tentar ler. E é isso. Obrigada, pessoal do Brasil. That's right. I was just saying hi to everyone in Brazil. I mean, because we have Gabriel Braga. It's, like you said, he is currently in second position of the World Tour rankings. Of the 2024 World Tour rankings, and he was holding the first position for some time. He actually got the first win of his career on the men division in the first event of the year, which was the Taga Sudvey Morocco Pro.
Yeah, solid. And, you mentioned he was holding down the lead on the World Tour for quite a while until Itacoachara when Armides Salaveras took over that position. But he's still in second place and not too far behind. So he certainly has a world title in the crosshairs potentially for him. And really the race is still up for grabs for that men's world title. So results here very critical, obviously, with 3 events remaining. Actually, just 2 for the men's, I believe, that are actually counting, right? So we have this event, and then we go to Sintra. But that event is, I believe, the men's division. Is that part of the tour ratings? Okay, so it is. So,
but small points, I mean.
Yeah, small points. And then, of course, on the fronton, and that wave's looking pretty good out there. So we talked about the lower tide. It's just getting better and better, and the low tide coming up in roughly about an hour from now.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see. And, of course, that's why we're trying to seize the opportunity of continuing with the event. I was having a chat with the technical director, and he was explaining to me that we're going to have small days coming. And Amin Musa, the local, very good rider. And this is his home break right here, Varunula, Realogando. A place, super special place, one of the most popular breaks for bodyboarding here in the Maldives. So yeah, they all surf here a lot. Like I believe in daily basis.
It is really optimal for bodyboarding. Anytime you have wedging peaks, it's good. There's so many world-class waves here in Maldives, but this one's pretty unique in that you guys alluded to it, you and Rob, that it's kind of like a beach break but over reef, and kind of breaks like you would expect a beach break to break. So that makes it fun, a little unpredictable, but really conducive to good bodyboarding. You can see that big peak on the outside, and here's some folks warming up for their heats.
Actually recovering,
Club.
I think. Because you know what? I'm sorry that I interrupt you,
That's
but I
good.
just got official word, that this is the last heat of the day.
Ah, okay.
Yep, I just got it.
Staff session.
Yeah, not for me. I didn't bring my stuff. You did.
Yeah.
So lucky you. I'm going to do that tomorrow for sure.
Well, so yeah, we're going to wrap things up after this heat, it looks like, and then we will break until tomorrow morning. Call time, I believe, is 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will confirm that, and always you can check the social media to confirm that.
Yeah, okay, so we have Rob ready with the winner of the last heat. So go ahead, Mr. Rob.
Thank you, there you go. So Socrates, you blew up in that last hit. You only got 2 waves, but the 2 waves that counted the most of such high scores. Talk me through how you had the nerve to do that.
Olha, eu fiquei muito tempo sem pegar onda durante a bateria e a única coisa que eu estava pensando ali era aproveitar a oportunidade que eu tinha com a prioridade. Falei, eu vou aguardar e vou tentar pegar uma onda da série, uma onda bem explosiva, e consegui fazer a primeira nota. Peguei a primeira, fiz um 6,75 e aí depois tentei buscar outra onda, um rascó melhor, e aí consegui manter ali mais tranquilo durante a bateria. Mas o que me manteve mais tranquilo nessa bateria foi a fé. Eu tive muita fé nessa bateria que eu ia conseguir achar boas ondas, tanto consegui avançar.
Perfect, thank you. And the big backflip that you did, you launched into the flats. How do you hold on to that beast?
Olha, foi bem grande mesmo e a onda bastante forte, sabe? Mas eu estive treinando todos os dias, aproveitei todas as oportunidades para poder treinar desde quando eu cheguei. E eu acho que isso fez com que eu tivesse mais confiança e consegui executar bem esse backflip, consegui um rascó bem alto e consegui voltar com clareza. Então, tô amarradão.
Loved it, loved it. And have you got any thank yous to friends and followers?
Olha, quero agradecer a todo mundo que está me mandando energia positiva, a minha mãe que está sempre orando por mim. Beijo, mãe, estamos nas Maldivas, estamos avançando. Estou muito feliz mesmo de ter avançado, não foi fácil chegar aqui e é isso, estou representando o Brasil e vou continuar representando, vou dar meu melhor e também quero mandar um beijão especial para minha namorada, para a família dela que está me acompanhando. Tamo junto, família, é Brasil, thank you!
Love it, love the energy. So back to you guys in the studio, Gianbego.
Yeah, buddy, thank you, Rob, and a lot of enthusiasm from that young Brazilian. I say young, one of the older guys in that heat, but still in his 20s here, Socrates Santana, a former junior world champion from Posto Cinco there at Copacabana Beach. I was on the call in 2013 when there was an event there, the Rio Pro, way back when, and Socrates was present, a young rider at the time and a prodigy in the sport, and he's grown into quite the powerful rider here in 2024. 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, final heat of the day, and current standings are looking like this. It looks like Gabriel Braga holding down the lead position. Pirpo, Maiko Yance in second, Eder Luciano and Amin Musa rounding out the field in third and fourth positions in this heat.
All right, so last 13 minutes and a half of this amazing day of action here, and the birthday boy with one of those trademark perfect rolls that he usually executes, and yeah, he is going to back that 11. I think he's going to get something maybe a bit bigger than that 11.05. You're going to get to see those scores, but yeah, Gabriel Braga definitely feeling in the rhythm things here in his birthday. How cool it is to be in a birthday in the Maldives.
Especially if he wins the heat. He's on track to get a great birthday present right here and take the victory. Amin Musa, we saw him in his earlier heat. He had a really slow start. He was not looking like he was on rhythm in any way in that early heat. And this heat, kind of a similar start for him. Maybe he builds as he goes. And one more look at this one from Gabriel Braga, gunning it down the line on this right. Hits the closeout nicely. Nice air roll there for him. Lands it, finishes the maneuver, and kicks out and heads out back for more. So Braga with a 5.3 on that wave and a split peak right here, Bego.
All right, so actually what you said, it's true. The waves are looking super good, and that's a nice looking backflip for Michael Janse, Pirpo boy, the Pirpo mania. He came here to give it a chance on the men division, but of course what he wants to take a win in the junior men division and of course, defend his title.
Yeah, and here he goes, cranking it off the bottom into the lip. Just a textbook backflip. That almost looked like a PLC level backflip right there. The master of that maneuver. And Janse, we're waiting for the scores to come through here as we get down to the 11-minute and 45-second mark in the heat. We were winding down the final heat of day number 1 of this event. And what a day it's been. Just all around epic riding from all these riders, some of them who you are familiar with and some who you are not familiar with. But everybody bringing it to the table here today as we progress through day number 1 of this event. We go all the way until Friday, next week Friday, for the waiting period, and probably going to be about 5 days total of actual competition among that group of days. So 4 more days following today. Of course, all of that's subject to change based on conditions and so forth. And some of our competitors, one of the old schoolers, couple of the old schoolers, Neymar Carvalho and Sakichi Shinmon from Brazil. Sakichi in his 50s and here competing. I'm going to take a stab and say he's the oldest competitor, 53 years old in this event.
What? I'm sorry, we're going to get back to that, but that was Pirpo. He's looking, of course, super sharp to those rights. And a wave here for Amin Musa. Super projected roll as well in a good section, so I don't know if he actually made it there. One more here, it's Eder Luciano. Good thing about being in the non-elimination round is that no one's leaving competition, so it doesn't matter what happens, but it does matter to try to get that first and second position because you will be skipping around, and it's very important. It's super comfortable to have that chance.
Yeah, that was a solid move right there from Pirpo. Sick backflip on that right-hander. And, yeah, good to see all the fans up there checking out the action right down to the wire here as they look on and see what's happening in the water as Gabriel Braga continues to lead. But check this wave out from Pirpo. Guns it down the line. Nice, steep, rampy section and just beautiful form on that backflip, but unfortunately comes unglued there on the landing, so just a bit too hard on the landing and can't quite capitalize on that one. It was a sick maneuver, though, and would have been probably his highest score of the heat had he completed, but 9 minutes, 25 seconds to go in this heat.
Oh, my. Michael Janse, he gets a special motivation of competing in the men division, He loved the men division. It's actually, he has confessed to me that he gets more excited to advance in this one. He really wants to have the opportunity of taking 2 wins, in one event on both divisions. That happened only with Jorge.
And look at that, Amin Musa just hammering his way through that lip. Can he hold on? And he is very slight in stature, and the wave just takes control of him, knocks him off the board. But Amin Musa, our local, really having a go out there. Good effort from him.
I have to stand corrected. What I was trying, not really stand corrected, but I was trying to say is that Jorge is the only one that has got 2 podiums in both the men and the junior division. That was last year here, but he didn't take the win in both. So But yeah, Michael, he really wants to do that. And yeah, well, I mean, he is one of those wonder kids from that generation, under 18 and giving a lot to talk about. So, okay, we are in the 8 minutes of these heats. I'm sorry, last 8 minutes, and the waves are looking really good. Are you gonna go out?
Absolutely. I have to. It's like, I'm all the way here. I got the time. There's a little bit of daylight left. Not much. But, yeah, I'm going to get out there and have a stab at it. Might get a half an hour before it gets dark.
All right. Good
Yep.
on you.
Yeah.
And also, I have to say, thanks, Vasil, for letting me know I was wrong. The next heat is the last heat. This is,
one more after this one.
Exactly. It's the heat number 5
Okay.
of the men division, of the round number 2 of the men division. So this is the heat number 4.
Okay, maybe I won't have time to get out there. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But that's okay. Better to turn it over to the experts out here, right? I'd rather see them ride than myself.
All right.
Well, I don't know. That's probably not true, but
Yeah, you don't fool anyone, so.
Okay. I love it. So, yeah, this heat progresses on here, and we're looking at 6 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Not much has changed. Current standings looking good for Gabriel Braga, the birthday boy. Looks like if he can hold on to that lead, he's going to have a great birthday gift. And Michael Janse in second position. Here we go. Maybe a split of the peak. We'll see what happens. Look, Bego, we got a rider up.
Looking very good, but not really. We never know with this wave. Sometimes we might think it's perfect, but yeah, it's always surprising. But yeah, that was Eder Luciano trying to get something under his belt.
So, yeah, Braga in first, Janse in second. And here we go. Janse again on another one on the inside, trying to carve his way around this left-hander, and it just takes his rail out from underneath of him, and he just pulls into a slow-mo forward spin. And look at this little inside left wedge. He's deciding, hey, I'm going to keep going on this thing. And a nice roll on the inside, but nothing big on the outside, so he's looking to erase a 5.0. I don't know if that'll do it. Amin Musa, meanwhile, our local rider, tons of speed here, and that thing just shuts in front of him. He cannot get up to the lip in time, so he'll head back. He'll head back outside for more. And now first priority, Gabriel Braga, who continues to control this heat.
All right, 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go, and a super good day. If you missed it, you want to go back, you can click on the new button that there is in the IBC World Tour. It's heats and results, and you can check everything that has already happened and what's coming up. And also you can follow us in the social media. The IBC World Tour is the official social media. And of course, subscribe to this YouTube channel, which is very important, because in that way we tell the world that we are a big community, and that we this is not such a small sport as everybody thinks.
Well, definitely not. Tom Morey's dream child sport back in 1971 when he invented it. I'm sure he never envisioned any of this. He was a personal friend, and he always, said, hey, I just want people to enjoy the fun of riding waves. And ultimately, that's why we all started. And here we are in 2024. There's all the IBC World Tour social media channels and the website link if you want to check all those out. You can watch every wave ridden today on the YouTube channel as we see Michael Janse ducking through the back on that one. And Janse has moved into first position now, bumping Braga into second spot. So those two still sitting pretty. They will advance through to the later round, whereas Eder Luciano and Amin Musa will have to go an extra round of competition to stay alive. That's assuming nothing changes in the next 3.5 minutes. But, we've seen some buzzer beaters already. We've seen some priority interferences. So you can never count anyone out at this late stage of the heat.
Oh, for sure. That's super important, and it's something that you always have to keep in mind. It depends on how connected the riders are with the wave, but also, sometimes you just get, you're there and you're probably not surfing your best, and all of a sudden you just, get illuminated and find this good wave, and it's all a matter of, finding two good waves,
Yeah.
So it basically can change at all times.
Right, and we have seen that in a few heats, no doubt about it. In fact, Amin Musa boosting a huge ARS and really coming on strong in the last 12 minutes of his heat to move from fourth into advancing position. Just kind of making our point out there as we see another set pushing through under the bridge. Will this yield a nice peak further down the line? No, it looks like the backdoor peak is happening, but more action out the back here with 2 minutes 20 to go in this heat number 4 of this round.
And check this out, we will have another rider with a birthday during the Visit Maldives Pro. That will be Joel Rodriguez. He is he's gonna have a birthday on the 8th. So we'll see if I don't know if we're gonna have competition that day, because we never know, but if we do, we're going to say hi to them.
Well, here's the drone flying in from southwest to northeast. Really cool angle here. As you can see, the swell has to wrap in under the bridge, and those wedgy peaks, the only really rideable spot on this particular island. But as you travel further to the north-northeast, plenty of epic spots. There's Sultans, Honkies, there's Cokes, Chickens, Jailbreak, so many spots, all within really just like a half an hour boat ride of here. And then to the south, plenty of spots as well. So, and that's just in this immediate vicinity. There, this whole island chain, we mentioned over 1,100 islands in the Maldives, so many of them producing world-class surf. But here we are at Varunala Ralogandu, the bodyboarding mecca, you could argue, of the Maldives, and certainly home to most of the top riders here as we get under a minute to go. Yancey and Braga holding down those top two spots. And here we go, a rider with a late charge, Eder Luciano on this right, Bego.
We'll see, he loves these rides and beautiful ERS. And this is something that he was expecting to do. Eder Luciano, he wants to get back one of those first or second spots. And we'll see if Michael Janse can prevent him from that. And that was a nice invert, but in not so much of a big wave. But I think we are waiting for an important score for Eder Luciano. Looking for a 5.26 to get back to one of those spots that he needs in order to skip a round. Remember that first and second in this non-elimination round will be skipping one round. We'll go straight to round number 4. So we're waiting for that last result, that score for the last wave of blue, which is Eder Luciano. I'm not sure how much he's going to get, but he might change the situation. Look at this one. I mean, that's the frontal look.
That was a solid backflip. He loves it. I think he wants to make sure the judges saw it. And another wave right at the end of the heat for Michael Yancey. Gets that invert on that smaller inside left wedge. He was sitting in second position. Did that help his case? Was that going to be better than his 6.2 and his 5.0? I don't know, but we're going to go to heat recap and a commercial. We'll be back and let you know how that panned out, so stay tuned.
Oh, welcome back for the last heat of this first day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And it's been such a good day. We are in the heat number 5 for the men division, and it's a non-elimination round. And you know what, Rob? We do have the results from the previous heat, which was really impressive to watch. Eder Luciano not only got the classification, but he got the first place with that last maneuver. So congratulations to him. We're going to hear from him in the interview. But for now, let's hit the water and check who is in the last heat, in the heat number 5.
Another
look at that.
Oh wow, that's another buzzer beater. I love that. You know, it's so good when it goes down to the wire. But yeah, look at these guys. So we've got Tristan Roberts from South Africa. I mean, it's hard to keep your focus off the background, isn't it?
Oh, so beautiful.
From France. And then we've got Joel Rodriguez, who shredded it through his earlier heats from Portugal. Sham Rafiu from the Maldives, so the local. So, yeah, hotly contested. But, yeah, look at that view. Does it get any better? Straight into it. So, yellow, Yann Salon from France. Opening his account with a roll. Looks as though there might have been something a little bit before, just when we were looking at the intro. Now we've got a right-hander being approached by somebody. I'm sure we'll get an angle on that in a second. But, yeah, 23 minutes to go, and the guys have already kicked it off. So it seems as though the consistency of waves has increased considerably. The bowliness is there. There were some air moves and backflips in the last heat. And it just happens that before sunset, the level's gone up a notch, and I'm loving it.
Same. It's actually, the conditions are very good, although there's a little bit of a breeze, but it's not really affecting the wave. So first wave of Yann Salon, it's 4.25. And we'll see if the Frenchman from Brittany, Le Breton, can do what he can do for himself.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. So he's taken a bowly left-hander. Up he goes. Above the lip line, nicely boosted. Takes it into the closeout. Another roll. What a great start to the heat. He's got to be happy with that. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. So, yeah, again, he's from Brittany. So the waves are kind of similar to the Cornwall where I live. You know, that part of the world. We're pretty nearby.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. They're like
north of France, and I'm from the south of England. So we just got the English Channel between us.
Oh.
And I've been over there for a comp before. We went over the English bodyboarders faced off with the French bodyboarders. It was amazing, really good fun. Pierre was in it. I think Jan was in it as well. All the top boys were in it, and it was great. We had Damien Prisk and Danny Wall, and Aidan Salmon was in it. It was really cool. Yeah, we had a team event against each other. So that was my experience with Brittany, and I noticed when I was there, the coastline is super similar to where I live. Felt like home from home, rugged cliffs, sort of wedgy beach breaks, and they get similar swell to us. So good to see a man from not far from my homeland mixing it up with the world's best. These French bodyboarders seem to have just a level of style and technique which is, getting better and better the more they travel together and the more they push each other as a team. It's a great thing to see.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Interesting. I mean, I didn't know that you did that. But yeah, pretty cool community there. There's actually a few good bodyboarders, and, they used to hold that specialty event of the IBC World Tour, which is the NIL Challenge, that it's not been happening for 2 years in a row. I don't think this year is happening neither, so we'll see if maybe next year we have it. But yeah, that will be great. And yeah, I know there's the community there is very unite, and that's nice. That's great to have, bodyboarding unites people.
For sure. Yeah, that NIL challenge is just a mutant, isn't it? I've seen so many amazing shots of it. It's such a thick-lipped beast, It doesn't look as though it lives in the waters around our coast.
Have you been?
Type of wave. I've never been to it, no, but
it looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, back in the day when I used to work for 360 magazine, it was kind of initially discovered, and we got sent through the photos, and it was like a show-stopping moment. We're like, what? There's a wave, not too far from Cornwall that's got this Shark Island vibe to it, but more of a slab, you know what I mean? It's like short, intense, mutant, isn't it? So, super cool. But back to the heat. We've got 20 minutes left on the clock. We've got Yann Salon leading the heat. Here he goes again, the man of the moment. Unlucky there. That could have been a nice bowl. Just had that little kink in it to stop him getting to the air ramp. We've got Shamrafu with a small first score, a 1.5. Then we've got Joel Rodriguez from Portugal, looking to repeat the nice left-handers that he had earlier on. He was really dynamic with the pocket rolls that he was doing, busted a nice ARS as well. When I chatted to him before his post-heat interview, he was very critical of his ARS. I was like, man, that was a sick one. He was like, no, it wasn't as smooth as I wanted it to be. So obviously wanting to analyze his own ability and get the absolute best out of his riding, which is what all best athletes do, isn't it? And then fourth place, uncharacteristically in last place, Tristan Roberts, arguably the most scary competitor on the World Tour. So here we go. Speak of the devil, Tristan Roberts. So he's just taken his priorities, busted a roll. Now he's got another section, another nice roll. So he loves his right-handers, and if anyone's going to be able to maximize the scoring potential of these kind of outwardly wrapping right-handers, he's the man who can do it. And he's masterfully takes control of his first roll, gets around that section which many wouldn't be able to, and then boosts off the end section as well. So a tidy score to start the heat.
That's right, and I wonder what Joel did to the right, to the left. But yeah, that was a split pick. We're going to get to see those replays. And Tristan with a classic double roll combo, a safe one and a smart one, I will say. So here's another look of that double roll for Tristan. So that was the first, and I think this one here was actually best projected and cleaner. So there he is. Of course, Tristan Roberts, and let's see if we got the blue one.
Yeah, that was cool. Very nice riding. He's so strong with everything he does. You know, it's testament to the training that he does. Oh, here we go. Here's blue. So this is the nice angle. So Joel Rodriguez, up he goes. Oh yeah, lovely. So big wide radius roll. It kind of came together perfectly for him there. So he's opened his account in style, boosted himself from third straight up into second. He's got a 6. Tristan's got a 6 as well. Jan Salon's got a 4.9, and then Shamrafu with a 1.5, so he wants to get a better score. So now we're going to go to a post-heat interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Jay Reel.
I don't know if I can live up to that hype there, Rob Barber, but this guy certainly can. Buzzer beater king here, Eder Luciano. You went from third position to first position with a huge backflip. Talk about that wave.
Yeah, I was so stoked to advance in first place in this heat. It was really hard to compete with Gabriel Braga and people. The new generation is on fire. Yeah, it was 30 seconds to go, bro, and Gabriel was the priority, but he was behind me for the left, not to the right, and I pedal hard. And it was a good one. It was the wave was cleaning, the ramp is good, and I landed perfectly. And so good for me. Yeah.
Amazing. Do you still have that fire for competition that you've always had?
Yes, I love the competition. To come here to Maldives is come true for me again. And I'm really happy to compete with the best bodyboarders in the world. And I really want back to the top 16 this year. And I train hard and focus for a good result here in this event and get my place again.
All right, some thank yous for your friends, family, sponsors.
Valeu, galera. Obrigado a todo mundo aí. Eu acho que agora estão conseguindo ver no Brasil, né? Marradão ter virado na última onda. Bateria bem difícil ali com o Gabriel e o Pirpo. E o local aqui conhece muita onda. Nos segundos finais veio a onda. O Gabriel posicionado mais para a esquerda. Sobrou à direita, ele foi para a esquerda. Os dois trocaram nota e a gente passou junto, amarradão. Hoje é aniversário dele, então parabéns ao Gabriel. Amarradão ter avançado com ele. Meu amigo que viaja junto comigo. É isso aí. É Brasil, vamos para cima. Bora!
All right, parabéns.
Valeu.
Right, back in the studio, guys.
Thank you for leaving me deaf with that screen.
Boys are amping down there. Okay, so back to the replay here. We've got a lovely wave for White, so that's a lovely carve in reverse. Then he nails that inside roll. So after the 1.5 wave that he was sat on for a while there, 15 minutes to go, he's now opened his account for proper. You know, that's a really tasty wave to let the judges have a little think about. A nice carve in reverse, stylish, and then bottom turned and nice roll at the end. Good length and well chosen maneuvers for each section. Up we go now is Jan Salon. Bowley, wow. Yeah, that's the money right there. So a lovely ARS, then brings it round and a nice roll. He'll be loving that. That's what we love to see. He's just picked off the right wave. the perfect maneuvers to fit those sections, and you can't really ask for any more than that, can you, Bego?
No, not really. I mean, they are just killing it. I mean, this is classic in the non-elimination round, right? Because you have your top seeded riders. Maybe we can have a look of the seeding for the men division. Remember, the seeding changes at every different event. So Jan Salon, their textbook backflip for him. He has a very good style. And yeah, thank you so much. That's the seed for this event. Gabriel Braga has the first seed, Tristan the second. Remember, that's something different than the rankings. It depends on who it has, who ended in the top 16 of last year, and it's a mixed thing, that's the seed. It goes for the top 16. So if someone of those are not present in the event, the riders with the ranking of this year will get a spot there depending on, what ranking they have. So that's the event seeding for this year.
Sure. Nice to see. Okay, cool. So we're looking at the scores here, and I'm seeing we've got Tristan Roberts with 13.25. So there's a wave that we're going to see, I'm sure, in a minute for Tristan. So Jan looking for his next wave, which he's decided to abort mission on that one. So back to the scores. Tristan Roberts with 13.25. Got Jan Salon in second with 11. Sham Rafiu with 7. And then Joe Rodriguez with 6. So watch for updates on these scores now, and we'll see exactly what's happening as we get into the last 13 minutes of the heat. So we've got a 7.25 of Tristan Roberts there, which I'm going to be very interested to see. Those boys are going back to back. So here we go. Up he goes. Boom. Smashes it. And that core strength pays dividends as he nearly bounces off his board with his body due to the impact, but holds on tight and spins around. I mean, you couldn't ask for any more gymnastic maneuver than that. It's so good to see. I mean, before this event, I sat down with Ian Campbell, as I mentioned earlier on, and had a chat about some of the riders that are in it, and he flagged up just how hard Tristan trains, and you can see it there in that movement. As soon as you land a heavy maneuver like that, your body can just crumple. But if you've got that core stability, you've trained your stomach muscles, your back muscles, you can just ride out of it with ease. And he can just seemingly hold on more than anyone else. It's always been almost mythical how Jeff Hubbard can hold on through these huge airdrops, landings. But Tristan Roberts is the new purveyor of the heavy drop, masterful attack. He just comes round backwards, bounces, and then spins round, and it stands testament to the hours and hours that he puts in training. So any young bodyboarders out there, take a leaf out of Tristan's book and put the hours in on those heavy waves, and then train in the gym, and you'll likely be able to bust out and take a heat lead like he just has. What are you saying, Bego?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is this stage of the competition for me. It's very difficult because all of the riders have a lot of, the level is super alike. We'll see one more look to this last wave of Tristan, and he just got that nailed. He can land backflips in all kinds of conditions. Have you been to South Africa? Have you been to his home spot?
I've been to Durban a couple of times, but I've not been to his spot.
No, you haven't been then to Hermanos,
no.
To Onrus. It's such a difficult spot to surf. It actually closed out, and I saw the riders from there, the locals there. Big hello to everyone in South Africa. If you guys are tuning in, beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing people. So everyone was surfing so good. Oh, wait a second. Oh, Jan, what happened there?
He's a man who knows when to abort mission. That section wasn't what he was looking for, and I think he decided that it'd be better just to pull off and get straight back out there. And right on cue, Tristan does exactly the same. These riders are so finely tuned to the type of wave that they need and the scores that they've got on the board already. They know that they don't need to carry on a wave if it's not going to deliver the goods that they need. So wise moves from both of them. It stands testament to their competition experience, but also their judgment of what the wave is going to deliver. So I could see that Jan wasn't into that, and nor was Tristan. So back out they go. As a result of them both having a wave, then they're both third and fourth in priority, so they join the back of the queue. But that leaves Joel Rodriguez, sorry, in priority number 1 and Sham Rafiu in number 2. So with 9 minutes 39 to go, those boys are looking to replace a wave each, and if they do that, then they will be challenging for the first and second spot. So all to keep your eyes down on this last 9 minutes, and yeah, see if there's any shifts that take place in the order of progression.
All right, so last 9 minutes and 17 seconds of this day, the first day, successful first day of competition here, and we are going to post this in the social media and all the official channels. But I would like to tell you that tomorrow we have another full day of action. We have a check-in for 7 a.m. and we are expecting to run round number 1 and 2 of the junior men division, and then round number 2 and 3 of the men, and finishing the day with round number 3 of women. Of course, people, you have to keep in mind that everything is subject to change, meaning that, you know, we can present you this planning for today, but I mean for tomorrow, but it could change, you know, as the day progresses.
Totally, but it's so consistent here. It seems as though the waves are pretty endless. You know, I did quite a lot of research into the previous events, and looking at day after day of swell, and then looking at the swell consistency on the historical swell data. It seems as though this year, this time of the year, we can expect endless swell. Now, I don't want to curse it with those lines, but it looks to me as though tomorrow could be super fun, getting chunky, and we know what these guys do when it goes any bigger than this. They just launch big and bad. So looking at this right-hander now, we've got the white rider, Sham Rafiu from the Maldives. He's just getting another score on the board, just to roll on that one. I'm not sure if those inside rolls are going to be the scores that are going to make the difference in this heat at the moment. It's imperative to make use of that priority when you are in the last 7 minutes of the heat and you are in the position that you're not progressing. So he has a look at it and doesn't quite come off. What are you saying, Beggar?
Yeah, I mean, Shan is a super good rider from here. He actually going to have a birthday too in August 11th. And this guy right here, Joel Rodriguez, you will never, take for granted this guy. Joel is an amazing rider, so he can change the situation at any given moment. I don't know. I think that wave hasn't been scored yet, I think.
No, I think we're waiting for the score to come. He was very happy with that. He'd been waiting some time for it. The claim went up. He wanted to signify to the judges and everybody else that he was stoked about it, and who could blame him? Took off, eyed up the section. I'm sure we'll get a replay in a minute, but yeah, let's have a look here. So over he goes. Section lines itself up. Now the way that he takes the nose over from straight over the top, so from traveling down the line, he goes more directly up the wave, flips over backwards, and then spins it around. So the nuances between an ARS and a backflip are very very close. You know, it's I'll return back to that in a second. Jan is on a wave.
All right, well, it's a nice looking one. I think he's gonna find a section, and he is. And another backflip for Jan Salong, de Breton. He continues and goes for that combo with the roll. Let's see, Jan looking for a 4.81 to take one of those positions, important positions right here, because you are skipping around. Although, non-elimination round, it's comfortable. No one really wants to go to reprecharge,
No, I know that, and I think he's really going to be challenging to get through after that wave. That was super tidy. I love the style. He literally punctuated the point just as I needed him to. Went straight backwards with that backflip. That was clearly what we're looking for. Wow, speak of the devil. Here we go. It's turned into a flip fest. So that's Joel. He's loving it. So Joel and Jan are really close now. neck and neck, and could turn into one of the highest scoring heats of the day if this left keeps on delivering the goods. The boys are making the absolute most out of it, but yeah, here we go. Here's a little sort of decent sized wave out the back. The boys are letting it go past. So yeah, back to my point, if you were stood on the land and you were a gymnast and you backflipped over, straight backflip, then that's what a backflip should look like, in my opinion. If you do an ARS, then you should twist the board so that the board goes across your body and you go over. So here we go. He's looking for that backflip section. He goes up and then he goes straight over and lands backwards and then spins himself around. So the ARS is slightly different. You twist as you go over, and it's less of a backflip. You know, a backflip that you do on the land, if you were a gymnast, is exactly the same scenario as if you're in the water. And it's unlucky on that one. It's hard sometimes to make the right call on that maneuver when you're looking at it from different angles. So it's a hot topic. I know that lots of debate goes on about this, and I know that I've seen moves before and I thought, oh, that looks more like an ARS to me than a backflip. But in the moment from the angle, it's sometimes tricky to make the correct call, but that's why we have these replays, and we're looking at the technical ability of these riders to nail it clearly. And speak of the devil, here he goes, he lines it up, it's all in that line up there, up he goes, straight over, comes round, legs kind of split, but he does it stylishly still, and then he does that nice roll on the inside. There's a bunch of bodyboarders from France that all live in Bali now, and I ride with them quite regularly when I'm over there, Pierre and a bunch of the boys. And they all bodyboard in this same style. It's super funny, you know, they've all got this same finesse style. So Joel.
All right, so one more look here to Joel. He will, also had an amazing run in that one. I think he accompanied that with 2 rolls after that backflip. So change of situation. Joel Rodriguez got the second position, and Jan is close. We'll see if with this one he has one more chance. Driving that one really good, but yeah, that was nice, but it wasn't as nice as the previous backflip. So I don't know. I don't really see the score. He's we were waiting for one more score, so there is another change of situation, because with the previous wave of Jan Salon, he did get the first position.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love the way he surfs. You know, he's stylish. He's got great timing. He's chosen some fantastic waves, and he's putting on a really tight show. He obviously loves these left-handers, and he's snooping them out. But let's see what Tristan's going to come back with here, because he's got 3 good scores there. Sitting in second with a 7.25 and a 6. I mean, that would win most heats today. But Jan's just taken him with a 7 and a 6.75. Super close behind is Joel Rodriguez. Here we go. Looking at this. So we've got a Moroccan rider. A Maldivian rider.
Maldivian, yeah.
Nice ARS.
Yeah.
As we come into the final stage of this heat. That's, yeah. Good. It's coming down to the wire, which we love to see.
Yeah, we never know what's going to happen. I mean, that was actually very good for Sham. We're going to get to see those needs, and there you have it. Well, he's looking for a 7.66. That's a big score. If you watch at what's going on in this heat, nobody has that score so far, and we've seen very good maneuvers. So I tend to think that he's not going to get the score for his last wave, although Pro is going to be his best wave, but I don't think it's going to be enough to jump to the second position. But right now, Joel, he's looking for 6.96. Tristan, 6.51, and who's winning this heat is Jan Salon. Good performance there for the Breton.
Yeah, for sure. It's not beyond any of these riders to nail a 7.6 in a minute. The waves are there, the ability is there. It's just a matter of getting it. Speak of the devil. Here's a little peek. None of the boys want it. They've let it go by. So we're looking at the final minute, and we've got Tristan Roberts in an uncharacteristic second place. Jan Salon has surfed really well. Priority is with Tristan. Joel has got second priority, so it's important that he gets a wave ASAP. It's coming down to the wire for him. He needs to be hunting hard and getting anything that can serve up the score that he needs. But I don't know, 6.9 is a big ask in 19 seconds. So here we go.
Yeah.
Paddling maybe looking.
Nice. Look at that. That's Tristan Roberts, and I was gonna say Tristan. Oh, that's probably his last chance to get that first position, because it's weird not to see Tristan advancing in first. But yeah, it's a sealed deal for Dan Salong. He's advancing first, skipping one round alongside with Tristan Roberts, and the rest are gonna go to repecharge. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna see a heat recap, and we are going to have commercials. We're going to do the interview, and of course we're gonna wrap it up with you here, Jay and I. And so a couple minutes more. Don't go anywhere. All right, people, we are just here to wrap up things and wait for the interview. But this was a very good first day of competition right here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And it's been a pleasure to see, the men and the women division. We had very good moments, and we are advancing a lot.
Well, Varunalal Ralugandu brings it every year. This year is no exception. What an epic opening day. And we got to talk about some highlights of the day because it's fresh in my mind. One of the later heats, Eder Luciano vaulting himself from third into first position with that insane backflip. I think about earlier heats, and I got to talk about Dave Hubbard, always smooth and relaxed in this event. He's had so much success here. He's looking really solid. And you cannot count out Jorge Hernandez. He's coming off that injury, but you see no signs of it. He is really, to me, looking very in form. And I got to say, Amin Musa, the local rider, blew my mind on an earlier wave. He had an insane ARS. And to round out my highlights of the day in the men's division, our Japanese rider, his name escapes me. Thank you, Hayato, 6-time Japanese champion. He took a long hiatus from competition, and he was back in form today and pulled off some really amazing stuff as well. So a truly international field showing their stuff today. What about you, Bego? What do you remember from today?
Talking about on the women's side, I have to say always Luana Dourado, only 15 years of age, and she is so composed, so solid. She's advancing and, winning heats and surfing super good. Alexandra Reen there as well, and many other riders.
Yeah, Pam Boweren also impressed me today with her powerful riding. I mentioned her similarities with Alex Rinder. They have a similar approach to waves, a really powerful approach. So I enjoyed watching both of those girls out there as well in the women's division. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So great competition today. It's almost dark out there, so we really got to the end of the day here and maximized the daylight, and we had to finally call it quits. So we're going to pick things up again tomorrow. There is a 7 a.m. call time. We're looking at, junior men's rounds kicking off the day. So there's a lot of younger riders out there, folks, that you're going to see for some of them for the first time tomorrow as they get out in the water, and more men's action as well on tap and some women's division heats as well. So swell-wise, I think we're looking at a potential drop in the size of swell before the forecasted larger swell arrives Monday, Tuesday. I'm hearing mixed things about that swell. Maybe it's not going to be as big as we may think, but certainly going to keep the train rolling in terms of swell. And, when we talk all day, Bego, it's right. It's tough on the throat. I know it's tough for you. You're trying to hold off the coughs for our viewers at home. But, hey, the reality of it is when you talk for 9 hours straight, takes its toll. But we love bodyboarding. That's why we do this, right?
That's right. I'm so sorry. I got a little stuck. So let's just throw it to the interview, and we're going to hear from Rob.
Hey, thank you, Bego. We're down here amping, so that was an absolute perfect clinic you put on there, Jan. I loved seeing those flips and ARSs out the bowl. Talk me through how you did it.
Hello. I'm so stoked to get the first place against Tristan. It's my second time I beat him, and so I did my first wave, and after I got the good rim in my hit with backflip and roll, and I got 2 really good ones. I was so focused to go quickly in the peak. After I got a good one, I was a little bit on the medium one, and after I feel the spirit, and I did what I know to do. For me, on each event, I do a lot of big roll, and I want to do backflip. And for this contest, I said, no, just roll. And I speak with a lot of friends in my house, and they said me just before going in Maldives, stop with water and go for backflip. And I did it, and I beat the backflip master Tristan, and I'm so happy. It's my friend, and I'm so happy to get the first friend and Tristan of the second one.
Epic, yeah, love that. So you now need to keep the momentum through to the next heat, yeah? What's your plan for the next few heats?
To be focused, to be calm in the water, because you know here it's like warm water, and you are like with not a lot of breath. I don't know the exactly word, but not a lot of breath because it's so warm. But I need to be calm, to get focused, to get the good line and go big in the lip. I hope for more. I got a really good one in free surf the last 2 days, so I want to show I can do it.
You did show you can do it. We want to see some more of it, please. So have you got any thanks that you want to put out to your followers and fans? You want to say something in French?
Salut tout le monde en France, ma famille, mes amis, tout le monde là. Je suis trop content, vous le savez, vous me connaissez là. Donc là, j'ai le corps qui tremble un peu. Et en tout cas, je suis trop content. Il y a tout le monde qui... Enfin voilà, j'ai plein de mots et tout. Et une petite dédicace là pour tous les petits jeunes du Minou Surf Club là qui sont en train de bien progresser. Moi, j'étais un petit jeune comme eux. Voilà, je vous montre qu'en gros, c'est possible de venir sur le Tour Pro, de gagner contre les meilleurs du Tour Pro. Et petite dédicace au petit Maël Ronambeau que j'ai entraîné lors d'un cours là. Maël Ronambeau, c'est le fils de Gwen, du coup, celui qui organise le Hanel Challenge. Et j'espère que cette année, on va avoir des putains de vagues pour cette compète. Et bref, merci à tous et je vais tout donner jusqu'au bout. Et puis, comme vous le pouvez voir sur ma casquette, grosse pensée à Ifig de Phénom. Mourir à Brest, c'est pas pour rien, on est là. Ici, c'est Brest, vive le stade brestois. Allez!
Love that, love that. Buzzing with Stoke down here. Back to you in the studio, Jay and Bego. Cheers.
Well, thanks so much there, Rob Barber and Jan Salon. Great final interview, the longest interview of the entire day, but we had that luxury since there were no heats after that. So an epic opening day for the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We had some great action from the men's division, the women's division, and saw some of the top seeds compete there sort of towards the end of the day. But the waves were the real star. Varunallah Ralugandu bringing the heat all day today. I think we're going to see some great conditions in the morning tomorrow. So there is a 7 a.m. local time, call time for the competitors. We'll see what time we get started, pending conditions and the sun shining in the judges' eyes, of course, always a factor. But please, folks, watch every wave if you want. Rewind the YouTube channel from today's competition and tune in tomorrow and do not miss a single ride of this event. And we will be back tomorrow. So on behalf of Rob Barber, our first timer here, and Bego Martinez, we're glad that you joined us today, and we will see you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you.